Chapter 538. The Sword King's sword light appeared in front of Qin Yao at an amazing speed. It only needed 1 second to pierce through Qin Yao's body. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with endless sorrow. This was the second time Qin Yao had saved him. Qin Yao! Fang Chen roared loudly. At the same time, he exerted all his strength. Even the Banxianshu and Little Mouse sensed Fang Chen's emotional fluctuations and came out one after another. Crash! The branches and leaves of the half-immortal tree instantly lengthened, and then became incomparably scarlet. With the fastest speed, it coiled around Qin Yao's body, and with a crash, it directly pulled Qin Yao's body back. In this way, the Sword King's sword light was still a short distance away from Qin Yao. After the Banxianshu moved, the Little Mouse also appeared in front of the Sword King's sword light in an instant. Then, a purple halo surged on its body and a wild aura spread out in an instant. At this moment, a huge shadow of a mouse appeared behind the Little Mouse. As soon as the shadow appeared, it opened its mouth and a majestic suction force spread out in an instant. The Little Mouse's eyes were scarlet and its little claws were constantly waving. After the shadow of the mouse appeared behind it, the Little Mouse jumped up and rushed directly toward the Sword King's sword light. Crash! The wild suction force changed the trajectory of the Sword King's sword light. Finally, under Fang Chen's shocked gaze, the shadow of the mouse behind the Little Mouse swallowed the extremely powerful sword light directly. This, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. After the shadow of the mouse swallowed the terrifying sword light, its body quickly collapsed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the purple halo around the Little Mouse also quickly dimmed. The Little Mouse spat out blood and its aura was weak. With a bang, the Little Mouse's body directly exploded. A big wound appeared on its stomach. If it wasn't for its amazing defense, this explosive aura would have blown its body into pieces. It was not until this moment that Fang Chen realized that the sword light swallowed by the virtual mouse had actually entered the Little Mouse's stomach. The Little Mouse's stomach exploded, and blood flowed out continuously. The purple halo was faintly discernible, and its eyelids drooped. This time, the Little Mouse was seriously injured. As he looked at the Little Mouse lying on the ground, Fang Chen's heart was filled with rage. His eyes were bloodshot as he howled at the sky. Even the Banxianshu hurried to the Little Mouse's side, wrapping its branches and leaves around the Little Mouse to protect it. At this moment, no one was more shocked than the Sword King. When he realized that his sword light had been swallowed by the Little Mouse, a huge wave of shock rose in his heart. A purple halo surrounded its body, and the image of a mouse appeared behind it. The Sword King was fighting against the 15 elders as he exclaimed, "Could it be?" The Sword King seemed to know the Little Mouse's identity, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a thunderous voice. "Stay your hand!" A bolt from the blue struck him instantly. In the next moment the Dark Lord appeared. His entire body was enveloped by a black aura. The moment he appeared, the entire plane seemed to freeze. The Sword King's powerful attack was completely neutralized with a wave of his hand. Seeing the Dark Lord appear, the 15 elders' faces were filled with excited smiles. The Dark Lord had finally arrived. "Palace Master," called the first elder. The Dark Lord nodded. He glanced at Fang Chen. After confirming that Fang Chen was fine, his expression relaxed a bit. "All of you stand back," said the Dark Lord. The 15 elders retreated behind him. The Dark Lord stared at the Sword King. A trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. "Who are you?" asked the Dark Lord coldly. The Dark Lord's arrival caused the Sword King to feel fear. He prepared to flee. He glanced at the Little Mouse lying on the ground. His heart was still in turmoil. If it weren't for the Little Mouse, Fang Chen would have already died. Damn it! The Sword King couldn't help cursing. Originally, he could have easily killed Fang Chen. But because of the Little Mouse's appearance, Fang Chen had managed to survive. Now that the Dark Lord had arrived, he had no chance of killing Fang Chen. The Dark Lord was an expert at the first stage of the spirit vortex realm. He had condensed 9 strands of true qi and was said to be unrivaled in the condensing reality realm. But in front of a spirit vortex realm expert, he still had no way to fight back. Fang Chen, next time I'll take your life. After the Sword King finished speaking, the sword qi around him soared. A long sword appeared in his hand and he fiercely swung it at the Dark Lord. Bang! Seeing this, the Black Fiend Palace Master threw out a punch, shattering the sword light. But when he looked over, he saw that there was nothing in front of him. There was only the smell of blood in the air. Blood escape technique, the Dark Lord said in a low voice with a grave expression. The blood escape technique that the Sword King used was beyond the scope of the Dark Lord's knowledge. Even as a spirit vortex realm expert, he had never seen such a domineering blood escape technique. This blood escape technique is unheard of, the Dark Lord said in a low voice. After reaching the spirit vortex realm, martial artists could slightly control the power of heaven and earth around them. When the Dark Lord arrived, he controlled the power of heaven and earth around him. Under such a seal, the Sword King couldn't escape. But under the Dark Lord's watch, the Sword King managed to escape. That was why the Dark Lord was shocked by the blood escape technique. The Black Demon Palace Master shook his head and turned to look at Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's entire body was emitting a sorrowful aura. He hugged the dying little rat with both hands, looking extremely sorrowful. Fang Chen, are you all right? The Dark Lord asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, I'm fine, but my companion is on the verge of death. The Dark Lord could hear that Fang Chen's words were filled with sorrow. He checked the little mouse's injuries and shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Fang Chen circulated his spiritual energy and channeled it into the little mouse's body. He wanted to help the little mouse heal, but it was useless. There was a terrifying hole in the little mouse's stomach that was constantly bleeding. Fang Chen, stop Brother Mouse's bleeding first, the Banxianshu said. As soon as the Banxianshu finished speaking, its branches and leaves instantly grew longer and swayed. Finally, under the astonishment of the Dark Lord and the others, the Banxianshu's branches and leaves tightly wrapped around the little mouse's body. Then, drops of green liquid appeared on the main branch of the half-immortal tree. These drops of green liquid dripped onto the little mouse's stomach. Hiss! When the green liquid dripped onto the little mouse's stomach, the wound on its stomach actually began to slowly heal. The Dark Lord's eyes flickered and his face was filled with astonishment. Liquid of life, it's actually the liquid of life. After seeing the green liquid, the Dark Lord knew that it was the liquid of life. Only the liquid of life could have such a powerful effect. The liquid of life was known to be able to bring the dead back to life. As long as there was still a trace of life, the liquid of life could save it. A spiritual tree that could produce the liquid of life was at least of the Banxianshu's level. Moreover, it had to be a top-notch existence among the Banxianshu. Ordinary Banxianshu could not produce the liquid of life. The spiritual tree in front of them did not seem like an immortal tree based on its aura. There was only one possibility, and that was that it was a Banxianshu. Thinking of this, the Dark Lord became even more curious about Fang Chen. Not only did he have heaven-defying potential, but he also possessed a spiritual tree like the Banxianshu. This kid was really not simple. However, when the Dark Lord saw the wound on the little mouse's stomach heal, he shook his head slightly. The little mouse's injury was too serious. One could imagine the power of the Sword King's 9 strands of true qi. It was already very lucky that the little mouse had been able to withstand the sword light and not die. The liquid of life had a very good healing effect, but the wound on the little mouse's stomach was healing very slowly. What did this mean? This meant that the little mouse's injury was so serious that even the liquid of life was unable to effectively heal it. Brother Mouse, I have done my best. A minute later, the Banxianshu's aura was very low. It dripped all the liquid of life it had produced onto the little mouse's wound. Even so, the little mouse's wound had not healed completely. The Banxianshu had done its best. Furthermore, the Banxianshu had also consumed a lot of energy by squeezing out the liquid of life without any scruples. The half-immortal tree said to Fangchen. Then, it directly entered the special interspatial ring. It needed to recuperate to recover. The bleeding on the little mouse's stomach finally stopped. However, its wound had not healed yet. The little mouse had fallen into a coma and was on the verge of death. I will definitely save you. Hold on, Fangchen said inwardly before putting the little mouse into the special space ring. With a thought, Fangchen took out a purple crystal soul stone and stuffed it into the little mouse's mouth. He hoped that the energy within the purple crystal soul stone would be able to help the little mouse recover. After doing all this, Fangchen turned to look at the Dark Lord. Fangchen. The Dark Lord was also a bit worried about Fangchen's unstable emotions. Palace Lord, there is no need to worry. This little setback is not enough to affect me, said Fangchen. Chapter 539. With the Dark Lord gone, Fangchen and the others were no longer in danger. Naturally, he didn't need to stay here any longer. However, before the Dark Lord left, he solemnly warned Fangchen not to let his emotions affect his decisions. There would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. The Dark Lord could feel the feelings between Fangchen and the little mouse. Therefore, he was afraid that Fangchen wouldn't be able to control himself and cause trouble. After the Dark Lord left, Qin Yao walked to Fangchen's side and softly comforted Fangchen. Fangchen, don't worry. The little mouse will be fine. Hearing this, Fangchen nodded. His eyes looked towards the west. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to head towards the West Mountain Land as soon as possible. Fangchen was powerless to save the little mouse. At this moment, Fangchen thought of someone. It was the Medicine King of the Medicine King Valley in the West Mountain Land. If he could find the Medicine King, he might be able to save the little mouse. For the sake of the little mouse, Fangchen was willing to do anything. Therefore, he couldn't wait to head to the West Ridge Great Land. The 15 elders of the Black Devil Palace and Qin Yao followed closely behind him, advancing rapidly. After the battle with the Sword King, Fangchen and the others didn't encounter any more danger. It seemed that the Sword King was also seriously injured and had gone into hiding. After about 10 days, Fangchen and the others finally arrived at the border of the South Mountain Land. What appeared before them was a majestic mountain range. After crossing this mountain range, they would reach the West Mountain Land. Let's go. Fangchen narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain range. Then, he plunged into it. This mountain range was called the Southwest Mountain Range. The entire mountain range connected the West Mountain Land and the South Mountain Land. This mountain range was extremely dangerous, but Fangchen and the others had no other choice. Moreover, their strength was formidable. Unless they encountered a powerhouse on the level of the Sword King, they had nothing to fear. After entering the mountain range, Fangchen felt an oppressive aura. He carefully observed his surroundings and quickly moved forward. Time ticked by. After about 2 hours, Fangchen and the others had already entered the depths of the mountain range in the southwest. We've already entered the depths of the southwestern mountain range. Just hold on for a little longer and we'll be able to reach Westridge, the Grand Elder said in a low voice. Fangchen nodded, but didn't say anything and continued forward. At this moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out. In the next moment, a group of demonic beasts appeared around Fangchen and the others. It's the Iron Brown Bear. Seeing these demonic beasts, the first elder's face changed drastically as he cried out. The Iron Brown Bear was a demonic beast that was comparable to a level 9 condensing reality realm martial artist. Their defense was extremely strong, and their strength was also extremely powerful. The first elder didn't expect to encounter so many Iron Brown Bears here. Of course, if it were just Iron Brown Bears, the first elder wouldn't be so panicked. because he knew that wherever there were iron brown bears, there would be an iron brown bear king. The iron brown bear king's strength was unrivaled in the condensing reality realm. Even the Sword King wouldn't dare to fight the iron brown bear king head-on. "Don't fight, let's go," the first elder yelled. Immediately, Fang Chen and the others attacked together. The 15 elders attacked together, using the Black Devil Palace's unique skill. The iron brown bear that was close to them was the first to be blown away. At this moment, Fang Chen waved the hidden star sword in his hand, continuously using the 5th level of the Phantom Sword art. The Golden Giant Sword was also released in an instant. The extremely wild Phantom Sword continuously shot towards the iron brown bears. Bang! Every time Fang Chen attacked, it would be accompanied by a miserable cry, and an iron brown bear would fall to the ground. Just like this, Fang Chen killed 9 iron brown bears in the blink of an eye, and the 15 elders also killed a lot of iron brown bears. However, the number of iron brown bears was still increasing. "Damn it, why are there so many iron brown bears?" The second elder sent an iron brown bear flying with a punch and roared angrily. At this moment, the first elder's face was serious, and his eyes flickered. He seemed to have realized that they had accidentally entered the territory of the iron brown bears. "Not good, this is the territory of the iron brown bears. Let's go, or when the iron brown bear king comes out, we will definitely die." The first elder suddenly roared. Following the first elder's roar, the other elders attacked while retreating. Fang Chen and Qin Yao looked at each other, and also kept retreating. Fang Chen and the others were retreating, but the huge number of iron brown bears was advancing. Roar! They let out furious roars and charged towards Fang Chen and the others. Whoosh! Fang Chen used his fastest speed to set up a spirit-grade formation, and immediately separated them from the iron brown bears. Seeing this, the 15 elders let out sighs of relief, but they still didn't dare to relax. "Let's go!" the first elder roared, and the group quickly rushed towards the West Mountain region. Just as the group left, the formation Fang Chen had set up suddenly shattered, and countless iron brown bears fell to the ground. In front of them was an enormous iron brown bear. This iron brown bear's color was dark brown, and it was different from ordinary iron brown bears. If the first elder and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked, because this enormous iron brown bear was the boss of these iron brown bears, and it was also the iron brown bear king. The iron brown bear king's strength was unrivaled in the Qi High realm, and it was comparable to a martial artist who had condensed 9 strands of true Qi. It was furious that human martial artists had intruded into its territory. Roar! The iron brown bear king roared towards the sky, and immediately, countless iron brown bears stood up, and quickly chased after Fang Chen and the others. Fang Chen and the others quickly moved forward, and when they heard the angry roars behind them, they were very anxious. After moving forward quickly for about 15 minutes, Fang Chen and the others were once again surrounded by the iron brown bears. This was the territory of the iron brown bears, and they had the advantage. Many iron brown bears surrounded Fang Chen and the others, and roared towards the sky. The first elder did not hesitate to attack. He was afraid of attracting the attention of the iron brown bear king. Bang! Poochie! One by one, the iron brown bears fell to the ground. Just as the first elder and the others were in the midst of killing, the ground suddenly trembled, and the iron brown bear king appeared. Roar! The iron brown bear king roared towards the sky, and its eyes seemed to spit out flames as it stared at Fang Chen and the others. "Not good, it's the iron brown bear king!" Seeing this, the first elder shouted. Fang Chen and the others gathered together, and their faces were full of seriousness. "First elder, what should we do?" the second elder asked. A helpless expression appeared on the first elder's face, and he immediately said, "The iron brown bear king's strength is countless times stronger than the normal iron brown bears. It is invincible in the condensing reality realm. Unless a spirit vortex realm expert intervenes, we won't be able to defeat the iron brown bear king. Hearing the first elder's words, Fang Chen was also startled. He opened his eyes and stared at the iron-brown bear king. "But we can't just sit here and wait for death," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. On the side, Qin Yao nodded heavily. Although the iron-brown bear king was powerful, they could not just sit here and wait for death. Otherwise, they would really die in the iron-brown bear king's hands. "Since it has come to this, we can only force our way out," the first elder said. Everyone nodded, and in an instant a powerful force burst out. The 15 elders all performed their strongest attacks, and then scattered. Fang Chen and Qin Yao joined hands and killed a few iron-brown bears beside them, and then quickly ran away. Roar! The iron-brown bear king roared, and its huge body instantly moved, chasing after Fang Chen and Qin Yao. The other iron-brown bears chased after the first elder and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen and Qin Yao's speed was pushed to the limit, and they quickly ran away. However, after a while, Fang Chen's face became completely gloomy, because he discovered that the iron-brown bear king was chasing after him. Damn it! They had just discussed that the 17 of them would scatter and escape, and the iron-brown bear king would not be able to chase after everyone at the same time. Fang Chen could not help but curse. The iron-brown bear king was chasing after him. "Qin Yao, let's split up." Fang Chen glanced at Qin Yao and said in a low voice. Qin Yao also felt the seriousness of the situation. She nodded, and her figure flashed, and she directly fled from the side. After Qin Yao fled, Fang Chen continued forward. Roar! The iron-brown bear king also discovered the fleeing Qin Yao, but it did not chase after her. Instead, it continued to chase after Fang Chen. The iron-brown bear king did not know what Fang Chen had, but it could clearly sense that there was something on Fang Chen's body that attracted it. The iron-brown bear king roared at the sky, and its speed reached the limit, and it quickly caught up to Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen pushed the 5th level of the illusion god's sword art to its limit, and he swung his sword at the iron-brown bear king's body. Bang! The iron-brown bear king did not even dodge, and it allowed the sword light to strike its body. Fang Chen saw that even with his full power, he could not even leave a scratch on the iron-brown bear king's body. Its defense is too strong. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The iron-brown bear king was an invincible existence in the condensing reality realm, and he did not expect to run into it. 10 days ago, he had just fought against the Sword King, and he did not expect to run into another iron-brown bear king 10 days later. Fang Chen stopped running, because he realized that he was not as fast as the iron-brown bear king. "Old ancestor, is there any way?" Fang Chen secretly asked. The old ancestor was silent for a long time, and then said, "The iron-brown bear king is invincible in the condensing reality realm. Even a martial artist with 9 strands of Zhen Qi would not be able to kill it, unless a spirit vortex realm martial artist intervened. It's a pity that I am only a remnant consciousness, or else I would have been able to kill it," the old ancestor said regretfully. Hearing the old ancestor's words, Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. Chapter 540. Facing the iron-brown bear king's attack, Fang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. But even so, Fang Chen did not want to give up. The iron-brown bear king roared as its claws reached out towards Fang Chen. Its claws carried an extremely powerful aura. Crash! At this moment, Fang Chen once again used the 5th level of the Phantom Sword technique. Countless illusory swords pierced towards the iron-brown bear king's claws. Bang! 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 All the illusory swords were shattered by the iron-brown bear king. Then, the iron-brown bear king's claws fiercely attacked. At this moment, in an empty space not far from Fang Chen, 2 young cultivators, one male and one female, were walking. "Big brother, I don't understand. Why didn't we go to the Spirit Whirlpool Realm Warrior's mansion to fight for opportunities? Why did we come to the southwest mountain range?" the ponytailed girl asked. The man beside her smiled and said, All the condensing reality realm warriors in the 4 mountain ranges have gathered in the West Mountain Range. The Spirit Whirlpool Realm Warriors Mansion will definitely be filled with blood. We need to be well prepared before we go. Then why did we come here? The ponytailed girl asked curiously. To hunt the Iron Brown Bear King. The man smiled and said, What do you mean hunt the Iron Brown Bear King? The ponytailed girl's face changed slightly and asked, Big brother, are you crazy? With our strength, how can we defeat the Iron Brown Bear King? Little sister, don't worry. Since I brought you here, there won't be any danger. The man smiled and said. Just as the ponytailed girl was about to speak, an angry roar suddenly came from afar. When the two heard it, their faces changed. Big brother, it's the Iron Brown Bear King's roar. The ponytailed girl said. The man's eyes turned and his body flashed as he flew towards the source of the roar. In the blink of an eye, the man and the girl arrived where the Iron Brown Bear King was and saw Fong Chen fighting with the Iron Brown Bear King. Bro, who is this person? He actually dares to fight the Iron Brown Bear King, the ponytailed woman curiously asked. I don't know him either. I don't think there's anyone like him in West Mountain Land. The man squinted his eyes and stared at the battle between Fong Chen and the Bear King. The man could tell at a glance that Fong Chen was no match for the Iron Brown Bear King. Fong Chen had been suppressed by the Iron Brown Bear King, but to be able to last so long against the Iron Brown Bear King, his strength was not bad. Brother, he doesn't seem to be able to hold on any longer, the ponytailed woman called out. The man nodded and a black piece of paper appeared in his hand. There were complicated patterns on the paper. Talisman, this was a very high-level talisman. The reason why the man dared to look for the Bear King was because he had this trump card. When the ponytailed woman saw the man take out the talisman, her eyes flickered in surprise. Walla the man flicked his wrist and the talisman floated in the air. Then, an extremely wild aura was emitted from the talisman. This aura made Fong Chen and the Iron Brown Bear King feel a trace of fear. Hiss. The talisman burned in the air. Under the man's control, it flew towards the Iron Brown Bear King. Roar. The Iron Brown Bear King roared at the sky and stretched its claws towards the burning talisman. Rumble. Just when the Iron Brown Bear King's claws came in contact with the burning talisman, a deafening sound was heard. The burning talisman exploded. The power of the explosion instantly destroyed the Iron Brown Bear King's claws. Fresh blood flowed out from the Iron Brown Bear King's claws. It roared at the sky as pain filled its entire body. At this moment, the Iron Brown Bear King glared at the man, wanting to kill him. Bastard, go to hell! The man flicked his wrist and the talisman exploded a second time. This time, the power of the explosion was countless times stronger than the first. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Iron Brown Bear King was sent flying by the explosion. Fong Chen was also sent flying by the aftermath of the explosion. Fong Chen, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. His face was filled with shock. Such a powerful talisman! It must be at least a profound-level talisman. Fong Chen was shocked. This was the first time he saw a profound-level talisman. It was too powerful. Even the Iron Brown Bear King, who was invincible in the condensing reality realm, was not its opponent. Crash! The man activated the profound-level talisman and heavily injured the Iron Brown Bear King. Then, he walked towards the Iron Brown Bear King step by step and punched the Iron Brown Bear King's head. Crack! The Iron Brown Bear King's head exploded. The powerful Iron Brown Bear King died instantly. Looking at this scene, Fong Chen was dumbfounded. This man was way too strong, wasn't he? Could it be that they were the geniuses of the younger generation of the West Ridgeland? Brother, you used such a precious talisman to kill the Iron Brown Bear King? The ponytailed girl asked. Sister, the talisman can be made again, but the Iron Brown Bear King is not something that can be found easily. The man smiled when he saw the Iron Brown Bear King die. In his eyes, the Iron Brown Bear King's gallbladder was more important. because he was cultivating a heaven-defying skill. If he could obtain the Iron Brown Bear King's gallbladder, he would definitely be able to cultivate that skill to the refinement realm, or even the perfection realm. Once that skill reached the perfection realm, his strength would definitely increase. At that time, he would be invincible in the condensing reality realm. On the ancient sword continent, external items were ultimately external items. Only one's own strength was one's true capital. Therefore, the man did not hesitate to use a profound level talisman to kill the Iron Brown Bear King and obtain its gallbladder to increase his own strength. Hearing the conversation between the two, Fang Chen was even more shocked in his heart. A cultivator who could casually take out a Xian-grade talisman was definitely not simple. Fang Chen slowly stood up and walked over to the two of them. He cupped his hands and thanked the man. "Thank you for saving my life." At this time, the man finally noticed Fang Chen. He carefully examined Fang Chen and said, "You dare to enter the southwest mountain range alone?" Fang Chen didn't say anything. "Are you a warrior from the southern mountain land?" the ponytailed girl asked curiously. Fang Chen nodded and said, "That's right. I am a warrior from the southern mountain land." "So you're also here for the Spirit Vortex Realm Warrior's Mansion?" asked the ponytailed girl. Fang Chen nodded. Before the ponytailed girl could say anything, the man said, "With your strength, you'll just be throwing your life away." After saying that, the man began to dissect the Iron Brown Bear King. Soon, the gallbladder was obtained by the man. After obtaining the gallbladder, the man was clearly very happy. He glanced at Fang Chen and said, "It's dangerous here. You should leave first." After saying that, the man brought the ponytailed girl and left. Fang Chen looked at their departing figures and shook his head. At this time, the man was walking side by side with the girl. He was holding the gallbladder in his hand. "Brother, you're really wasteful," said the ponytailed girl, puzzled. The man burst into laughter. "Sister, this isn't called wasteful. A profound level talisman is extremely precious in the eyes of others, but in our eyes, it's not that precious." "Humph, you know that grandfather won't give us black level talismans so casually. This is a life-saving talisman that grandfather gave you. You, on the other hand, used it before you even entered the residence of a Spirit Vortex Realm expert." The ponytailed girl snorted. The man grinned. "Sister, after this trip to the Spirit Vortex Realm Warrior's Mansion, I'll leave the West Mountain and head to the Five Elements Province. At that time, I'll go look for grandfather." The huge Iron Brown Bear King had died by the man's hand. This made Fang Chen sigh. At the same time, he realized that he was too weak and needed to quickly raise his cultivation base. If he could raise his cultivation base to the 9th layer of the condensing reality realm, his strength would be comparable to a martial artist who had condensed 5 or even 6 strands of true qi. But right now, his cultivation base had reached a bottleneck. The Spirit Vortex Realm Warrior's Mansion might be an opportunity. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, Ancestor Bronze spoke. "Kid, you're leaving just like that?" "Yes, Ancestor, what are your orders?" Fang Chen was puzzled. "Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. That kid just killed the Iron Brown Bear King, and only took its gallbladder. He didn't touch anything else," said Ancestor Bronze. "Ancestor, what do you mean?" Fang Chen asked. "Although the Iron Brown Bear King's gallbladder is the most precious thing, there are also some other precious things besides the gallbladder. For example, the bear's paw, the bear's heart, and the bear's skin. These are all very precious," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately looked at the Iron Brown Bear King that was dissected by the man. His eyes flickered. "Your sword body has reached the middle stage of the body forging realm. If you can swallow the Iron Brown Bear King's body, your strength will definitely increase," said Ancestor Bronze. The Iron Brown Bear King was an invincible existence in the condensing reality realm. The Iron Brown Bear clan had a strong body and an invincible defense. The Iron Brown Bear King's body had reached a heaven-defying level. If a martial artist swallowed the Iron Brown Bear King's body, they could effectively increase their own defense. When Fang Chun heard Ancestor Bronze's words, his eyes brightened. He directly walked over to the Iron Brown Bear King. A moment later, Fang Chun used the star-concealing sword to cut the Iron Brown Bear King's body into pieces. Then, Fang Chun took the Iron Brown Bear King's heart and paw, preparing to swallow them. As for the bear's skin, it had already been destroyed when the talisman had exploded. It was useless to Fang Chun, so he directly gave up on it. If only I could reach the late stage of the body-forging realm. Fang Chun thought to himself. Chapter 541. Even though Fang Chun really wanted to swallow the bear's paw and heart, he knew that this wasn't a safe place. He had to leave the southwest mountain range first. Without the threat of the Iron Brown Bear King, Fang Chun's speed became much faster and he was unimpeded along the way. After 2 hours, Fang Chun successfully walked out of the southwest mountain range and entered the territory of the west mountain range. At this moment, Fang Chun finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, he found a blue stone on the plains and sat down cross-legged. Let's swallow the bear's paw first, Fang Chun said to himself. The bear's paw was slightly weaker than the bear's heart. After Fang Chun swallowed the bear's paw, a wild aura emerged from the bear's paw and was absorbed by Fang Chun's body. Within Fang Chun's sea of qi, the golden Dharma idol kept spinning. Every time it spun, it would cause the liquefied spirit energy to rotate. After about 10 minutes, the bear's paw was completely digested by Fang Chun's body. At this moment, Fang Chun clearly felt that his body had become much stronger. Then, Fang Chun continued to swallow the bear's heart. The power contained in the bear's heart was much stronger than the bear's paw. Fang Chun was very careful as he absorbed the power of the bear's heart. He activated his sword body. The sword intent of the mid-stage body tempering realm was extremely powerful. It emitted an extremely wild sword intent as it continuously absorbed the power of the bear's heart. After about an hour, the power of the bear's heart was completely absorbed by Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun realized that the sword intent around his sword body had become even denser. Crack! Fang Chun gently clenched his fist and heard a cracking sound. This was enough to show that the strength of his sword body had increased by a lot. After completely digesting the power of the bear's heart, Fang Chun realized that his sword body seemed to still be at the mid-stage body tempering realm. He hadn't broken through. No breakthrough. Fang Chun was a little disappointed. You brat, don't try to act innocent. After swallowing the bear paw and the bear heart, your sword body has reached the critical point between the middle and late stages of the body forging realm. It's only a matter of time before you make a breakthrough, Old Ancestor Bronze said directly. He had been paying attention to Fang Chun's every move. Fang Chun nodded and did not say anything. After that, Fang Chun glanced at the southwest mountain range, then turned and left. He didn't know what had happened to Qin Yao and the 15 elders of the Black Devil Palace. Had they managed to escape? However, he couldn't contact them now, so he could only let nature take its course. Right now, the mansion of the spiritual vortex realm expert had appeared. However, there was a strong prohibition in front of the mansion. With the prohibition in place, no one could enter the mansion. Therefore, although many ancient martial art practitioners had already gathered in front of the Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's mansion, they were unable to enter. Of course, everyone knew that the prohibition was gradually weakening. It wouldn't be long before the prohibition in the mansion completely disappeared. At that time, the mansion of the Spiritual Vortex Realm Expert would be completely open to ancient martial art practitioners. Fang Chun was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He wanted to go to the Medicine King Valley to find the Medicine King and save the little mouse. However, Fang Chun had just arrived at the West Mountain Range, so he didn't know where the Medicine King Valley was. Let's find a martial art practitioner to ask first, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Fang Chun flew in the air and soon left the plains. At this time, he noticed some figures below. Fang Chen landed on the ground. A few ancient martial art practitioners who were walking were terrified. Ancient martial art practitioners who could fly were at least in the condensing reality realm. They couldn't afford to offend them. "Do you know where the Medicine King Valley is?" Fang Chen asked. When one of the ancient martial art practitioners heard this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He then said, "The Medicine King Valley is in the core city of our West Mountain Range, West King City." After that, Fang Chen obtained a simple map of the West Mountain Range. He then followed the map and headed to West King City. Fang Chen's current location was some distance away from West King City. However, with Fang Chen's speed, he could reach it in at most a day. In the afternoon, Fang Chen felt a little hungry. He immediately stopped moving and came to a green rock. He found some firewood and with a flick of his wrist, the concept of fire appeared instantly and lit the firewood. After that, Fang Chen took out the bear meat that he had cut earlier. He stuck a wooden stick into it and began to roast the meat. Under normal circumstances, ancient martial art practitioners wouldn't feel hungry even if they didn't eat for a few days. There was only one reason why Fang Chen felt hungry. That was because his sword body was about to break through and needed to absorb a large amount of energy. Fang Chen already knew about this, so he cut up all the Iron Brown Bear King's meat and put it into his space ring. Hiss hiss hiss. After a while, the bear meat emitted a delicate fragrance. Fang Chen leisurely roasted the bear meat. After a quarter of an hour, the first piece of bear meat was finally roasted. Fang Chen picked it up and ate it in big bites. "The taste isn't bad." Fang Chen grinned. After that, Fang Chen wolfed down the first piece of bear meat. At this time, Fang Chen felt a tyrannical energy in his stomach that was then absorbed by his body. After absorbing this energy, Fang Chen discovered that his hunger had mostly disappeared. "I'm probably about to break through," Fang Chen said. After that, Fang Chen continued to roast the bear meat. At this time, two ancient martial art practitioners with sinister smiles appeared in front of Fang Chen. They had been attracted by the smell of the bear meat. "Boss, this brat should be roasting bear meat, right?" asked the skinnier martial art practitioner. "It's the Iron Brown Bear King's meat. This brat really is extravagant." The fatter martial art practitioner sneered. The Iron Brown Bear King's meat had successfully attracted the two of them. They walked over to Fang Chen and directly said, "Brat, where did you get this Iron Brown Bear King's meat?" Fang Chen raised his head and said, "I picked it up. Brat, our Gold Cloud twin fiends have taken a liking to your bear meat. Hand over all your bear meat and we can spare your life," said Big Fiend coldly. "That's right. You don't have any other choice." At this time, Fang Chen finished roasting another piece of bear meat. Under the watchful eyes of the fiends, he ate the bear meat bite by bite. Then Fang Chen spread his hands and said, "Sorry, I ate all the bear meat." "Brat, you dare to trick us?" Big Fiend's face darkened as he said coldly. The Gold Cloud twin fiends were quite famous in the West Mountain. They had always killed people and let them go. The Gold Cloud twin fiends did all kinds of evil. Their cultivation bases had both reached the 9th condensing reality realm. Normal martial art practitioners would not dare to provoke them. Of course, the Gold Cloud twin fiends did not dare to provoke powerful martial art practitioners. This time, seeing that Fang Chen was so young, they knew that he would not be too powerful. Therefore, the Gold Cloud twin fiends wanted to snatch Fang Chen's Iron Brown Bear King's meat. However, Fang Chen's performance had completely angered the Gold Cloud twin fiends. "Brat, are you looking for death?" The two fiends' faces were covered with frost. "I don't care if you are the Gold Cloud twin fiends or the Gold Cloud twin fiend. I will not give up what I have," Fang Chen said. "You are looking for death." Hearing this, the two fiends roared angrily. Then, they immediately attacked. A thunderous attack instantly landed on Fang Chen's body. Seeing this, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and performed the phantom sword art. With a stab, it directly pierced the two fiends' arms. The two fiends let out a miserable cry as they continued to struggle. Die. Fang Chen only said one word. Then, he waved the hidden star sword and the two fiends were instantly killed by Fang Chen. Seeing that the two fiends were killed by Fang Chen, a trace of panic flashed through Big Fiend's eyes. "Brat, who are you?" Big Fiend asked coldly. There was no such person in the South Mountain Land. How could he be so powerful? With such little strength, you want to steal from others? Fang Chen looked at Big Fiend and sneered. With the Gold Cloud Twin Fiend's strength, they could easily deal with a normal ninth condensing reality realm martial artist. However, they met him. Crackle. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, a crackling sound came from his body all of a sudden. Immediately after, a wild sword intent surged out from Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen's sword body reached the late body forging realm. I broke through. Fang Chen sensed this and grinned. Brat, I want you dead. At this moment, Big Fiend launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword. A trace of a mocking smile appeared in his eyes. Then, he suddenly punched out. Bang! It was a simple punch, but it contained an extremely majestic power. Before Big Fiend's attack could reach Fang Chen, he was blown away by the latter's punch. Big Fiend fell to the ground. Before he could say anything, he lost his life. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. After his sword body reached the late body forging realm, his physical strength was comparable to a 6-star Dao body. The power of his punch was enough to kill a normal ninth condensing reality realm martial artist. The Gold Cloud Twin Fiends were unlucky to have met such an abnormal genius. After killing the Gold Cloud Twin Fiends, Fang Chen continued to roast meat. Although his sword body had broken through, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and stabilize his cultivation. After that, Fang Chen ate more than 10 pieces of roasted meat. When he felt that his sword body could no longer absorb the energy from the meat, Fang Chen stopped roasting meat. Fang Chen wiped the grease from his mouth and said, "When will I be able to kill the Iron Brown Bear King alone?" After Fang Chen left, many martial artists appeared. The Gold Cloud Twin Fiends were actually killed by someone. That brat's strength is too abnormal. Yeah. He killed the Gold Cloud Twin Fiends with one sword and Big Fiend with one punch. This kind of strength is comparable to our West Ridge's younger generation. Could it be that he is an outstanding genius from the other 3 ridges? This was the main road, so there were usually many martial artists. When they found out that the Gold Cloud Twin Fiends were killed, they were very happy. The Gold Cloud Twin Fiends had done a lot of evil, and they finally received their retribution. Chapter 542. West King City was the core and most prosperous city in West Mountain Land. Because this city had a transcendent power like the Valley of the Medicine Masters, West King City became the center of attention for all the warriors in West Mountain Land. When Fang Chen arrived at West King City, it happened to be noon. The sun was high in the sky and the temperature in the air was very high. Fang Chen stood on the streets of West King City and looked at the endless stream of warriors around him. A faint smile appeared on his face. This West King City was indeed the core city of West Mountain Land. Regardless of the number or quality of warriors, it was much higher than other cities. Fang Chen asked around and found out where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was actually located in a very hidden valley. Ordinary warriors did not even know the true location of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. However, in West King City, there was a mansion for the Valley of the Medicine Masters to handle external affairs. Generally speaking, warriors in West Mountain Land who wanted to find the Valley of the Medicine Masters would come here. In the most central area of West King City there was a huge square. At the front of the square there was a luxurious mansion. Above the gate of the mansion, there was a golden plaque with 3 bold and powerful words on it, Valley of the Medicine Masters. At this moment, there was a sea of warriors in the square. They were all here to pay respects to the medicine master. Fang Chen stood in the square and could not help but sigh. The medicine master's popularity was really high. So many people were lining up just to see the medicine master. Brother, are these warriors lining up here trying to enter the valley of the medicine master's mansion? Fang Chen asked a warrior beside him. The warrior glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Normally, there would not be so many people in this square. However, it is different today. It is said that the little medicine master of the Valley of the Medicine Masters is here. Everyone is lining up here just to see the little medicine master." Hearing this warrior's words, Fang Chen instantly understood that the little medicine master was here. In West Mountain Land, one only had to ask around to know that the leader of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was the Medicine Master. And in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the strongest of the younger generation was known as the Little Medicine Master. Although the Little Medicine King's strength was not as strong as the Medicine King's, the Little Medicine King was also known by many outside martial artists as a miraculous hand. This time, the Little Medicine King's arrival at Western King City caused a stir. Just as everyone was waiting, the door to the mansion suddenly opened, and a servant walked out of the mansion. Everyone wants to meet the Little Medicine King. If he were to meet them one by one, it would be unrealistic. Thus, the Little Medicine King has set up a test. Whoever can pass this test will be able to meet the Little Medicine King, said the servant. Hearing the servant's words, many warriors looked at the servant with burning eyes. "What kind of test?" someone asked. The servant looked around and said, "The Little Medicine King has set a question. If anyone can answer it within the time limit, they will pass the test. Of course, the Little Medicine King will only see one person today, so the first person to answer will see the Little Medicine King. The others will not be able to see the Little Medicine King." The servant's words made the many cultivators perk up their ears and listen quietly. Fang Chen also looked at the servant with interest. He wondered just what kind of question the Little Medicine King had set. "When refining the blood origin pill, what is the easiest place to make a mistake?" asked the servant slowly. Hearing the servant's words, many of the warriors rushed to answer. Some said it was in the heat, while others said it was in the refinement of the medicinal herbs. There were also some who said it was in the cultivation of the spirit. In short, there were all sorts of opinions. Hearing these warriors' answers, the servant shook his head slightly. There was a trace of disappointment on his face. These warriors' answers were all wrong. Could it be that no one can give an answer? Thought the servant inwardly. Just at this moment, a figure flew through the air. He flew from the back of the plaza to the front of the Medicine King Valley's mansion and stood beside the servant. Fang Chen's actions had infuriated many of the warriors. In front of the Medicine King Valley's mansion, flying was forbidden. If they could fly, then wouldn't it be a complete mess? This was an unwritten rule of Shiling. However, Fang Chen had actually ignored this rule and directly flew through the air. "Brat, do you know who is causing trouble here? Brat, I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel and beg for mercy. Then we'll let you go. That's right. Cripple his cultivation and throw him out of Shiling City." Many of the warriors angrily roared. Even the servant had a trace of displeasure between his brows. However, before the servant could speak, Fang Chen spoke. He ignored the angry shouts of the crowd and directly said to the servant, "I know the answer." "Oh, you know the answer?" The servant thoughtfully looked at Fang Chen and asked, "If you can give me the answer, I can let bygones be bygones and even send you to see the Little Medicine King. However, if you can't give me the answer, then I'll follow the rules." Fang Chen nodded and said, "When refining the blood origin pill, the easiest place to make a mistake is in the choice of medicinal herbs." Hearing Fang Chen's words, many of the warriors snorted disdainfully. "Brat, how dare you come here and embarrass yourself with this level of skill? Get out of here quickly. What an idiot!" Any alchemist would know how to choose the medicinal herbs to refine the blood origin pill. Is there even a need to choose? Playing to the gallery. He must be trying to play to the gallery. Trash like him should just be killed. The atmosphere in the square was getting more and more tense. All of the warriors angrily looked at Fang Chen. If looks could kill, Fang Chen would have been killed many times over. However, at this moment, a trace of surprise appeared in the servant's eyes. He quietly looked at Fang Chen, his heart filled with shock. "Did you come up with the answer yourself?" the servant asked hurriedly. Fang Chen nodded. He would definitely not say that he had gotten the answer from Ancestor Bronze. Seeing Fang Chen nod, the servant looked at Fang Chen with more respect. Then, he gestured to Fang Chen to go ahead. The entire square was in an uproar. Countless warriors watched this scene in shock. Was the servant asking Fang Chen to enter the mansion? Could he have gotten the answer right? Was this brat's answer correct? Someone asked in confusion. The servant nodded and said, "That's right. His answer was correct." After saying that, the servant opened the door and invited Fang Chen into the mansion. Then, the door closed behind him. At this moment, countless martialists on the square were filled with regret. Of course, there were also some martialists whose eyes were filled with anger. They hated Fang Chen and even wanted to kill Fang Chen. After entering the mansion, the servant led Fang Chen to a garden. There was a reclining chair in the garden. A young man was lying on the reclining chair, enjoying the sunlight. "Little Medicine King, he is here," the servant said softly. The Little Medicine King waved his hand, indicating for the servant to leave. Then he slowly sat up and turned his head to look at Fang Chen. When he saw Fang Chen, his eyes brightened and he asked, "Brother, how should I address you?" "Fang Chen." "Oh, Brother Fang is truly a talent," said the Little Medicine King. "How can I compare to the Little Medicine King?" asked Fang Chen. The Little Medicine King said, "For Brother Fang to be able to give an answer, you must have some understanding of alchemy." Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. "What do you want me to do?" asked the Little Medicine King. The warriors in the square all wanted to see him. They all had something to ask of him, and Fang Chen was no exception. "Little Medicine King, my companion is injured and on the verge of death. I beg you to treat him," said Fang Chen. "Oh, your companion? Let me take a look." The Little Medicine King was very interested in Fang Chen and smiled. Fang Chen took out the little mouse. At this time, the purple light on the little mouse's body had almost completely disappeared. Its aura was weak and its life could be in danger at any moment. When the Little Medicine King saw the little mouse, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Then he placed his palm on the little mouse's body and closed his eyes. Not long after, the Little Medicine King opened his eyes. "Little Medicine King, how is my companion?" asked Fang Chen hastily. The Little Medicine King shook his head. "Your companion's situation is very critical. It seems he was struck by a powerful attack. For him to be able to last until now can be considered a miracle." "Then can the Little Medicine King save him?" Fang Chen was most concerned about this. The Little Medicine King shook his head. "I can't save him." When Fang Chen heard this, his face darkened and his heart was filled with sorrow. But at this time, Fang Chen thought of the Medicine King and looked at the Little Medicine King. "Little Medicine King, can you take me to see Senior Medicine King?" The Little Medicine King raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. Then he shook his head. "My father normally doesn't see outsiders. You probably won't have the chance. Little Medicine King, Senior Medicine King and I are old friends. As long as you can take me to see him or send him a message saying my name, he will definitely see me," vowed Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, a trace of astonishment flashed in the Little Medicine King's eyes. He asked, "You've seen my father before?" "I've seen him once in the southern mountain region." The Little Medicine King thought for a moment and then said, "You and I can be considered to be fated, so I'll help you. I'll send a message to my father first." Soon after, the little Medicine King went to the side and sent a message to the Medicine King. Not long after, the little Medicine King's expression changed greatly and he quickly came in front of Fong Chen. At this moment, the way he looked at Fong Chen had greatly changed. I didn't think that Brother Fong and my father actually knew each other. When my father heard Brother Fong's name, he was very excited and immediately wanted me to bring you over, said the little Medicine King. Fong Chen revealed a trace of joy when he heard this. Then many thanks, little Medicine King, said Fong Chen. Chapter 543. After the little Medicine King and Fong Chen came out of the Medicine King Valley's mansion, the atmosphere in the square instantly exploded. All the martial artists were about to leave the square, but they suddenly saw the Medicine King Valley's door open. They turned their heads to look. They suddenly discovered that the little Medicine King had appeared. When they saw the little Medicine King, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. However, when they saw Fong Chen behind the little Medicine King, their faces instantly darkened. The little Medicine King ignored everyone's shock and quickly left with Fong Chen. At this moment, some of the martial artists finally exploded. "Kid, I want to duel with you." Unable to meet the little Medicine King, they vented all their anger on Fong Chen. A burly man directly blocked Fong Chen's path and shouted loudly. The little Medicine King was about to speak, but he was stopped by Fong Chen. "Let me do it," Fong Chen said. He knew that these people were jealous of him. Thinking about it carefully, sometimes he should show a bit of strength. That way, no one would dare to challenge him. Hearing this, the little Medicine King nodded and did not speak. Fong Chen took a step forward and looked at the burly man. He said in a low voice, "Are you sure you want to duel with me? Cut the crap. I want to see how strong a martial artist is to be able to meet the little Medicine King," the burly man said disdainfully. His cultivation had reached the early 9th layer of the condensing reality realm. Although it was nothing among the younger generation of the West Mountain Land, he believed that his strength was stronger than Fong Chen's. Since it is so, Fong Chen did not say the second half of his sentence. He used his actions to express what he wanted to say. Boom! Fong Chen's fist suddenly blasted out. It was a simple punch that did not even have any spirit chi fluctuations. Seeing Fong Chen's fist, the burly man's face revealed a cold smile. "Is that all you have?" The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners also shook their heads. Fong Chen's punch was too simple. Even a weak ancient martial art practitioner would be able to withstand it. However, when the burly man's body came into contact with Fong Chen's fist, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by shock. No. Before the burly man could even speak, he was sent flying by Fong Chen's punch. Crack! The burly man's body fell to the ground, lifeless. Walla! The whole square was in an uproar. Countless warriors were shocked by this scene. In a split second, Fong Chen had actually killed this 9th condensing reality realm warrior with a single punch. How is this possible? The hearts of all the martial artists were filled with shock. Even the little Herb King, who was at the side, was stunned. He looked at Fong Chen with fervent eyes. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" Fong Chen asked. At this moment, no one in the huge square dared to speak. They were all shocked by Fong Chen's strength. Killing a 9th condensing reality realm warrior with a single punch. In everyone's eyes, Fong Chen was definitely a strong warrior who could condense Jin Qi. Otherwise, he could not be so strong. Fong Chen's eyes shot out a frightening glint as he surveyed his surroundings. Immediately, countless martialists opened up a path for Fong Chen. In front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, Fong Chen and the little Herb King left. After leaving the Western King City, the little Herb King had an indifferent smile on his face and said, "Brother Fong, you hid your strength well." Fong Chen only smiled slightly. With the little Herb King leading the way, it only took one day for Fong Chen to arrive at the Medicine King Valley. "Up ahead is the Medicine King Valley," the little Herb King said. In front of Fong Chen there was a beautiful valley. In this valley it was like spring all year round. Everywhere was lush green. Outside the valley there was a heavy guard. Of course, even if there was no one guarding, no one would find this place. This was because the Medicine King Valley was too hidden. If not for the little Herb King leading the way, Fong Chen would not have been able to find this place. Because of the little Herb King, Fong Chen was not stopped and smoothly entered the Medicine King Valley. At this time, the little Herb King saw an elder and immediately asked, "Medicine Elder, where is my father?" "Chenhui, you're back." The Medicine Elder heard this and grinned, then said, "Your father is receiving an important guest. Medicine Elder, this is a good friend of mine. I want to bring him to see my father," the little Herb King said. In the Medicine King Valley's meeting hall, the Medicine King was chatting with a middle-aged man. Beside the middle-aged man was a young man. "Medicine King, what do you think of this matter?" the middle-aged man asked. "Your 100 Snake Valley's master personally came to find me. How could I not agree?" The Medicine King grinned. Hearing this, the 100 Snake Valley's master revealed a trace of a smile. Go bring your little brother over right now." The 100 Snake Valley's master turned to the young man beside him. The young man nodded and left. Not long after, a pale-faced man was brought over by the young man. The middle-aged man was the 100 Snake Valley's master. The 100 Snake Valley was one of the top powers in the eastern mountain range. The 100 Snake Valley's master had 2 sons. The eldest son was called Shi Jun, and the second son was called Shi Hu. His 2 sons were originally well-known figures of the eastern mountain range's younger generation. But not long ago, his second son had been heavily injured by a mysterious expert and was on the verge of death. Helpless, the 100 Snake Valley's master and Shi Jun had brought Shi Hu to the Medicine King Valley. "Medicine King, if you can save my second son, my 100 Snake Valley will reward you greatly." The 100 Snake Valley's master's expression was grave. The Medicine King stood up and carefully observed Shi Hu. After a long time, he slowly said, "Shi Hu's injuries are very serious. If he wants to fully recover, he will need a period of time. No matter. I will personally stay in the Medicine King Valley and accompany Shi Hu," said the 100 Snake Valley's master. The Medicine King nodded and placed his finger on Shi Hu's pulse, preparing to take Shi Hu's pulse. It was at this moment that 2 cultivators entered the meeting hall. "Father!" the little Medicine King directly called out when he saw the Medicine King. The Medicine King glanced at the little Medicine King and ignored him. He prepared to continue taking Shi Hu's pulse. But when he lowered his head, he was shocked to see Fong Chen standing behind the little Medicine King. His eyes blazed as he moved his hand away from Shi Hu's pulse. He directly said, "You're back. Father, I've brought Fong Chen back." "He's looking for you," said the little Medicine King. The Medicine King nodded and looked at Fong Chen. His face was full of smiles as he said, "Fong Chen, why are you looking for me?" Because Fong Chen had given him 2 violet crystals, the Medicine King's hidden injuries had been completely healed. The Medicine King had always been very grateful to Fong Chen. So when he heard that Fong Chen was looking for him, he directly let Shi Hu rest at the side. Seeing this scene, the 100 Snake Valley's master's expression changed slightly. There was a trace of displeasure between his brows. He looked at Fong Chen with a flash of killing intent. "Senior Medicine King, my companion is seriously injured and needs your help." Fong Chen took out the little mouse and handed it over to the Medicine King to take a look. When the Medicine King took the little mouse, his expression became serious. After a long time, the Medicine King raised his head and looked at Fong Chen. He said, "Fong Chen, your companion is seriously injured. But fortunately, it has a very strong recovery ability. Its life is not in danger." Hearing the Medicine King's words, Fong Chen finally relaxed. If the Medicine King said this, then there must be a way to treat it. As expected, the Medicine King said, "I will personally treat your companion. You don't need to worry." At this moment, the 100 Snake Valley's master stood up and said, "Medicine King, you just promised me that you would treat my son. If you treat this little mouse at the same time, will you be able to split your attention?" "Senior Medicine King, how can a broken mouse compare to my second brother's life? Senior Medicine King, please treat my second brother first. My 100 Snake Valley will definitely reward you greatly," said the Snake Monarch. The Snake Monarch's words caused Fang Chen's expression to become gloomy. "In my heart, my companion is more important than your second brother," said Fang Chen. The little mouse was his companion. How could he allow others to talk about it like that? So Fang Chen didn't care who the person in front of him was and directly retorted, "Brat, do you know who you are talking to?" The Snake Monarch angrily glared at Fang Chen. "Do you believe that I won't kill you with one punch?" Fang Chen didn't care about the Snake Monarch's threat at all. What he cared about was the mysterious middle-aged man beside the Snake Monarch. He gave Fang Chen a dangerous feeling. "Brat, everything has a first-come, first-served basis," said the 100 Snake Valley's master softly. Her words were filled with displeasure. Fang Chen was about to speak when the Medicine King directly said, "100 Snake Valley Master, Fang Chen is my good friend. How can I just stand by and watch when his companion is seriously injured? If you think that treating the two of them at the same time will cause me to be distracted, then you should take your son and leave the Medicine King Valley first." The Medicine King's words directly expressed his attitude. He stood on Fang Chen's side. If the 100 Snake Valley's master wasn't willing to let his son and the little mouse receive treatment at the same time, then he could temporarily leave. Hearing the Medicine King's words, the 100 Snake Valley's master's expression became incomparably gloomy. He looked at the Medicine King and said in a low voice, "Medicine King, are you going to break off relations with my 100 Snake Valley for him? There has never been an alliance, so how can we break off relations?" asked the Medicine King. "Good, good, very good." The 100 Snake Valley's master's eyes were cold and his body emitted a biting cold aura. The 100 Snake Valley's master did his best to suppress his anger. He resentfully glared at Fang Chen, then looked at the Medicine King and said, "This is the Medicine King Valley. I have no right to interfere with your decisions. However, I hope that the Medicine King can treat my son." For the Grand 100 Snake Valley's master to say such soft words would cause others to be taken aback. Fang Chen looked at the 100 Snake Valley's master and the Snake Monarch, a helpless expression appearing on his face. The two of them had developed killing intent towards him. Chapter 544. The 100 Snake Valley master had given in just to let the Medicine King treat his son, Shi Hu. The 100 Snake Valley master was also a spiritual whirlpool realm expert. Moreover, the 100 Snake Valley was one of the top powers in the Eastern Ridge. Even the Medicine King was not willing to become enemies with the 100 Snake Valley. Since the 100 Snake Valley master had already put it this way, the Medicine King did not say anything else and directly agreed. "Don't worry, 100 Snake Valley master. I will do my best to treat Shi Hu's injuries." The Medicine King nodded and said. Hearing this, the 100 Snake Valley master nodded. However, when he looked at Fang Chen, there was an undetectable murderous intent in his eyes. Finally, the 100 Snake Valley master and the Snake King bid farewell to the Medicine King and left the meeting hall. After walking out of the meeting hall, the Snake King looked at the 100 Snake Valley master and asked, "Father, are we letting that kid go just like that?" The 100 Snake Valley master sneered and said, "He dares to go against my 100 Snake Valley. How can we let him go so easily?" Hearing this, the Snake King pondered for a moment and said, "Father, I know what to do." At this moment, in the meeting hall, the Medicine King was chatting with Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, other than wanting me to treat your partner, you came to the Western Ridge to prepare to enter the spiritual whirlpool realm expert's mansion?" the Medicine King asked. Fang Chen nodded and did not hide anything. He said, "That's right, that's what I was thinking." The Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Experts Mansion is an opportunity for condensing reality realm experts like you. Coincidentally, I was also preparing to send Chenhui to the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Experts Mansion. The two of you can set off together, the Medicine King said. The Little Medicine King was not only the leader of the younger generation in the Medicine King Valley, but also the top expert of the younger generation in the Western Ridge. This time, the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Experts Mansion had appeared. The Little Medicine King naturally wanted to fight for the opportunity. Senior Medicine King, the little mouse's injuries are not serious, right? Fang Chen was a little worried and asked. Fang Chen, your partner's bloodline is a bit abnormal. I suspect that it is a descendant of an ancient ferocious beast. The King of Medicine said in a low voice, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to survive until now with such heavy injuries. At that moment, Fang Chen wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these things. What he cared about was Little Mouse's injuries. However, since Yao Wang vowed that he could definitely cure the Little Mouse, Fang Chen was relieved. In the following days, Fang Chen stayed in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, occasionally chatting with the Little Medicine King. In the past few days, Yao Wang had been treating Little Mouse and Snake Swan at the same time. Seeing the Little Mouse's condition getting better day by day, Fang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. 7 days later, the Medicine King found Fang Chen and the Little Medicine King. Senior Medicine King. Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. The seal outside the mansion of the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior is about to collapse. You can set off now, the Medicine King said. The mansion of the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior had already appeared. However, there was a strong seal around it that prevented warriors from approaching. Even the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warriors had tried before. The Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warriors couldn't even get close to the mansion. After a series of tests, everyone discovered that only the Condensing Reality Realm Warriors could get close to the mansion. However, with the strength of the Condensing Reality Realm Warriors, they couldn't break the seal. Therefore, in the following days everyone waited. As time passed, almost all the Condensing Reality Realm Warriors of the 4 mountain ranges gathered at the place where the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warriors Mansion appeared. The reason why Fang Chen and the Little Medicine King weren't in a hurry was because they knew that even if they went now, they wouldn't be able to enter the mansion. Therefore, they were waiting for an opportunity. And today, the opportunity had clearly arrived. All right, let's set off now. Fang Chen nodded and said. Then, the Little Medicine King and Fang Chen turned and left. Fang Chen. The Medicine King called out to Fang Chen. Senior Medicine King, what are your orders? Fang Chen turned his head and asked. Be careful of the people from the 100 Snake Valley. The Medicine King said. Fang Chen rolled his eyes, then nodded solemnly and turned to leave. Not long after Fang Chen and the Little Medicine King left, the Snake Lord of the 100 Snake Valley, who lived in the Medicine King Valley, also left quietly. As for the 100 Snake Valley Master, he remained in the Medicine King Valley. The Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior's Mansion appeared in the west of the West Mountain Range. It wasn't too far from the Medicine King Valley. With Fang Chen and the Little Medicine King's speed, they could reach it in a day. After the Snake Lord left the Medicine King Valley, he looked around and found that Fang Chen and the Little Medicine King had long disappeared. His face was extremely gloomy. You ran fast, the Snake Lord said eerily. Originally, the Snake Lord had planned to leave the Medicine King Valley and directly kill Fang Chen before going to the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior's Mansion. But now it seemed that with the Little Medicine King leading the way, the two of them had already left. However, even if he couldn't kill Fang Chen now, he would be able to kill him when he reached the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Warrior's Mansion. I'll let you live a little longer. After the Snake Lord finished speaking, his figure flashed and he left. A day later, Fang Chen and the Little Medicine King passed through a mountain range and finally appeared on a plain. On this plain there was a sea of people. There were countless warriors and they couldn't see the end of it. It's here. The little medicine king looked ahead and said in a low voice. Fang Chen lifted his eyes and looked to his front. To his surprise, he discovered that there was a mansion that reached into the clouds on the plains. Around the mansion there was a dusky seal. However, from the looks of it, the seal was slowly dispersing. On the plain there were countless warriors. They were all condensing reality realm warriors. As for the spiritual whirlpool realm warriors, not a single one came. Just as Fang Chen was looking around the plain, a delicate voice suddenly entered his ears. Fang Chen, you're here. Hearing this voice, Fang Chen turned his head and saw a beautiful figure in the crowd not far away. She was Qin Yao. Qin Yao. Fang Chen called out and walked in front of Qin Yao. Are you okay? Qin Yao shook her head. There was joy in her beautiful eyes. Looking at Fang Chen, she said, Fang Chen, how did you get out of danger that day? It's a long story. Fang Chen grinned and said, Oh right, where are the elders of the Black Devil Palace? Over there. Hearing this, Qin Yao's fair finger pointed into the distance. Fang Chen's gaze followed her finger and discovered that the 15 elders of the Black Devil Palace were unharmed. As long as you're fine, Fang Chen said. After that, Fang Chen introduced Qin Yao to some of the little medicine kings. Then he stood shoulder to shoulder with Qin Yao on the plain. Fang Chen looked around and saw that there were many peak experts of the younger generation on the plain. At this moment, Fang Chen saw the man and woman who had saved his life in the southwest mountain range. His eyes flickered and he asked, Little Medicine King, do you know those two? Hearing this, the little medicine king turned his head and said, Of course I know them. I'm afraid there's no one in the entire West Mountain Range who doesn't know them. Oh, who are they? Fang Chen asked curiously. The man is called Xianyuan Feng. The ponytailed woman is called Xianyuan Qin. The two of them are brother and sister. They're disciples of the heavenly profound gate. The little medicine king slowly said. A trace of respect flashed in his eyes. The heavenly profound gate. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of the heavenly profound gate, so he didn't know much about it. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the little medicine king explained, Fang Chen, you just came to the West Mountain Range, so you don't know what the heavenly profound gate represents. Let me give you a simple explanation. The heavenly profound gate is the peak power of the entire West Mountain Range. Even my Medicine King Valley has to be wary of it. Of course, my Medicine King Valley is aloof from worldly affairs and doesn't interfere with worldly affairs. So our relationship with the heavenly profound gate is pretty good. As for Xianyuan Feng, he's a peak expert of the heavenly profound gate's younger generation. Looking at the entire West Mountain Range, there's no one who can match him. It's said that Xianyuan Feng has never been defeated in the younger generation. Fang Chen was startled and asked, What's his cultivation like? There are very few warriors who can force Xianyuan Feng to use all of his power. Half a year ago, Xianyuan Feng used all of his power to fight against a veteran condensing reality realm warrior. The fight was very intense, and Xianyuan Feng used all of his power. He condensed 4 streams of Zhen Qi, and finally killed that veteran warrior who condensed 5 streams of Zhen Qi. Little Medicine King said. Since then, no one dared to fight with Xianyuan Feng. Half a year has passed. I wonder what level his cultivation has reached. The Little Medicine King continued. This Xianyuan Feng is a troublesome person. If you meet him in the mansion of a spirit whirlpool realm warrior, you must not make him your enemy. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. According to the Little Medicine King, this Xianyuan Feng was indeed a genius. At such a young age, he was able to condense 4 strands of Zhen Qi. Even the older generation warriors felt ashamed of their inferiority. After talking about Xianyuan Feng, the Little Medicine King continued to talk about Xianyuan Qin. As for his sister, Xianyuan Qin, her strength is not considered monstrous. However, she is also a warrior who has condensed 2 strands of Zhen Qi. Of course, this is not the reason why everyone is afraid of them. The real reason why the Spirit Whirlpool Realm warriors are afraid of them is because of their grandfather. Oh! Fang Chen was even more confused. Who was their grandfather? Why would even the Spirit Whirlpool Realm warriors be afraid of him? Their grandfather is not in the southern mountain land, but in the vast 5 Elements province. Their grandfather is a Grandmaster Talisman Master who can inscribe black-level talismans. His status in the 5 Elements province is very high. Even the Spirit Whirlpool Realm warriors are afraid of him, the Little Medicine King said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was startled. He remembered that in the southwest mountain range, Xianyuan Feng used a black-level talisman to deal with the Iron-Brown Bear King. After that, Fang Chen shook his head. No wonder Xianyuan Feng could easily use such a life-saving talisman. It turned out that his grandfather was a Grandmaster Talisman Master. Thinking of this, Fang Chen could not help but take a few more glances at Xianyuan Feng. The latter seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. He turned his head and saw that it was Fang Chen. He nodded at Fang Chen and then turned his head away. Just as the Little Medicine King was introducing Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin to Fang Chen, Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Yan also arrived. Chapter 545. Seeing Zhou Yan greet Fang Chen, the Little Medicine King was a little surprised. He said, "I didn't expect that Fang Chen would know Brother Zhou Yan." "Little Medicine King, you're here too," Zhou Yan said. "Brother Zhou Yan." The Little Medicine King and Zhou Yan looked at each other and greeted each other. After Zhou Qingqing greeted Fang Chen, he walked to where the Black Devil Palace elders were, while Zhou Yan went to the Northern Ridge region. The Little Medicine King continued to introduce Fang Chen. In the Western Ridge region, among the younger generation, Xianyuan Feng is ranked 1st and Xianyuan Qin is ranked 3rd. You have to be careful of these 2. As for the others, with Brother Fang's methods, you shouldn't be afraid. The Little Medicine King smiled. "Oh, then who's ranked 2nd? Fang Chen asked curiously. The Little Medicine King chuckled and said, "It's me." When Fang Chen heard this, he was startled. He immediately understood that with the Little Medicine King's strength, being ranked 2nd wasn't a problem at all. After introducing the younger generation of the Western Ridge region, the Little Medicine King began to introduce the younger generation of the Northern Ridge region to Fang Chen. The Little Medicine King seemed to be very familiar with the situation of the 4 great ridges. As for the Northern Ridge region, the strongest of the younger generation is Zhou Yan. The guy beside him is called Ku Jiang. He's ranked 2nd, but it's said that his strength has increased greatly recently and is faintly showing signs of surpassing Zhou Yan. This person is vengeful and has some grudges with Zhou Yan. If he knows that you have a good relationship with Zhou Yan, he will attack you, the Little Medicine King said. Fang Chen glanced at Ku Jiang and nodded. Among that group, the most unremarkable young man is one of the best of the younger generation of the Eastern Ridge region. His strength is second only to the Snake Monarch of the 100 Snake Valley. His name is Dongling, and he's also a strong opponent. The Little Medicine King pointed. When Fang Chen saw Dongling, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. If it wasn't for the Little Medicine King's words, he wouldn't have noticed this person at all. He was dressed very plainly and his hair was messy. He looked like a beggar and didn't have any energy at all. He directly sat on the ground, giving people a feeling of being spoiled. However, this person was actually one of the top powerhouses of the younger generation in the Eastern Ridgeland. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. The number 1 person among the younger generation of the Eastern Ridgeland was the Snake Monarch of the 100 Snake Valley. His strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, the 100 Snake Valley had a unique skill that allowed them to control snake-type demonic beasts. Originally, the younger brother of the Snake Monarch, Shi Hu, was also a well-known figure of the younger generation. However, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, so he did not come. As for the land of Nanling, I don't know much about it, said the little Medicine King. Fang Chen grinned but didn't say anything. After listening to the little Medicine King's introduction, Fang Chen realized that the younger generation of the southern mountain range was generally weaker than the younger generation of the other 3 mountain ranges. No wonder the Black Devil Palace chose the southern mountain range as their breakthrough point. Fang Chen thought to himself. His cultivation was only at the 8th condensing reality realm, but his true strength was comparable to a martial artist who had condensed 2 strands of true qi. With this kind of strength, he could be called the number 1 person among the younger generation of the southern mountain range. And with his strength, if he was placed in the western ridge, he could at most be ranked 3rd, which was the same as Xianyuan Qin from the Heavenly Profound sect. It seems that this trip to the mansion of a spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist is a little dangerous, Fang Chen thought to himself. Just now, the little Medicine King had only introduced the younger generation to Fang Chen. He had not mentioned the older generation of martial artists. To Fang Chen, the truly terrifying ones were the older generation of martial artists. Some of the older generation of martial artists had even reached the terrifying level of 9 strands of true qi. They would enter the mansion of a spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist to find an opportunity to break through to the spiritual whirlpool realm. Thinking of this, Fang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, the Snake Lord arrived. When he arrived, the first thing he saw was Fang Chen. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Kid, you have offended my 100 Snake Valley. Today, I will make sure you die here." Snake Lord, he is an honored guest of my Medicine King Valley. Don't act recklessly. Hearing this, the little Medicine King stood up and reprimanded. Little Medicine King, this is not the Medicine King Valley. You better not stop me. I must kill him, the Snake Lord said coldly. In the square, the eyes of many martial artists were attracted by the Snake Lord. The Snake Lord had just arrived, and he wanted to kill this person. This made countless martial artists curious. Fang Chen's eyes were cold. He clenched his fists, and his body emitted a heavy aura. He could feel the murderous intent from the Snake Lord. At this moment, Zhou Yen and Zhou Qingqing came out. Snake Lord, you want to kill Fang Chen? I, Zhou Yen, will not agree. Zhou Yen was a top powerhouse of the younger generation in the northern Ridgeland. When he expressed his stance, it shocked countless martial artists. What was the background of this martial artist called Fang Chen? Even Zhou Yen was willing to help him. Zhou Yen, as a northern ridge martial artist, you had better not meddle in other people's business. Just as Zhou Yen finished speaking, a martial artist said coldly. He was Ku Jiang, Zhou Yan's sworn enemy. Seeing that Zhou Yen was helping this person, he naturally had to stop him. Ku Jiang, you don't have to interfere in my business, Zhou Yen said coldly. Ku Jiang stepped forward and sneered. Zhou Yen, don't think that I am afraid of you just because you are the top person of the younger generation in the northern Ridgeland. Today, I will fight with you. If you want to help this person, I will not let you. In an instant, there was a commotion on the entire plain. The Snake Lord emitted a terrifying aura as he walked step by step towards Fang Chen. His body was filled with murderous intent. Brat, back in the Medicine King Valley, you had the Medicine King's support, so I couldn't do anything to you. But now I want to see just who can save you, said the Snake Lord. As soon as the Snake Lord spoke, a powerful aura engulfed the land. Then, 4 strands of true qi appeared on the Snake Lord's body. 4 strands of true qi. The Snake Lord has condensed 4 strands of true qi, exclaimed a martial artist suddenly. The Snake Lord was the top person of the Eastern Ridgeland's younger generation. Previously, he had only condensed 3 strands of true qi. Now, he had condensed 4. Seeing the Snake Lord condense 4 strands of true qi, Dong Ling's eyes flickered. In the end, she shook her head slightly. At this moment, The little Medicine King's face was also filled with shock. No wonder the Snake Lord was so fearless. It turned out that his cultivation base had broken through. Little Medicine King, what right do you have to stop me? The Snake Lord had 4 strands of true chi revolving around him. A helpless expression appeared on the little Medicine King's face. With the Snake Lord's current strength, he simply couldn't stop him. At this moment, Xianyuan Qin saw Fang Chen. She tenderly said, "Big brother, isn't he the martial artist we saved in the southwest mountain range?" Xianyuan Feng nodded and calmly watched this scene. "Big brother, the Snake Lord has condensed 4 strands of true chi. He's not the Snake Lord's match. Can you help him?" Xianyuan Qin said. "Half of the reason you were able to obtain the bear gallbladder is because of him." Xianyuan Qin believed that if it weren't for Fang Chen drawing out the Iron-Brown Bear King, it would have been very difficult for them to find it. That was why she said that. "Let's watch first." Xianyuan Feng faintly smiled. Xianyuan Qin didn't say anything else. At this moment, the atmosphere on the plains was heavy. The older generation of condensing reality experts were also watching this scene. The Black Devil Palace's elder wanted to help, but he was stopped by the 100 Snake Valley's people. This is a matter between the younger generation. The older generation shouldn't interfere. The 100 Snake Valley's elder smiled. The Black Devil Palace's elder looked at the first elder. The first elder shrugged helplessly. If they forced a fight, the 100 Snake Valley's people definitely wouldn't sit idly by. At that time, the situation would become even more chaotic. Right now, they could only place their hopes on the little Medicine King. Boom! On the plains, a biting cold aura revolved. The Snake Lord's body was overflowing with battle intent. His killing intent soared to the heavens. He wanted to personally kill Fang Chen. "Snake Lord, Fang Chen is my Medicine King Valley's honored guest. If you insist on helping, then I won't sit idly by." The little Medicine King spoke. "Little Medicine King, don't regret this." As soon as the Snake Lord finished speaking, he suddenly flicked his wrist. Suddenly, illusory snake shadows appeared in the air and attacked Fang Chen and the little Medicine King. The little Medicine King leaped and activated 3 strands of true chi, then directly attacked the Snake Lord. As for Fang Chen, he had already taken out the hidden star sword and displayed the 5th level of the phantom sword art. He constantly hacked at the illusory snake shadows. Seeing the Snake Lord make a move, Zhou Yin wanted to act recklessly. However, he was stopped by Ku Jiang. The two of them also erupted into a huge battle. On the plains, the battle was very intense. At the beginning, Fang Chen was just a nobody. However, now all the martialists were startled. Although Fang Chen wasn't a match for the Snake Lord, his strength was also very strong. When the phantom sword art was displayed, the illusory snake shadows in the air were actually unable to get close to Fang Chen. "You're courting death." Seeing that his attack was easily blocked by Fang Chen, the Snake Lord let out a low roar. With a flick of his wrist, a real snake-type demonic beast appeared in the air this time. Countless bright red snakes flashed and quickly appeared in front of Fang Chen. At this time, the little Medicine King was doing his best to block the Snake Lord. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen fiercely brandished his star-hidden sword, and directly chopped down on one of the scarlet snakes. With a caw sound, the star-hidden sword actually bounced back. How powerful! Fang Chen instantly sensed danger and retreated. The Snake Lord's attack this time was very powerful. Fang Chen was no match for it. Seeing Fang Chen retreat, a trace of a smile flashed across Xianyuan Feng's eyes. After which, he said, "Enough." Xianyuan Feng's voice instantly spread throughout the plains, causing everyone's battle to come to an abrupt end. Hearing Xianyuan Feng's words, everyone's eyes focused on him. "Xianyuan Feng, what do you mean?" The Snake Lord stopped fighting and narrowed his eyes at Xianyuan Feng. "I said enough. You can stop fighting." Xianyuan Feng smiled. "Xianyuan Feng, you want to stop me?" demanded the Snake Lord coldly. Xianyuan Feng had condensed 4 strands of true qi, and the Snake Lord also had 4 strands of true qi. If they really fought, he might not necessarily lose to Xianyuan Feng. Are you doubting my words? Xianyuan Feng frowned slightly. His aura surged, instantly filling the plains. At this moment, everyone was completely stupefied. Chapter 546. 5 strands of true qi surrounded Xianyuan Feng. At this moment, Xianyuan Feng was dazzling. Xianyuan Feng was indeed worthy of being the strongest of the younger generation in the heavenly profound gate. Half a year ago, he only had 4 strands of true qi. When he released 5 strands of true qi, the Snake Lord's expression finally darkened. He originally thought that he could challenge Xianyuan Feng after condensing 4 strands of true qi. But now, it seemed that he was simply indulging in fantasy. Xianyuan Feng was too strong. Seeing the 5 strands of true qi, the Snake Lord didn't even have the courage to attack. Not only did Xianyuan Feng have a terrifying background, but his own strength was also abnormally strong. He directly intimidated all the cultivators. Now, do you still want to question my words? Xianyuan Feng withdrew his 5 strands of true qi and asked calmly. Hearing Xianyuan Feng's words, the Snake Lord didn't know what to say. He glanced at Xianyuan Feng and then at Feng Qin. His heart was filled with unwillingness. In the end, he had no choice but to give up on killing Feng Qin. Xianyuan Feng, I'll give you face this time, the Snake Lord said in a low voice. The Snake Lord looked at Feng Qin with eyes filled with anger and killing intent. Because of Xianyuan Feng's appearance, he couldn't continue to attack. But after entering the residence of a spirit vortex realm expert, without Xianyuan Feng, he could kill Feng Qin as easily as crushing an ant. The Snake Lord looked at Feng Qin with resentment. In the end, he coldly snorted and turned to leave. The surrounding cultivators originally thought that they would be able to see the Snake Lord attack, but with Xianyuan Feng's words, the battle was instantly cancelled. This was Xianyuan Feng's strength. He was undoubtedly the strongest of the younger generation in the 4 great ridges. Feng Qin looked at Xianyuan Feng and cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks. Xianyuan Feng only nodded and didn't say anything. Clearly, the reason he attacked was because Feng Qin had attracted the Iron Brown Bear King in the southwest mountain range. At this moment, the Little Medicine King and the others looked at Feng Qin with burning eyes. Brother Feng, you really hit it well. When did you meet Xianyuan Feng? The Little Medicine King hurriedly asked. Yeah, Brother Feng. Xianyuan Feng was actually willing to speak up for you. Zhou Yin also grinned. Xianyuan Feng actually spoke up to stop the Snake Monarch for Feng Qin. This scene shocked all the martial artists present. Of course, there were also some cultivators whose eyes were filled with jealousy and even killing intent. And Xianyuan Feng. Of Xianyuan Feng was Dao of true. And he Feng. Calm Xianyuan Feng's. Was. Feng's. A Feng was. Feng. In the following period of time, the plains were relatively peaceful. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. As time passed, the seal around the mansion of the Spirit Vortex stage practitioner on the plains gradually dissipated. Feng's. Then, the seal on the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence disappeared without a trace. The seal is gone. Suddenly, a cultivator shouted. Instantly, countless cultivators on the plains widened their eyes and looked at the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence. Some cultivators couldn't wait any longer and directly entered the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence. Crash. After the first person entered, the rest of the cultivators all rushed into the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence. Feng Qin, the Little Medicine King, and the others also entered without hesitation. Crash. A white light flashed. Feng Qin felt that he had already entered the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm Expert's residence. At this moment, Feng Qin was on a street. There were countless buildings around this street, and the surrounding air was filled with dense spiritual energy. This is the spiritual whirlpool realm expert's residence. Fang Chen was shocked. It was indeed a spiritual whirlpool realm expert's residence. The area was too big. It was even bigger than an ordinary city. Fang Chen was on an ordinary road in the residence. Let's go out and take a look. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His figure flashed and he quickly rushed towards the end of the road. Soon, he appeared on a slightly spacious ground. There were two figures on the spacious ground. They were fighting over treasures. The two of them were fighting. Fang Chen noticed that there were a few black elixirs on the spacious ground. Qi pill. When Fang Chen saw the elixirs, he was shocked. Qi pill. A spiritual whirlpool realm expert used their own qi to refine the elixirs. It was very important to condensing reality realm experts. Swallowing qi pills could increase a condensing reality realm expert's chances of condensing qi. Fang Chen did not expect to see qi pills as soon as he entered the spiritual whirlpool realm expert's residence. While the two warriors were fighting, he quietly arrived in front of the qi pills. With a flick of his wrist, he directly took away the qi pills. At this moment, the two warriors noticed Fang Chen. "Kid, put down the qi pills." "Kid, how dare you steal our qi pills? Are you looking for death?" Looking at their clothes, Fang Chen discovered that one of them was a disciple of the 100 Snake Valley in the East Mountain, while the other was a disciple of the Dry Bones sect in the North Mountain. "Sorry, the qi pills are in my hands. They are mine. I have no reason to hand them over." Fang Chen smiled. What a joke. He had already obtained the qi pills. Why would he hand them over? The value of the qi pills was enough for Fang Chen to attack the two of them. "You are looking for death," the Dry Bones sect's Ku Shan coldly said. He was the second strongest expert of the Dry Bones sect's younger generation, second only to Ku Jiang. He had already condensed a strand of qi. But even so, he believed that it was enough to kill Fang Chen. "Kid, hand over the qi pills. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you and taking your head to the Snake Monarch for a reward." "The 100 Snake Valleys," Shi Kai eerily said. "With just the two of you?" Fang Chen sneered. "Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us." Shi Kai roared. His figure flashed and he directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. With a flick of his wrist, countless illusory snake images appeared in the sky and launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. At the same time, a strand of qi appeared on Shi Kai's body. He merged his qi into the illusory snake images, causing their power to sharply increase. Courting death. Fang Chen gripped the hidden star sword and used the fifth layer of the Phantom God sword art. The extremely powerful illusory sword was instantly used. Bang! Bang! The hidden star sword directly shattered the illusory snake images and then stabbed into Shi Kai's body. Crack! Shi Kai's body directly exploded, and he instantly died. In the blink of an eye, Shi Kai was killed by Fang Chen. This scene stunned Ku Shan. Soon after, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. "Fang Chen, stop!" shouted Ku Shan. Fang Chen did not pay attention to Ku Shan's words. He once again brandished the hidden star sword in his hand and stabbed towards Ku Shan. "Fang Chen, I'm Ku Jiang's junior apprentice brother. If you kill me, Ku Jiang won't let you off." Ku Shan saw that Fang Chen was ignoring him, and he roared. "It's useless," Fang Chen softly said. The hidden star sword stabbed into Ku Shan's head. Ku Shan's eyes widened, and he unwillingly fell to the ground. After killing two people, Fang Chen turned and left. As expected of a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior's mansion. "I just came in and I already got 3 Qi Dawn." Fang Chen grinned. Although Qi Dawn were nothing to a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior, they were very important to a condensing reality realm warrior. However, Fang Chen was still unable to consume Qi Dawn. He could only wait until his cultivation reached the 9th condensing reality realm. "Let's keep them for now and try to get more Qi Dawn," Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chun continued to move forward. After crossing a small path, Fang Chun found some qi dan scattered on the ground. He quickly walked over and was ready to take those qi dan. However, there was someone who was faster than him. With a swoosh, he appeared in front of the qi dan and waved his hand, ready to take the qi dan. Seeing that, Fang Chun was ready to take action. However, at that moment, something strange happened. Poochie! On the open ground, countless arrows were shot out from the ground in an instant, aiming directly at this figure. Damn it! The figure flashed and wanted to dodge, but the arrows were too powerful. In the end, the warrior was unable to dodge. Poochie! The countless arrows pierced the figure, causing him to be injured instantly and fall to the ground far away. The warrior's face was gloomy as he looked coldly at the qi dan in the distance. Fang Chun was also startled by this scene. He did not expect that there would be such a vicious hidden weapon hidden under the qi dan. The warrior just now was also a warrior who had condensed a strand of true qi. In his haste, he was unable to block the attack of the arrows. Just as Fang Chun was thinking, the injured warrior's eyes flickered and he said in a deep voice, "You, go and take the qi dan for me." When the warrior saw Fang Chun, he sneered. He wanted Fang Chun to take the qi dan for him, and he would reap the benefit. When Fang Chun heard this, he ignored this cultivator and walked straight to the place where the qi core was. Seeing Fang Chun's actions, the warrior grinned, thinking that Fang Chun had been intimidated by him. Fang Chun carefully came to the place where the qi core was. He thought that an arrow would shoot out, but to his surprise, no arrow shot out from the beginning to the end. The qi dan were quietly lying on the ground. Fang Chun easily picked them up and put them into his spatial ring. Why aren't there any arrows?" The warrior's face was grave as he asked in a low voice. In the next moment, the warrior understood that these arrows were a one-time use item. Seeing Fang Chun take away the qi dan, the warrior cursed. "Kid, hand over the qi dan." The warrior walked over to Fang Chun's side. "I was the one who obtained the qi dan. Why should I give them to you?" Fang Chun sneered. Just a moment ago, he had been too afraid to go forward. Now that he had obtained the qi dan, he was asking for them. He really was shameless. "You only have two choices. Hand over the qi dan or die. Choose one," said the warrior viciously. Chapter 547. By the time the warrior felt fear, Fang Chun's hidden star sword had already pierced his body. In this world, there was no medicine for regret. If you did something wrong, you had to bear the consequences. This was the mansion of a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior. An ordinary LV9 condensing reality realm warrior was nothing but cannon fodder. The warriors who could truly obtain the opportunity were those who had condensed their qi. Of course, Fang Chun was an exception. After killing this martial artist, Fang Chun began to count his qi cores. Including the 3 he had obtained before, he now had a total of 10 qi cores. It seems that there are qi cores everywhere in the mansion. Fang Chun thought to himself. Qi cores were very important to condensing reality realm warriors, but they were nothing to spiritual whirlpool realm warriors. Fang Chun continued to search for qi cores. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. In this short period of time, the older generation of warriors had all gone to the center of the mansion to search for opportunities. The outer area of the mansion was left to the younger generation. This was also the agreement of the older generation of warriors, to let the younger generation fend for themselves. At this time, in front of a pavilion, Qin Yao had just found a few qi cores, but they were snatched away by Ku Jiang of the Dry Bone sect. Ku Jiang knew Qin Yao. She had a good relationship with the Little Medicine King and Fang Chun. Therefore, not only did Ku Jiang want to snatch the qi cores, but he also wanted to destroy her. Qin Yao's face was solemn. She looked at Ku Jiang angrily, but she was no match for Ku Jiang. "Don't try to resist. No one can save you here." Ku Jiang sneered. Ku Jiang was the strongest warrior of the younger generation in the Dry Bone sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV9 condensing reality realm, and he had condensed 2 chi cores. He thought that he was stronger than Zhou Yan, so he did not put Zhou Yan in his eyes. Ku Jiang, you are too despicable, Qin Yao said coldly. Little girl, you can only blame yourself for knowing Zhou Yan. Ku Jiang sneered. His body flashed, and he appeared in front of Qin Yao. Qin Yao used all her strength to resist, but she could not resist at all. Bang! Ku Jiang threw out a punch and sent Qin Yao flying. She fell to the ground, severely injured. You dare to enter the residence of a spirit vortex realm expert with your meager strength? Ku Jiang's eyes were filled with a sinister smile. Just as Ku Jiang attacked Qin Yao, Fang Chen appeared. Fang Chen was looking for chi cores. After discovering the commotion here, he hurriedly rushed over. However, he did not expect that Ku Jiang would actually attack Qin Yao. Damn it! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He took out the star-concealing sword and displayed the phantom sword technique. Swoosh! A terrifying golden light shot out from the hidden star sword. It carried a thunderous aura and directly pierced towards Ku Jiang. Ku Jiang was about to make a move when he suddenly felt a strong force coming from behind him. He clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! The fist collided with the sword light and instantly exploded. Ku Jiang's body retreated a few steps. At this time, he realized that the person who came was Fang Chen. Fang Chen, it's you! Roared Ku Jiang furiously. Fang Chen quickly came to Qin Yao's side and helped her up. He asked, Are you okay? I'm fine. Qin Yao's eyes were a bit wet when she saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen gently patted Qin Yao's shoulder and said, Leave it to me. Fang Chen, who do you think you are? If it weren't for Xian Yuanfeng, you'd have already died at the Snake Monarch's hands, said Ku Jiang. You are one of the peak experts of the Northern Mountain Range's younger generation. You actually attacked a woman who hasn't condensed any true qi? Don't you feel ashamed? Asked Fang Chen. Ku Jiang's eyes flickered. He looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, since you've come, you can stay here forever. As soon as Ku Jiang's words fell, a Dharma idol appeared above his head. This Dharma idol emitted a dense wood attribute aura. Ku Jiang controlled the Dharma idol. With a flick of his wrist, a branch shot out from the Dharma idol and attacked Fang Chen. The illusion god sword art. Fang Chen also released his Dharma idol's golden sword. Then he used the 5th level of the illusion god sword art. The hidden star sword valiantly chopped down on the branch. Ku Jiang's branch was cut down by Fang Chen. A furious expression appeared on his face. Fang Chen, you're courting death. Ku Jiang sent 2 streams of true qi into his Dharma idol. One branch after another appeared on the Dharma idol. The 2 streams of true qi fused the branches together, and they carried an intimidating power as they attacked Fang Chen. Is that all you've got? Ku Jiang condensed 2 streams of true qi, but Fang Chen was not afraid at all. Seeing that Ku Jiang was going all out, the Dharma idol's golden sword kept spinning above Fang Chen's head. The only difference between him and Ku Jiang was that he did not have true qi. If he could condense true qi, he would be able to kill Ku Jiang instantly. Even so, he could still defeat Ku Jiang. Swoosh! Fang Chen pushed the illusion god's sword art to the extreme. The hidden star sword in his hand kept spinning. It was so fast that even Fang Chen could not see it clearly. At this moment, the illusion sword art also showed its power. The aura of the illusion sword art instantly shrouded Ku Jiang, causing him to be speechless for a second. In a battle between experts, 1 second was enough. Taking advantage of Ku Jiang's speechless state, Fang Chen made his move. The hidden star sword stabbed directly at the Dharma idol's Dharma idol. The hidden star sword was extremely sharp. It chopped down on the branches and leaves that shot out from the Dharma idol. In an instant, the branches and leaves were chopped into pieces. Then, it carried a powerful force and chopped down on the Dharma idol. Bang! When the hidden star sword chopped down on the Dharma idol, the Dharma idol instantly shattered. How is this possible? Ku Jiang was shocked. Fang Chen clearly hadn't condensed true qi. How was he able to block his attack? No! Ku Jiang roared furiously. He was unwilling to accept this. He didn't want to die. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, Ku Jiang pushed his true qi to the extreme. He unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Illusion God Sword Art, 5th level. Fang Chen still used the Illusion God Sword Art. However, at the same time, Fang Chen also used the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. The powerful flame directly drilled into Ku Jiang's mind. A miserable cry rang out. Ku Jiang's soul was burned. The two attacks had seriously injured Ku Jiang. When the hidden star sword stabbed into Ku Jiang's body, he unwillingly fell to the ground. The elite of the Northern Ridge Dried Bone Sect, Ku Jiang, had fallen here. Looking at Ku Jiang's corpse, Fang Chen shook his head and turned to leave. At this time, there were countless figures hidden in the surroundings. They were all shocked to see Fang Chen kill Ku Jiang. Fang Chen, the Dried Bone Sect won't let you off for killing Ku Jiang. Qin Yao was a bit worried. It's fine, said Fang Chen. Qin Yao had wanted to give the qi core she had obtained from Ku Jiang to Fang Chen, but Fang Chen had refused. You're too weak. You should follow me, said Fang Chen. Qin Yao's eyes flashed with an imperceptible smile. Then she nodded heavily. Bringing Qin Yao with him, they left the pavilion and continued onward. It didn't take long for the news of Fang Chen killing Ku Jiang to spread throughout the mansion. Countless young cultivators learned of this matter. When they learned that Fang Chen had killed Ku Jiang, they were shocked. Ku Jiang had condensed 2 streams of qi, but they were both killed by Fang Chen. How strong was Fang Chen? These ordinary martial artists immediately made a decision. If they saw Fang Chen in the future, they must hide far away. When this news reached Zhou Yan's ears, the latter also grinned. As the number 1 young cultivator in the Northern Ridge, he had always been suppressing Ku Jiang. However, Ku Jiang seemed to have an opportunity and his strength skyrocketed. When Zhou Yan returned to the Northern Ridge from the old site of the Heaven-Raising Sect, he had condensed 1 stream of qi. However, he didn't expect Ku Jiang to condense 2 streams of qi. When he heard that Fang Chen had killed Ku Jiang, Zhou Yan was very excited. After thinking for a while, Zhou Yan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Zhou Yan was lucky to find a small inheritance. Although this inheritance wasn't too powerful, he felt that if he fully accepted it, condensing a 2nd stream of qi wouldn't be a problem. When he heard that Fang Chen had killed Ku Jiang, the angriest person was the Snake Lord. After entering the mansion, he had been looking for Fang Chen, but he couldn't find him. When he heard that Fang Chen was here, he quickly rushed to the pavilion. However, when he arrived, he only found Ku Jiang's body. He didn't see Fang Chen. Where did Fang Chen go? The Snake Lord was furious. He waved his hand and grabbed a nearby cultivator, asking coldly. Fang Chen went that way. The martial artist was terrified as he said. The Snake Lord let go of the cultivator and chased after Fang Chen. Fang Chen, this time, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Outside the mansion, in front of a building, Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin were collecting qi pills. Big brother, Fang Chen actually killed Ku Jiang. Xianyuan Qin was a little surprised. Fang Chen hadn't condensed his qi. This kid is not simple. He is only at the 8th condensing reality realm, but he can kill a cultivator with 2 streams of qi. Once he condenses his qi, his strength will increase greatly. Xianyuan Feng narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. With Xianyuan Feng's eyesight, he had already seen that Fang Chen was extraordinary. When Xianyuan Feng was at the 8th condensing reality realm, his battle power was comparable to a cultivator with 1 stream of qi. In this aspect, Fang Chen's potential was much stronger than his. Hearing Xianyuan Feng's words, Xianyuan Qin couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of monstrous talent made people feel ashamed. This kind of talent, even in the big five-element state, he can be considered a genius. Xianyuan Qin asked. Xianyuan Feng nodded and didn't say anything, continuing to collect qi pills. If he wanted to condense the sixth stream of qi, he would need enough qi pills. Chapter 548. The Snake King chased after Fang Chen for a long time, but he could not find any trace of Fang Chen, which made him very angry. In the end, he could only leave it as it was. At the same time, Fang Chen was leading Qin Yao to look for Qi Dan. In the following days, Fang Chen kept looking for Qi Dan. Time passed by bit, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. During this time, Fang Chen had collected a lot of Qi Dan. Now, he had a total of 100 Qi Dan. At some point, Qin Yao stopped looking for Qi Dan. She felt that she could condense Zhen Qi. Fang Chen found a relatively secluded place to protect Qin Yao. Qin Yao sat cross-legged and started condensing Zhen Qi. Hiss, Qin Yao sat cross-legged. Her body emitted a rich Zhen Qi. Her eyes were closed, and the Zhen Qi in her Qi Si was constantly rotating. At this moment, Qin Yao swallowed a Qi Dan. When the Qi Dan entered her Qi Si, it instantly compressed the Zhen Qi in her Qi Si. Fang Chen looked at Qin Yao, thinking. Qin Yao kept swallowing Qi Dan. In a short while, Qin Yao had swallowed 20 Qi Dan. When all 20 Qi Dan were consumed, a Zhen Qi suddenly appeared around Qin Yao's body. This Zhen Qi made Qin Yao's Qi soar. Zhen Qi. Fang Chen looked at the Zhen Qi in Qin Yao's body and grinned. In the next moment, Qin Yao opened her eyes and stood up. How do you feel? Fang Chen asked. Qin Yao said, My strength has increased a lot. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. No wonder it was called Qi Dan. It could actually allow a ninth condensing reality realm warrior to condense Zhen Qi so easily. If his cultivation reached the ninth condensing reality realm, he would definitely be able to condense Zhen Qi easily. However, after seeing Qin Yao's breakthrough, Fang Chen also understood that his Qi Dan were nothing. If he wanted to condense more Zhen Qi, he would need to collect a lot of Qi Dan. Let's go and continue collecting Qi cores, Fang Chen said. Qin Yao and Fang Chen walked side by side, quickly shuttling through the periphery of the mansion. After walking for about 2 hours, Fang Chen suddenly felt a faint aura. Of course, this aura was not sensed by him at all, but by Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor, you said there was an aura coming from up ahead? Fang Chen asked. Keep walking forward, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and quickly moved forward. Soon, he arrived outside a dusty house. This house is very strange, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen carefully looked at the house in front of him. He felt that it was very ordinary, and he couldn't sense any strange aura from it. Ancestor, what did you sense? Asked Fang Chen. Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment, then said, There seems to be something inside, but I don't know the details. Go in and take a look. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded, then looked at Qin Yao and said, Qin Yao, this house is very strange. I will go in and take a look. Wait for me outside. Fang Chen was worried that Qin Yao would be in danger, so he said this. Qin Yao immediately nodded, then Fang Chen entered the house. Creak, the door was covered with dust. When Fang Chen entered the house, he found that it was empty. It was a bedroom. In the bedroom, there was a table with a mirror on it. Other than that, there was nothing else. Why does Ancestor feel strange? Fang Chen looked around, but found nothing. This house was very ordinary, and Fang Chen didn't feel anything strange. Crash! Just as Fang Chen turned around to continue looking, the mirror on the table suddenly shook. Fang Chen was startled. He immediately turned around and saw a flash of light on the surface of the mirror. Could it be this mirror? Fang Chen looked at the mirror with a grave expression. Fang Chen walked over to the table and reached out to grab the mirror. This mirror was a copper mirror. The surface of the mirror was covered in dust. On the edges of the mirror there were some complicated patterns. Fang Chen hadn't looked carefully before, so when he saw the patterns on the edge of the mirror, he was startled. Could it be that this mirror is a talisman? Fang Chen was shocked. The patterns on the edge of the mirror were exactly the same as the ones around the main hall of Yangshanmen. Fang Chen was certain that this mirror was a talisman. Just as Fang Chen was looking at the mirror, a burst of noise came from outside. Fang Chen was startled. Worried about Qin Yao, he prepared to go out. At this moment, someone entered the house. "It's you." When she saw Fang Chen, a trace of shock appeared on Xianyuan Qin's face as she involuntarily cried out. "Xianyuan Qin." Fang Chen looked at Xianyuan Qin and said. He was very curious about why Xianyuan Qin was here. "Fang Chen, why are you here?" Xianyuan Qin asked. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He just looked at Xianyuan Qin quietly. Could it be that Xianyuan Qin was also here for the mirror? Sure enough, when Xianyuan Qin saw the mirror in Fang Chen's hand, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she directly said, "Fang Chen, can you sell your mirror to me?" "I'll sell it to you," Fang Chen said in surprise. Xianyuan Qin actually made such a request, which meant that the mirror must be extraordinary. "Yes, I need this mirror," Xianyuan Qin said. "Can you tell me what's going on with this mirror?" Fang Chen asked. Xianyuan Qin's eyes turned, and she thought for a moment. Then she told Fang Chen, "This mirror is actually a talisman. If you want to give it a grade, it should be a profound level talisman." Profound level talisman. Fang Chen looked at the mirror, his heart filled with shock. Such a small mirror was actually a profound level talisman. Fang Chen clearly knew how powerful a profound level talisman was. A profound level talisman could instantly kill an invincible condensing reality realm Iron Brown Bear King. Although it's a profound level talisman, ordinary people can't activate it at all. So it's a waste to have it. It can only be used as a decoration, Xianyuan Qin continued. Fang Chen tried to send his spiritual energy into the mirror, but he found that the mirror didn't move at all. "Then why do you want to sell it?" Fang Chen asked. "My grandfather is a Grandmaster Talisman Master. I naturally have a way to activate it," Xianyuan Qin said. Fang Chen thoughtfully glanced at Xianyuan Qin, but he didn't say anything. He had a good impression of Xianyuan Qin. Xianyuan Feng had once stopped the Snake Monarch for him outside his residence. She had even saved his life in the southwest mountain range. If what Xianyuan Qin said was true, then Fang Chen was willing to do her a favor at no cost. "Ancestor, is what Xianyuan Qin said true?" Fang Chen secretly asked Ancestor Bronze. "She's telling the truth," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded, then looked at Xianyuan Qin. "You saved my life once. So what if I give you the mirror?" Fang Chen's wrist shook, and he directly tossed the mirror to Xianyuan Qin. Xianyuan Qin's face was filled with excitement. She put away the mirror and said, "Fang Chen, this mirror is very precious to me. I can't take it for free." Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating that Xianyuan Qin didn't need to say anything more. In the end, Xianyuan Qin nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll take the mirror. I owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the residence, I can help you." Xianyuan Qin turned and left. Fang Chen looked at Xianyuan Qin's departing figure and grinned. Xianyuan Qin's favor was much more precious than some spirit stones. Of course, Fang Chen had his eyes on Xianyuan Feng. Among the younger generation, even the Snake Monarch wasn't a match for Xianyuan Feng. It could be said that Xianyuan Feng was the undisputed #1 genius of the younger generation. No one could match him. Xianyuan Qin owed him a favor, just like Xianyuan Feng owed him a favor. In any case, they were siblings. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen prepared to leave. But Ancestor Bronze called out to him. "Kid, there's something even more important than the mirror," said Ancestor Bronze directly. Fang Chen put down his raised leg and hurriedly asked, "Ancestor, there's something more precious in this room." "Of course. Go and take a look under the pillow," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen followed Ancestor Bronze's instructions and went to the bed. He lifted the pillow and found a wooden puppet. "This is the doll," Fang Chen said as he looked at the doll carefully. "Don't look down on this puppet. Its value is countless times more precious than a black-grade talisman," said Ancestor Bronze. "Kid, you're really lucky to have encountered this puppet. What's so special about this puppet?" Fang Chen was very curious when he heard Ancestor Bronze say this. This puppet must have been personally refined by a fallen spirit vortex realm expert. This kind of puppet may seem useless, but it's very useful. When a cultivator encounters a powerful enemy and is unable to block the other party's attack, they can inject their own spiritual qi into the puppet. The puppet will then block the other party's attack for the master, said Ancestor Bronze. Chapter 549. The puppet was a special kind of treasure. At a critical moment, it could help a warrior block an opponent's attack. It was definitely a life-saving treasure. Chapter 7. Fang Chen held the puppet and carefully observed it. If Ancestor Bronze had not said so, he would not have been able to see what was so special about the puppet. There are different levels of puppets. This puppet of yours is considered a low-level puppet. Even so, if it is fully powered, it can withstand a full blow from a martial artist with 9 streams of true energy, Patriarch Bronze said. From Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen learned that the puppet could only be used once. After that, it could not be used again. However, when he thought that the puppet in his hand could withstand a full blow from a warrior with 9 streams of Zhen Qi, Fang Chen was very happy. Fang Chen put away the doll and looked around. Such a precious doll had actually appeared in this room. Compared to this room must not be simple. Fang Chen searched the whole room but could not find anything. In the end, he could only give up. Then, Fang Chen left the room. When Fang Chen came out of the room, he saw Qin Yao waiting for him. "Fang Chen, are you okay?" Qin Yao asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Fang Chen had obtained a lot of Qi Dan. Now, he had 300 Qi Dan. This was definitely a large number. In half a month, many of the younger generation had gained a lot. However, they were not in a hurry to enter the inner area. This was because the inner area was extremely dangerous. Once they entered the inner area, they would have to face the older generation of condensing reality realm experts. Therefore, they had to be prepared. At a certain moment, Fang Chen was collecting Qi Dan. Suddenly, a piece of news spread throughout the outer area. A large number of Qi Dan were found in a certain building. The number of Qi Dan was very large. After hearing the news, countless warriors rushed to the building. When Fang Chen heard the news, he also rushed to the building. In a square outside the mansion, there was a seemingly ordinary house. There were very strong restrictions around the house. Outside the house, many disciples of the younger generation had gathered. Almost all of them were here. By the time Fang Chen arrived, all the martial artists of the younger generation had already arrived. They were discussing how to enter the house. "Xianyuan Feng, do you have any ideas?" Snake Monarch asked with narrowed eyes. Xianyuan Feng, who was beside the Snake Monarch, carefully observed the restriction in front of the house. He then said, "This restriction is extraordinary. Ordinary people can't break it at all. However, I've tested it. After the passage of time, this restriction has existed for too long. Therefore, the restriction's power is slowly disappearing. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to break the restriction." The eyes of the Snake Lord and the others lit up when they heard Xianyuan Feng. After that, they said, "Since that's the case, let's begin." As soon as Snake Lord finished speaking, he heard Dong Ling speak up. "Before that, shouldn't we clean up the weak martial artists?" Dong Ling said in a deep voice. In Dong Ling's opinion, martial artists who hadn't condensed their true qi weren't qualified to be here. Even if they were here, they wouldn't be able to provide much attack power. Therefore, she might as well just let them all leave this place. Snake Lord nodded slightly when he heard Dong Ling's words. He then said, "That's right. Let's clean them up first." After Snake Lord finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the numerous martial artists behind him. He then said in a deep voice, "Martial artists who haven't condensed their true chi, leave this place. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Snake Lord's words were full of threats. Countless martial artists were intimidated by Snake Lord's strength. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. In the end, they could only shake their heads and turn around to leave. After a short while, all the ordinary 9th-level condensing reality realm martial artists had left. The square suddenly became much quieter. Xianyuan Feng didn't say anything about Snake Lord's decision to clear the square. After everyone left, Snake Lord turned to look at Xianyuan Feng and said, "Xianyuan Feng, can we begin now?" At this moment, Dong Ling suddenly said, "It seems like there's still one person who hasn't left." Dong Ling's words had just sounded when everyone's gazes gathered on Fang Chen's body. Even the latter's eyes were icily staring at Dong Ling. At this moment, Dong Ling's words were obviously directed at Fang Chen. Snake Lord sneered when he heard Dong Ling's words. He said, "Kid, do you want to die?" Snake Lord hadn't noticed Fang Chen before. Now that he saw Fang Chen, his whole body emitted a powerful aura. His killing intent was overflowing. He wanted to make a move on Fang Chen. "Snake Lord, Fang Chen is my friend. Give me some face." At this moment, Xianyuan Qin opened her mouth. Snake Lord's expression changed when he heard Xianyuan Qin's words. He glanced at Xianyuan Feng. The latter hadn't said anything since the beginning. "Xianyuan Qin, you have to protect Fang Chen," Snake Lord said in a deep voice. "I owe Fang Chen a favor," said Xianyuan Qin bluntly. Snake Lord didn't say anything. Although Xianyuan Feng hadn't said anything, Xianyuan Qin's words were basically equivalent to Xianyuan Feng's. With Xianyuan Qin present, there was no way he could attack Fang Chen. Seeing that the Snake Lord was unable to make a move, Dong Ling naturally stepped forward. He and Snake Lord were both peak experts of the Eastern Mountain Range's younger generation. Their relationship was naturally extraordinary. "Fang Chen, everyone here has condensed true qi. You're the only one who hasn't condensed true qi. You still have the face to stay here? If I were you, I'd have already scrammed," sneered Dong Ling. Snake Lord was intimidated by Xianyuan Qin and didn't dare attack. Fang Chen didn't have anything to worry about. Hearing Dong Ling's ridicule, Fang Chen took a step forward and sneered, "You're just one of Snake Lord's dogs. What qualifications do you have to talk about me?" Fang Chen's words completely infuriated Dong Ling, causing her to be extremely furious. "Fang Chen, are you courting death?" roared Dong Ling furiously. Fang Chen shook his head, mocking Dong Ling's ignorance. "You can't kill me," said Fang Chen. "You!" Dong Ling was infuriated. An intimidating aura surged out of him, and he sent a punch at Fang Chen. The 5th level of the Illusion God Sword Art. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use the 5th level of the Illusion God Sword Art. Countless illusory swords shot out, smashing into Dong Ling's fist. Bang! Bang! After a series of collisions, Dong Ling and Fang Chen both retreated a few steps. Dong Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he clenched his fists. There was no fear on Fang Chen's face. Although he couldn't defeat Dong Ling, it was also impossible for Dong Ling to defeat him. "Enough. Let's open the restriction first," said Xianyuan Feng. Since Xianyuan Feng had spoken, Dong Ling naturally stopped attacking. He looked at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes and said coldly, "Once I get the chi cores inside, I'll definitely kill you." After saying that, Dong Ling walked behind the Snake Monarch. At this moment, Xianyuan Feng spoke. "Everyone, this restriction is quite powerful. We need to work together to attack it. I hope you can put aside your differences and attack together," said Xianyuan Feng. Everyone nodded. The Little Medicine King, Zhou Yan, and the others came to Fang Chen's side and stood together with Fang Chen. What Fang Chen didn't expect was that Zhou Yan had condensed his second strand of true qi. His strength had increased a lot. Even Zhou Qingqing had condensed her first strand of true qi. Among these people, only Fang Chen hadn't condensed his true qi. It seems that I need to break through quickly, thought Fang Chen inwardly. He had enough qi cores. As long as his cultivation reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, he would be able to condense his true qi at any time. Everyone, get ready. Suddenly, Xianyuan Feng exuded a terrifying aura and said in a low voice. Hearing this, everyone went into battle mode. Following Xianyuan Feng's roar, everyone launched their strongest attack. Rumble! Countless attacks in the sky let out deafening sounds. Then, under the control of the crowd, the attacks instantly gathered together and blasted towards the seal. Dong! When all the attacks hit the restriction, the whole square trembled. Fang Chen felt a strong rebounding force. Is the restriction broken? Someone asked as the powerful attacks gradually disappeared. At this moment, ripples appeared on the seal. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the seal quickly dissipated. The restriction is about to break. Someone shouted. Immediately, the other warriors got ready. As soon as the restriction disappeared, they would rush into the room and fight for the qi cores. Hiss! The restriction quickly disappeared. After about a minute, the last bit of the restriction disappeared. Suddenly, countless warriors rushed into the room. Even Fang Chen used all his strength to enter the room. After entering the room, everyone found that there were a lot of qi cores in the room. Collect the qi dawn. It was unknown who shouted. Immediately, everyone began to collect the qi dawn. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the qi cores beside him and sent them into his interspatial ring. The whole room was in chaos. Many warriors were fighting for the qi cores. Of course, Xianyuan Feng was the fastest among them. No one could beat him. Next was the Snake King, Dongling, Little Medicine King, and the others. Of course, Fang Chen's speed was not enough. While they were fighting for the qi cores, the Bangxianshu appeared. Although it had not fully recovered, it could help Fang Chen snatch the qi cores. The Bangxianshu opened its branches and instantly enveloped a large number of qi cores. Then, it pulled them over to Fang Chen, who quickly stored them in his interspatial ring. In the blink of an eye, the qi cores were all snatched up. At this moment, the room was already empty. After snatching the qi cores, Fang Chen quietly left the room. Everyone stopped fighting for the qi cores. Smiles appeared on their faces. They had reaped a great harvest this time. This room seemed to be a storeroom specially used to store qi cores. The number of qi cores was shocking. After the Snake King collected the qi cores, he looked for Fang Chen. However, he realized that Fang Chen was not in the room. Chapter 550. Fang Chen naturally knew that the Snake King wanted to kill him. Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin could help him when they were together, but there would always be a time when they would meet alone. Therefore, after Fang Chen collected enough qi cores, he quietly left. At this time, Fang Chen found a secluded place and prepared to go into seclusion to break through to the 9th condensing reality realm. Once he reached the 9th condensing reality realm, he would be able to swallow qi cores and condense his Jin qi. Fang Chen sat cross-legged with a supreme-grade spirit stone in his hand. He started to circulate his Jin qi. In his qi, the Zhen qi started to circulate. Hiss in the blink of an eye, the Zhen qi in the supreme-grade spirit stone was completely absorbed by Fang Chen. He found that his qi was changing. He had been stuck in this realm for a long time. Now that he had accumulated enough, it was time for him to erupt. In the following time, Fang Chen continued to absorb the Zhen qi in the supreme-grade spirit stones. Since there were so many supreme-grade spirit stones, it was enough for Fang Chen to absorb. After absorbing about 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen's qi was finally full. At this time, his qi was filled with extremely rich Jin qi. This Jin qi was constantly revolving. Every time the Jin Qi revolved, his Qi Si would expand a little. However, just as his Qi Si was expanding, the huge golden sword in his Qi Si suddenly trembled. Then, Fang Chen found that the Zhen Qi in his Qi Si had disappeared. This, Fang Chen was astonished. The huge golden sword actually absorbed all the spiritual energy in his Qi Si in an instant. That's 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones worth of Zhen Qi. Fang Chen was surprised that the huge golden sword could contain so much Zhen Qi. After absorbing enough Zhen Qi, the huge golden sword started to revolve. At the same time, it emitted a trace of golden Qi. This golden Qi passed through his Qi Si and entered Fang Chen's golden heart. Dong after the golden heart absorbed the golden Qi, it suddenly started to beat faster. All Fang Chen had to do was take out more spirit stones and continue absorbing. After absorbing another 10,000 pieces of spirit energy, Fang Chen's sea of Qi was once again saturated. During this time, the golden heart and the golden sword were constantly resonating. In the end, a terrifying sword will gushed out from the golden sword and drilled directly into the golden sword. Refine the Dharma idol. Fang Chen was shocked. The golden heart was actually tempering the Transcendence giant sword. This scene surprised him greatly. In the following period of time, the golden heart tempered the golden sword, while Fang Chen's sea of Qi slowly expanded. At this rate, it would take at least 3 days for Fang Chen to complete his breakthrough. During this period, Fang Chen only needed to circulate the spirit Qi in his sea of Qi without any pressure. Finally, a huge amount of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. This information was the Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique that he had obtained from the old site of the Heaven Raising sect. Ever since Fang Chen had obtained this secret nurturing secret technique, he had not practiced it. Now that he found out that the golden heart could actually temper transcendence, Fang Chen had the idea to prepare to practice the Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique. The so-called Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique was to use the spirit Qi in the sea of Qi to water and nurture the Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique. However, ordinary warriors did not have this secret technique and could not nurture Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique. In the past, only the Heaven Raising sect could nurture Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique. Therefore, the disciples of the Heaven Raising sect were very powerful. Transcendence Nurturing Secret Techniques was the most ordinary Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique. Only Transcendence Nurturing Secret Techniques was a powerful Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique. The strength of the Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique directly determined the combat power of the warrior. In the same realm, a warrior with a powerful Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique would have a stronger combat power. This was also the reason why so many people went crazy over the secret technique of Nurturing Secret Technique. Heaven, earth, and man were the 3 levels. Besides the ordinary Transcendence Nurturing Secret Techniques, man-level Transcendence Nurturing Secret Techniques was the lowest level, followed by earth-level Transcendence Nurturing Secret Techniques, and finally heaven-level Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique. It was said that in the entire ancient Sword continent, the number of warriors who had heaven-level Transcendence Nurturing Secret Techniques could be counted on one hand. There were a few warriors who had earth-level Transcendence Nurturing Secret Techniques, but they were few and far between. As for man-level Transcendence Nurturing Secret Techniques, they were the Transcendence Nurturing Secret Techniques of the young elites of the ancient Sword continent. Fang Chen's current Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique was an ordinary Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique. What he needed to do now was to temper his Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique to man level. Perhaps it was because of the Golden Heart, but Fang Chen easily completed the secret technique of Nurturing Secret Technique. In the following time, Fang Chen began to nurture his Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique. The Golden Heart was tempering his Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique, while Fang Chen was artificially nurturing his Transcendence Nurturing Secret Technique. The combination of the two caused the huge golden sword to emit a dazzling golden light. At the same time, the sea of qi was still expanding without any effect. Time passed bit by bit. The process of nurturing the transcendence nurturing secret technique was a long process. After 3 days, Fang Chen successfully broke through to the 9th condensing reality realm. His sea of qi was like a vast ocean. The huge golden sword floated above the vast ocean, while the golden heart was still tempering his transcendence nurturing secret technique. At this time, Fang Chen discovered that the huge golden sword seemed to have become a little stronger. Moreover, Fang Chen could clearly feel that there was a trace of a special aura within the huge golden sword. As expected. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. The huge golden sword's performance was exactly the same as what was mentioned in the secret technique of nurturing secret technique. According to this method, it will only take a few days for my transcendence nurturing secret technique to reach man-level transcendence nurturing secret technique. Fang Chen thought to himself. According to the secret technique of nurturing secret technique of nurturing secret technique of nurturing secret technique, it was easiest for a normal transcendence nurturing secret technique to reach man-level transcendence nurturing secret technique. After that, it would be the most difficult to reach Earth-level transcendence nurturing secret technique. The nurturing of the transcendence nurturing secret technique would last for a long time. As long as there was enough energy, the transcendence nurturing secret technique would always be in the nurturing stage. And now, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 9th condensing reality realm. He could finally start to condense qi. Then, Fang Chen took out the qi pellets and started to swallow them. 1 pellet, 2 pellets, 3 pellets. Fang Chen swallowed a total of 20 qi pellets before the spirit qi in his sea of qi started to show signs of condensing qi. At this time, Fang Chen continued to swallow qi pellet. After all, he had accumulated enough qi pellet. As long as he had enough qi pellets, he would be able to condense more qi. Crash! Fang Chen swallowed large mouthfuls of qi pellets. In a short while, he had swallowed 100 qi pellets. At this time, the first qi was only 50% condensed. Looking at the half-condensed qi in his sea of qi, Fang Chen grinned and continued to swallow qi pellets. After swallowing another 100 qi pellets, the first qi was finally condensed successfully. Whoosh! With qi surrounding his body, Fang Chen felt that his strength had become incomparably powerful. Now, even a warrior who had condensed 2 qi pellets would not be able to block a simple punch from him. Continue. Fang Chen felt that he could condense even more qi in his sea of qi. He continued to swallow qi pellet. Condensing the second qi pellet was obviously much more difficult than condensing the first qi pellet. After swallowing 500 qi pellets, Fang Chen was finally able to condense the second qi pellet. Originally, Fang Chen thought that this was the end, but he realized that there was still room for improvement. He continued to swallow. After swallowing another 1,000 qi pellets, the third qi pellet was finally condensed. At this time, Fang Chen finally stopped condensing qi pellet. The spiritual energy in his sea of qi had been completely used up. Fang Chen took out a top-grade spirit stone to replenish the spiritual energy in his sea of qi. After a long time, Fang Chen stopped cultivating. 3 qi pellets surrounded his body and his aura soared. What powerful strength! Fang Chen thought to himself. After condensing 3 qi pellets, his strength had soared. Even if he encountered the snake monarch, Fang Chen would not be afraid. Good preparation. Fang Chen's foundation was very solid. That was why he was able to increase his strength so quickly. This time, Fang Chen was filled with confidence. Even among the younger generation, only Xianyuan Feng could suppress him. As for the snake monarch, he had no fear. Those who wanted to kill me all died in the end. You are no exception. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Killing intent surged in his heart. Since leaving the Medicine King Valley, the snake monarch had been targeting Fang Chen. He even wanted to kill Fang Chen. Several times, it was because of Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin that the danger was averted. But now, Fang Chen finally did not have to fear the Snake Monarch. 3 days ago, he was still an 8th condensing reality realm martial artist. 3 days later, he had condensed 3 chi pellets. This kind of monstrous talent, even in the entire 5-element state or even the ancient sword continent, he could be considered a genius. Fang Chen stood up and left the place where he cultivated in seclusion. Fang Chen had a total of 3,000 chi pellet. Excluding the 1,700 that he had used earlier, he had 1,300 left. I still need to collect more chi pellets, Fang Chen said. Without the chi pellets, Fang Chen could only condense 1 chi pellet at most. But with the chi pellets, he could condense 3 chi pellets at once. The chi pellet was too important for a condensing reality realm martial artist. Just as Fang Chen left the place where he was cultivating and appeared in an alley, he suddenly encountered a group of 100 Snake Valley martial artists. It's Fang Chen, the leader of the disciples said eerily. Quickly go and inform senior brother Snake Monarch. Another martial artist said. When the 100 Snake Valley disciples discovered Fang Chen, the latter also discovered them. A trace of killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He said softly, let's collect some interest first. After speaking, Fang Chen's aura surrounded his body. He stretched out his hand and directly suppressed the 100 Snake Valley disciples. Miserable screams were heard instantly. In the blink of an eye, all the 100 Snake Valley disciples were killed by Fang Chen. At this time, the Snake Monarch also received the news of Fang Chen's appearance. He quickly rushed towards Fang Chen's location. Kid, this is the time of your death, the Snake Monarch said in a low voice as he sped. However, before the Snake Monarch arrived, an uninvited guest appeared in the alley where Fang Chen was. Chapter 551. It's you. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw this person. Fang Chen, I wasn't able to take your life last time. This time, I want to see who can save you, said the Sword King darkly. The person who came was the Sword King. After he was severely injured by the Black Demon Palace Master, he went into seclusion to recuperate. After his injuries were slightly better, he quietly entered the West Ridgeland and came to the Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's mansion. He knew that Fang Chen would definitely enter the mansion, so he wanted to kill Fang Chen inside. After entering the mansion, the Sword King had collected many chi pills and had finally recovered to the point of having 4 strands of true chi. However, he felt that it was enough to kill Fang Chen. A Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's attack power was too strong. He had been heavily injured by the Dark Lord and had used the Blood Escape art to escape. It would be very difficult for him to recover to 9 strands of true chi. However, once he killed Fang Chen, he could enter the mansion's inner area and search for opportunities. You're really like a ghost that just won't leave. Fang Chen was a bit surprised when he saw the Sword King. The current Fang Chen was not the same as before. He was no longer a nobody that could be bullied by others. So when facing the Sword King, Fang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Fang Chen, you can die now. A longsword appeared in the Sword King's hand and he attacked Fang Chen. At the same time, a Dharma longsword appeared above the Sword King's head. Crash! A Dharma longsword also appeared above Fang Chen's head. The moment the Dharma longsword appeared, it released a strange aura that suppressed the Sword King's Dharma longsword. Swish! Sword King's body was surrounded by 5 streams of true chi. A powerful chi instantly filled his body and then converged into his long sword. Sword King's long sword fiercely stabbed out. Immediately, a cold light shot towards Fang Chen. 5th level of the Illusion God Sword Art. Fang Chen used the 5th level of the Illusion God Sword Art. The Hidden Star Sword pierced towards the Sword King's sword light. Pucci the Sword King's sword light was pierced by Fang Chen's Hidden Star Sword, and his advance was instantly halted. In the next moment, the Sword King discovered that his attack had actually been broken by Fang Chen. Courting death. Sword King roared and jumped, directly appearing in front of Fang Chen, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, at this moment, sword intent surged in Fang Chen's mind. In the next moment, his wrist shook and the hidden star sword was swung out again. Phantom God Sword Art, Level 6. In that instant, a trace of comprehension appeared in Fang Chen's mind, and the Phantom God Sword Art reached the 6th level. The 6th level of the Phantom God Sword technique was at least twice as powerful as the 5th level. Countless illusory swords shot out at the Sword King. However, the Sword King's strength had reached the level of 5 strands of true qi. He was very fierce. In the face of Fang Chen's fierce attack, he was actually able to calmly face it. Bang! Bang! In the beginning, the Sword King was able to gain the upper hand. However, as Fang Chen pushed the 6th level of the Phantom God Sword Art to its limit, the Sword King was actually suppressed. Puchi Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced the Sword King's arm, causing the Sword King to feel pain all over his body. He raised his head and roared, fiercely thrusting his long sword at Fang Chen. Bang! The Sword King's long sword collided with Fang Chen's hidden star sword, producing a deafening sound. Then, with a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the Sword King's long sword. How is this possible? The Sword King turned pale with fright. His long sword was an elementary profound weapon. How could a crack appear on it? Damn it, if I had my personal weapon, how could you be so arrogant? The Sword King furiously shouted. In an instant, the Sword King judged that Fang Chen's hidden star sword was a high-grade profound weapon. It was very powerful. His long sword was directly shattered by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Of course, this was just a random weapon that the Sword King found after he took over Fang Chen's body. If he hadn't lost his personal sword, killing Fang Chen would have been too easy. After the Sword King's long sword shattered, his figure rapidly retreated. When he saw the 3 strands of true qi on Fang Chen's body, he was extremely shocked. 3 strands of true qi. When he was in the southern mountain land, Fang Chen's cultivation had not reached the 9th condensing reality realm. But now, he actually managed to condense 3 strands of true qi. This scene shocked the Sword King. What a genius, but it's time to stop. The Sword King growled, and the Dharma idol longsword above his head began to tremble violently. In the next moment, an extremely wild aura shot towards Fang Chen. The 6th level of the Phantom Sword Art. Fang Chen used the 6th level of the Phantom Sword Art as the foundation to activate the huge golden sword. A terrifying aura instantly burst out. Boom! Fang Chen used all of his strength and directly shattered the Sword King's attack, causing the Sword King's plan to fail. The current you, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? Fang Chen looked at the Sword King and sneered. Killing the Sword King could be considered as fulfilling the wish of the Heaven Gate Saintess. The Sword King's eyes flickered. At this moment, he wanted to retreat. Right now, his strength had not completely recovered. It was not suitable for him to fight with Fang Chen. As long as there's life, there's hope. Thinking of this, the Sword King threw out a punch. When Fang Chen blocked the punch, the Sword King jumped and disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen was just about to chase after the Sword King when he heard several sonic booms in the distance. Then Fang Chen saw that the Snake Lord and Dong Ling had arrived. Fang Chen, I've finally found you. The Snake Lord's expression sank when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen had already withdrawn his true qi and put away the hidden star sword. Seeing the Snake Lord, Fang Chen said, Snake Lord, you've tried to kill me time and time again. Today, let's settle this once and for all. Hearing Fang Chen's words, before the Snake Lord could say anything, Dong Ling spoke first. Fang Chen, you dare provoke the Snake Lord? You're courting death, sneered Dong Ling. However, there's no need for the Snake Lord to personally kill you. I, Dong Ling, am more than enough to kill you. As Dong Ling spoke, Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin arrived. For some unknown reason, they had heard some rumors and quickly rushed over. Feng Chen. Xianyuan Qin looked at Feng Chen and asked worriedly. I'm fine, said Feng Chen. Xianyuan Qin turned to look at Xianyuan Feng and said, Big brother, I owe Feng Chen a favor. Xianyuan Feng didn't say anything and just looked at the Snake Lord indifferently. Xianyuan Feng, are you still going to stop me this time? The Snake Lord's eyes were cold as he said coldly. I appreciate your kindness, but the Snake Lord is looking for me. There will be a great battle between us eventually. Why don't we settle this today? Said Feng Chen. Hearing Feng Chen's words, Xianyuan Qin was a little anxious. However, since Xianyuan Feng didn't say anything, she couldn't say anything either. Xianyuan Qin, you've already repaid the favor you owe me last time, so you don't have to feel guilty. Feng Chen seemed to see through Xianyuan Qin's inner struggle and smiled. Xianyuan Feng's eyes widened as he looked thoughtfully at Feng Chen. The Snake Lord was delighted to hear Feng Chen's words. As long as Xianyuan Feng wasn't there to stop him, killing Feng Chen would be as easy as pie. Just at this moment, Dong Ling opened her mouth. Feng Chen, let me test you, said Dong Ling coldly. Although she said she wanted to test Feng Chen, in truth, she wanted to kill Feng Chen. You're not worthy, said Feng Chen icily. Both of them had condensed 3 strands of true qi, but Feng Chen's strength was countless times greater than Dong Ling's. Are you courting death? Dong Ling's expression was icy. Crash. 3 strands of true qi appeared around Feng Chen. These 3 strands of true qi were particularly dazzling. As soon as they appeared, Feng Chen's aura rose to its peak. He looked at Dong Ling and said, Just who is courting death? Seeing Feng Chen's 3 strands of true qi, even Xianyuan Feng was shocked. In such a short time, Feng Chen had condensed 3 strands of true qi. He looked at Feng Chen with a complicated look in his eyes. On the other side, the Snake Lord's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Only Dong Ling was still sneering. I was wondering where you got the confidence to ignore me, Dong Ling. So it's because you've condensed 3 strands of true qi. As Dong Ling spoke, she released her 3 strands of true qi. What's so great about 3 strands of true qi? I, Dong Ling, can still kill you. Dong Ling's words were filled with ridicule. She believed that even if Feng Chen had condensed 3 strands of true qi, he still wouldn't be her match. Since you're courting death, then I'll kill you first, Feng Chen said coldly. Feng Chen's words thoroughly infuriated Dong Ling. She circulated her 3 strands of true qi and fused them into her fist. This was a sure kill punch. She wanted to use a thunderous method to kill Feng Chen. Feng Chen looked at the Snake Lord and said, After I kill him, you'll make a move, right? As Feng Chen spoke, he stretched out his hand. 3 strands of true qi fused into his hand and pressed down on Dong Ling. The moment Feng Chen made his move, Xianyuan Feng and the Snake Lord's eyes flickered. This aura, Dong Ling, who was in the middle of attacking, sensed Feng Chen's aura and felt a trace of fear in her heart. Crack! Feng Chen's hand carried a thunderous aura and pressed down on Dong Ling's head. Too weak. Feng Chen shook his head and pressed his hand down. Dong Ling let out a miserable shriek as his fist was instantly crushed by Feng Chen's hand. Blood continuously spurted out. No. Dong Ling's eyes were filled with shock. He struggled to break free, but he found that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Feng Chen's hand. At this moment, Dong Ling's heart was filled with regret. However, it was too late. Feng Chen's hand continued to press down, instantly crushing Dong Ling's body. Dong Ling, a genius who had condensed 3 strands of true qi, had been killed by Feng Chen just like that. Xianyuan Feng and the others were shocked. Feng Chen's strength had exceeded their expectations. He was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator with 3 strands of true qi. The lackey is already dead. Master, are you still not going to make a move? Feng Chen had killed Dong Ling as if he had done something insignificant. He raised his head and looked coldly at the Snake Lord. A faint smile appeared on the Snake Lord's face. It was a cold smile. He was laughing at Fang Chen's ignorance, laughing at Fang Chen's arrogance. Although killing Dong Ling had shocked him, this bit of strength wasn't enough to challenge him. Chapter 552. The Snake Lord was the strongest of the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge. He was also the pride of the 100 Snake Valley. He was destined to be a supreme being in the 5 elements state. At such a young age, he had already condensed 4 strands of true qi. Even the experts of the older generation would feel ashamed of his talent. At this moment, a martial artist who had condensed 3 strands of true qi was actually provoking him. This made him very unhappy. "You'll pay for what you've done." At this moment, the Snake Lord's eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at Fang Chen. In his eyes, Fang Chen was trash. If he wanted to kill Fang Chen, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Fang Chen heard this and shook his head slightly. It seemed that the Snake Lord still did not understand the current situation. With his strength, he could easily kill Dong Ling. This was the embodiment of great strength. Is that so? I will wait and see, Fang Chen said. Xianyuan Feng looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Xianyuan Feng had seen Fang Chen's action of killing Dong Ling very clearly. His intuition told him that Fang Chen's strength should not be limited to this. Perhaps Fang Chen could really kill the Snake Lord. If Fang Chen could kill the Snake Lord, then his talent was too terrifying. Even Xianyuan Feng might not be able to compare. Xianyuan Qin, who was at the side, stared at Fang Chen with sparkling eyes. Xianyuan Feng also did not speak. Because of the battle here, many martial artists were attracted. When these martial artists saw the corpses on the ground, they were all shocked. When they found out that Dong Ling was killed by Fang Chen, they were also shocked. Fang Chen killed Dong Ling? How is this possible? Dong Ling was a martial artist who had condensed 3 strands of true qi. She was on the same level as the Little Medicine King. Fang Chen could actually kill Dong Ling. Are you sure it was not Xianyuan Feng? If it was really Fang Chen, then this Fang Chen is too monstrous. Many of the cultivators discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. At this moment, Zhou Qingqing, Zhou Yan and the others also arrived. The Little Medicine King also arrived. The top experts of the younger generation of the 4 Great Ridges were all here. When they learned that Fang Chen had killed Dong Ling, they were even more shocked. This was especially so for the Little Medicine King. Before entering the Spirit Vortex Realm expert's residence, the Little Medicine King clearly knew that although Fang Chen was strong, his true strength was at most comparable to an ancient martial art practitioner who had condensed 2 flashes of true qi. And yet, Fang Chen had managed to kill Dong Ling. Most importantly, Fang Chen had formed 3 streams of true energy. What? Fang Chen has condensed 3 strands of true qi? The Little Medicine King's face was filled with shock. Looking at Fang Chen, his heart was filled with shock. Not only was the Little Medicine King shocked, but Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing were also shocked. Fang Chen's strength had risen too quickly, making it hard for them to recover. Just at this moment, the Snake Lord said, "Practically all the peak experts of the younger generation have come here. It's a good opportunity for them to witness how I'll kill you." The Snake Lord was extremely confident in his own strength. So what if Fang Chen had condensed 3 streams of true energy? He would kill Fang Chen in a thunderous manner. He would let Fang Chen know the consequences of offending his 100 Snake Valley. Even now, you're still so confident in your own strength? Fang Chen grinned. He was mocking the Snake Lord's arrogance and ignorance. Often, the greater the confidence, the greater the disappointment in the end, said Fang Chen. The Snake Lord laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with ridicule. Fang Chen, in all my years, you're the most ignorant person I've ever seen. If I were you, I'd turn around and leave right now. I definitely wouldn't be so arrogant here. The Snake Lord looked at Fong Chen like he was looking at a clown. The 100 Snake Valley disciples behind the Snake Lord finally couldn't endure it any longer. One of them stepped forward and angrily berated Fong Chen. "Brat, you're too arrogant. If Senior Apprentice Brother Snake Lord attacked, he'd kill you in an instant." That's right. Among the 4 great mountain ranges' younger generation, only Xianyuan Feng can be a match for Senior Apprentice Brother Snake Lord. You're not qualified yet. The disciples of the 100 Snake Valley had the backing of the Snake Lord and were very arrogant. They looked at Fong Chen with eyes full of killing intent. "Anyone can talk big," said Fong Chen. The Snake Lord wasn't in a rush to attack. Fong Chen also wasn't in a rush to attack. He was waiting for the Snake Lord to attack. The Snake Lord looked at Fong Chen and said, "I'm afraid this is the last time you'll see everyone. If you have any last words, hurry up and say them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance later." "Just as well. I'll say the same thing to you," said Fong Chen in an extremely domineering manner. The Snake Lord's expression changed slightly when he heard this. His heart was burning with anger. Not only had this Fong Chen offended the 100 Snake Valley, but he had also spoken to him so arrogantly. He really deserved to die. When the Snake Lord released his powerful aura, Fong Chen still looked at him calmly. There wasn't any fear on his face. "Fong Chen, are you confident?" asked the Little Medicine King in a low voice. Although Fong Chen had condensed 3 streams of true qi, the Snake Lord had condensed 4 streams of true qi. Furthermore, the 100 Snake Valley had a famous snake control technique. Once it was used, its power was no small matter. Furthermore, once this snake-controlling technique was used, there would be countless snake-type monstrous beasts attacking the opponent until the opponent died. Fong Chen glanced at the Little Medicine King and nodded. "Fong Chen, I will use the cruelest method in this world to take your life," the Snake Lord said in a low voice. As the Snake Lord spoke, a small flute appeared in his hand. Then, he placed the flute next to his mouth. 4 streams of true qi surged around his body. A powerful aura instantly filled the entire residence. At that moment the Snake Lord's throat moved. Then, a strange sound came out of the flute. The sound came out from the flute, creating sound waves in the air. Ripples appeared, and finally, these ripples shot directly towards Fong Chen. "Sound wave attack," the Little Medicine King reminded him. When Fong Chen saw the Snake Lord make his move, he saw the spirit in his mind revolve. Streaks of orange spirits appeared in his mind and revolved around his body. Fong Chen's late orange-grade soul spirit was fully activated. Then, he unleashed the great Luo Soul Killer Flame. The soul attack unleashed by a late-stage Class 2 soul cultivator was extraordinarily powerful. Crash! Scorching flames appeared in the sky. As Fong Chen waved his hand, streaks of flames revolved continuously. Finally, they formed a fire net in front of Fong Chen. This fire net was completely formed by the spirit flames. It seemed like it was going to block the Snake Lord's sound wave attack. Sound wave attacks targeted a martialist spirit. However, the Snake Lord had miscalculated. Fong Chen was a soul cultivator. A true soul cultivator. Using a sound wave attack on a soul cultivator was really laughable. Fong Chen's late orange-level soul turned into a fire net and blocked in front of him. At this moment, the sound wave ripples in the air attacked him. Crack! The sound wave attack was fierce. However, when it hit the fire net, it disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the Snake Lord frowned. His eyes flickered. Then, the speed at which he played his flute became extremely fast. Strange sounds kept coming out of the flute. The sound wave attack in the sky quickly formed a large area. The Snake Lord controlled this large area of sound wave to attack Fong Chen. "Your sound wave attack is ineffective against me," Fong Chen growled. With a wave of his hand, the fire net in front of him swept forward and collided with the sound wave attack. Boom! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the Snake Monarch's sound waves were directly shattered by Fong Chen's fire net. the Snake Lord's face finally turned gloomy. He had underestimated Fang Chen's strength and the strength of Fang Chen's spirit. After shattering the Snake Lord's sound wave attack, Fang Chen's fire net continued to move towards the Snake Lord. It didn't take long for it to reach the Snake Lord. Your attack is over. Now it's my turn to attack. Fang Chen sneered. With a wave of his hand, the fire net in front of him attacked the Snake Lord's body. Although it was a fire net, it was a spirit attack. Once it came into contact with the body, it would definitely hurt the spirit. The Snake Lord knew this very well. Therefore, when he saw Fang Chen's fire net attack coming towards him, he released his spirit. He instantly released his soul. The orange soul surrounded his body. A late-stage orange spirit. Fang Chen saw that the Snake Lord's spirit was also at the late-stage orange level. However, a smile appeared on the Snake Lord's face. They were both orange-level spirit. How could an ordinary warrior compare to a soul cultivator? Of course not. Therefore, Fang Chen controlled the fire net to ignore the Snake Lord's orange-level spirit defense and bombarded the Snake Lord's body directly. Crack! The Snake Lord's spirit defense collapsed in an instant. At this moment, the Snake Lord's face changed greatly. He clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. Then, he punched the fire net. Whoosh! The fire net showed signs of collapsing after being hit by the powerful punch. However, even so, it still hit the Snake Lord's body. The Snake Lord's body flashed continuously as he dodged the attack of the fire net. After dodging for a while, the Snake Lord finally escaped. After the fire net's energy was exhausted, it finally dissipated into the void. At this moment, the Snake Lord's body landed on the ground again. The Snake Lord's face was gloomy. His heart was burning with anger as he glared at Fang Chen with murderous intent. Many of the younger generation were shocked when they saw Snake Lord's sleeves being burned to shreds. In the first round of the contest, Fang Chen had the upper hand. The Snake Lord, who had condensed 4 streaks of true qi, was at a disadvantage. The Snake Lord had lost completely in the contest of spirit. His spirit defense had been broken by Fang Chen. Even his sleeves had been burned by Fang Chen's spirit flames. The Snake Lord's spirit was still a little shaken. Not far away, Xianyuan Feng and the others were also very serious. Not only was Fang Chen's strength tyrannical, but his spirit was also very strong. What a mysterious guy, Xianyuan Feng whispered. Chapter 553. Even though he was furious, the Snake Lord was unwilling to use his strongest attack against Fang Chen. Once he used his strongest attack, even if he killed Fang Chen, it would indirectly prove that Fang Chen's potential was greater than his. As a top expert of the Eastern Ridge's younger generation, the Snake Lord had his own pride. In his eyes, Fang Chen was just a small fry. When have you ever seen a big shot go all out against a small fry? To deal with a small fry like him, he only needed to casually attack. In a battle of souls, the Snake Lord was completely defeated. He hadn't expected Fang Chen's soul to be so strong. I underestimated you. Your soul isn't bad, but do you think you're qualified to fight me with just that? The Snake Lord was still very conceited. He believed that Fang Chen wasn't his match at all. The surrounding youngsters were all watching this shocking battle nervously. At the very least, you've lost in a battle of souls. Fang Chen grinned. Although he already knew the result, it wasn't bad to make the Snake Lord suffer and die in the process. How ignorant! The Snake Lord sneered. In the next moment, a wild aura emerged from the Snake Lord's body. Then, a strange sound came from the Snake Lord's body. Fang Chen stared at the Snake Lord. He discovered that spots of lightning appeared on the Snake Lord's body. After the lightning appeared, it gradually formed lightning patterns. Lightning body refinement technique. When Fang Chen saw the lightning patterns on the Snake Lord's body, he knew that the Snake Lord must have cultivated a lightning body refinement technique. The Snake Lord's body was instantly covered with lightning patterns. These lightning patterns connected with each other and emitted bursts of thunderous sounds. At this moment, Xianyuan Feng, who had been silent all this time, spoke again. Lightning battle physique. Xianyuan Feng's words revealed the Snake Lord's body refinement technique. When Zhou Yan and the others heard the name, their faces changed drastically. The lightning battle physique was considered a top body refinement technique in the Four Great Ridges. It was said that this body refinement technique had been lost for a long time. They didn't expect the 100 Snake Valley to have obtained it. He hid it well, the little medicine king said in a low voice. He had naturally heard of the lightning 100 battle physique before. If he was able to cultivate this technique to the 100 battle physique, the strength of his physical body would be extremely tyrannical. It seemed that Snake Monarch wanted to crush Fang Chen with his physical strength. Lightning battle body? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the complicated lightning patterns around the Snake Lord with interest. A smile appeared on his face. The Snake Lord had lost to him in a battle of souls. Now, he wanted to crush him with his physical body. How ignorant! Crash Fang Chen activated his sword body, and an extreme sword intent instantly soared into the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen's sword body was surrounded by an extremely dense sword intent. These sword intents raised the defense of the sword body to the highest level. Sword body! Xianyuan Feng cried out involuntarily. At this moment, a ripple appeared in Xianyuan Feng's heart. His soul was strong, his strength was strong, and even his physical body was so tyrannical. Was he still a martial artist of the younger generation? Xianyuan Feng had never admired anyone before. But now, he was a little impressed by Fang Chen. Special constitutions were extremely rare. For example, although Xianyuan Feng was strong, he still had an ordinary constitution. Among the younger generation present, other than Fang Chen's sword body, there was only Zhou Yan's saber body. Zhou Yan's saber body had long been known by everyone. This was also the reason why he could stand at the peak of the younger generation. And now, everyone was shocked to discover that Fang Chen had a sword body. He actually has a sword body. This is even better. Killing someone with a sword body will give me a greater sense of accomplishment. Snake Lord smiled sinisterly. He liked the feeling of killing geniuses. It was a very satisfying feeling. Snake Lord's lightning battle body was activated. The lightning runes on his body constantly revolved, forming a complex pattern. These patterns emitted a lightning-like aura. Big brother, between Fang Chen and Snake Lord, whose physical body is stronger? Xianyuan Qin asked in a low voice. Xianyuan Feng shook his head. It's hard to say. If Fang Chen's sword body is cultivated to a certain level, it won't be a problem for him to resist the lightning battle body. Let's see what level Snake Lord's lightning battle body has reached. It's said that if the lightning battle body is cultivated to the 100 battle body, its power will be comparable to a 6-star Dao body. You can imagine how terrifying it is, explained Xianyuan Feng. Xianyuan Qin nodded. She didn't know why, but in her heart, she felt that Fang Chen could defeat Snake Lord. At this moment, Fang Chen's sword body had already been pushed to the limit. A late-stage body-tempering sword body was on the same level as a 6-star Dao body. But its power was absolutely superior to a 6-star Dao body. Let's see how my physical body crushes yours. Snake Lord roared and clenched his fists tightly. The lightning runes on his body rapidly converged on his fists as he punched out. Snake Lord's fists contained terrifying lightning runes. When he punched out, the sound of thunder reverberated through the sky. In the face of Snake Lord's fists, Fang Chen also punched out without hesitation. However, his fists contained shocking sword intent. His sword intent was incomparably sharp. Boom! When the two fists collided, a shocking sword intent surged out from Fang Chen's fist. To everyone's astonishment, it enveloped the Snake Lord's fist. His Snake Lord's lightning runes hadn't even been released before they were devoured by Fang Chen's shocking sword intent. Bang! After a loud explosion, Snake Lord's body was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. Snake Lord tried his best to stabilize his body. His eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you are the first person to experience the might of my 100 battle body. You should be proud to die under my 100 battle body. As Snake Lord spoke, lightning runes flickered all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the number of lightning runes on his body reached 100. 100 lightning runes. This was the symbol of the 100 battle body. When Xianyuan Feng and the others saw this, their expressions changed. They hadn't expected Snake Lord to really cultivate the lightning 100 battle body to the 100 battle body level. This is bad. Snake Lord's lightning 100 battle body has reached the 100 battle body level. His strength is comparable to a 6-star Dao body. If it weren't for the restrictions in the mansion, the power of his punch would be enough to shatter a mountain, the little medicine king said worriedly. Zhou Yan and Zhou Qingqing were also worried about Fang Chen. However, they couldn't interfere in this battle. They could only pray that Fang Chen would be able to withstand Snake Lord's Lightning 100 battle body. Lightning 100 battle body, huh? I hope you don't disappoint me, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Crash! The 100 lightning runes around the Snake Lord's body instantly converged on his fist. At the moment, the Snake Lord's fist emitted a resplendent glow of lightning. Rumble! Claps of thunder could be heard in the sky. Within the clouds, there were countless lightning serpents that were rolling continuously. At this moment, Snake Lord displayed the full power of the Lightning 100 battle body. The power of his punch was comparable to the power of a 6-star Dao body. This kind of power could even kill an ordinary 9th-level condensing reality realm martial artist. Go to hell. Snake Lord's fist carried the power of the 100 battle body as he punched out. When his fist punched out, 3 lightning fists suddenly appeared in the sky. The surrounding martial artists instantly fell into confusion. They didn't know which one was real. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. He wanted to find Snake Lord's fist among the 3 fists and defeat him. Zhou Yan and the others were filled with worry. Even Xianyuan Feng's eyes were filled with a complicated expression. Snake Lord's Lightning 100 battle body actually had the effect of confusing the opponent. If Fang Chen couldn't determine the real fist before the attack arrived, then he would definitely be hit by Snake Lord's fist. Therefore, Fang Chen couldn't afford to lose. While everyone was in shock, Fang Chen actually closed his eyes. He couldn't have been scared silly, right? He actually closed his eyes at this juncture. Has he given up on fighting? Isn't he just waiting for death by closing his eyes? At this stage, he can't waste a single second. He should try his best to find the real fist. There's still a chance of survival if he struggles. If he gives up, there's no chance at all. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed one after another. Even Zhou Yan and the others didn't understand what Fang Chen was doing. Snake Lord sneered when he saw Fang Chen close his eyes. The 3 fists continued to bombard Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, the 3 fists appeared before Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, a hallucinatory aura appeared around him. Then, everyone realized that 3 Fang Chens had appeared on the battlefield. What the hell is going on? Someone exclaimed. At this moment, Fang Chen was laughing coldly. He practiced the illusory sword Dao. Any illusory technique would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. The 3 Fang Chens met the 3 fists with different postures. As everyone watched, a deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Chapter 554. In an instant, Fang Chen's real body, the Snake Lord's fist, appeared before everyone's eyes. Musical novel. At that moment, Fang Chen's fist collided with the Snake Lord's fist. Immediately, a powerful force drilled into the Snake Lord's fist. The Snake Lord's face was originally full of ridicule. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. He actually had a bad feeling in his heart. How is this possible? The Snake Lord was a little surprised. How did Fang Chen find his real fist? This shocked him. Crack! While everyone was dumbfounded, an even more powerful force emerged from Fang Chen's fist. It directly sent the Snake Lord flying. The Snake Lord's body was sent flying and he staggered. In the end, he stabilized his body. However, blood kept flowing out of his fist. Clearly, he had lost to Fang Chen in this round. Many of the surrounding martialists were shocked. The Snake Lord had used his 100 battle form, but Fang Chen had actually sent the Snake Lord flying with a single punch. How strong did his physical body need to be? Isn't Fang Chen's physical body a little too powerful? Exclaimed Zhou Qingqing. What a monster! The strength of his physical body has already surpassed that of a 6-star Dao body. Zhou Yan's face also revealed a smile as he sighed. Xian Yuanfeng, who was at the side, was even more surprised. His soul had crushed the Snake Lord, and his physical body had also crushed the Snake Lord. Was there anything he couldn't do? At this moment, Xian Yuanfeng looked at Fang Chen with blazing eyes. Everyone knew that on the path of martial arts, one needed to specialize in cultivation. Everyone understood this principle. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a martialist would only choose to specialize in one type of cultivation. It was either the physical body, the soul, or the martial art. However, Fang Chen had actually cultivated all three to a certain level. This made Xian Yuanfeng exclaim in admiration. Fang Chen clenched his fists and stood quietly on the ground. Sword will surged around him. He looked at Snake Lord and said in a low voice, "I will still crush you physically." When he heard Fang Chen's words, the Snake Lord's eyes glowed with a frightening golden light. The suppression of his soul and physical body made the arrogant Snake Lord's heart fill with hatred. His desire to kill Fang Chen intensified. The Lightning 100 battle physique was his strongest body tempering technique. In order to cultivate the Lightning 100 battle physique to the 100 battle physique realm, Snake Monarch had spent a lot of effort. He had even used up all the resources of the 100 Snake Valley and finally succeeded in cultivating it. Snake Monarch had once fought a martial artist with 4 flashes of true Qi. When he used the Thunder Battle Body, he sent his opponent flying with a single punch. However, in the face of a martial artist with 3 flashes of true Qi, he was actually suppressed by his opponent's physical body. What a good sword body! Snake Monarch's eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Fang Chen. He wished he could kill Fang Chen with his gaze. After a long while, Snake Monarch said icily, "Sword body." This was all because of Fang Chen's sword body. When he had discovered that Fang Chen had a sword body, Snake Monarch hadn't paid much attention to it. So what if Fang Chen had a sword body? Therefore, when Fang Chen activated his sword body, Snake Monarch continued to attack Fang Chen with an unstoppable force. However, the final outcome disappointed him. Snake Monarch had accepted being crushed by the sword body. However, he didn't understand how Fang Chen had been able to see through the 2 identical illusions he had created. Snake Monarch couldn't figure it out. Fang Chen, who seemed to have read Snake Monarch's mind, sneered and said, "Do you know what kind of sword path I cultivate?" When he heard Fang Chen's voice, Snake Monarch raised his head and looked over. Xian Yuanfeng and the others also looked over at Fang Chen. "You are too naive to use illusions in front of an illusory sword path martialist." Fang Chen's words were filled with an arrogant smile. He was mocking Snake Monarch. Snake Monarch had thought that he was smart. When he had used the Thunder Battle Body, he had mixed in a trace of illusions. He had thought that he could increase his attack power and injure Fang Chen severely. However, he hadn't expected that Fang Chen was an illusory sword path martialist. At this moment, Xian Yuanfeng and the others were also astonished. It was no wonder that Fang Chen had been able to find the real Snake Monarch's fist so easily. When he thought of this, Xian Yuanfeng couldn't help but take another look at Fang Chen. He had once heard his grandfather say that the illusory sword path martialists were the most unpredictable sword cultivators. If one could cultivate the illusory sword path to its peak, it would be extremely terrifying. With just a thought, one could enter an illusion. He hadn't expected that Fang Chen was also an illusory sword path martialist. Snake Monarch's eyes were filled with iciness. Fang Chen's strength was a slight threat to him. However, he was still very confident that he could kill Fang Chen. The warm-up is over. Your life will end here, said Snake Monarch coldly. Anyone can talk big. You said it when you used the sound wave attack, when you used the thunder battle body, and now you're saying it again, sneered Fang Chen. Good, very good. Fang Chen, I'll let you know the consequences of offending my 100 Snake Valley. The Serpent Lord was furious when he heard that. In the next moment, a silver-white flute appeared in Snake Monarch's hand. This flute was different from the previous one. The previous flute had been a sound wave attack, but this flute was their 100 Snake Valley's most precious treasure, the Imperial Snake Flute. As the name implied, the Imperial Snake Flute could control snake-type demonic beasts. It was also their 100 Snake Valley's most precious treasure. In order to allow Snake Monarch to suppress the younger generation in the Spirit Vortex Realm's residence and seize the opportunity, the 100 Snake Valley's master had temporarily given the Imperial Snake Flute to him. Imperial Snake Flute. Seeing this silver-white flute, Xian Yuan Feng cried out loudly. Clearly, he also recognized this flute. It's actually the Imperial Snake Flute. The 100 Snake Valley's master really is generous, exclaimed the Little Medicine King. The Imperial Snake Flute was the 100 Snake Valley's most precious treasure. Only the Valley Master of each generation would possess it. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't appear in the hands of others. But now, the Imperial Snake Flute had appeared in Snake Monarch's hand. Fang Chen focused on the Imperial Snake Flute. He saw Snake Monarch's hands holding the flute. Then he brought it to his mouth. His throat moved and melodious sounds came out. Among these voices, there were traces of complicated sounds mixed in, making it especially ear-piercing. Just as these sounds enveloped the entire residence, snake-type demonic beasts began to appear in the air. Crash! When the first snake appeared, it was floating in the air. On its head, a pair of vicious eyes were staring at Fang Chen. Its tail was also raised, as if it wanted to attack Fang Chen. The Imperial Snake Flute controlled 10,000 snake. All the snake-type demonic beasts in the world couldn't break free from the Imperial Snake Flute's control. Of course, the Imperial Snake Flute would also suppress some snake-type demonic beasts. These snake-type demonic beasts were used for battle. At this moment, Snake Monarch blew the Imperial Snake Flute and released the snake-type demonic beast. Crash! Following the appearance of the first snake, countless snakes appeared in the air in the blink of an eye. These snakes flicked their tongues and made hissing sounds. Fang Chen, be careful, Little Medicine King warned. These snakes emitted a terrifying aura. If bitten, even a 9th-level condensing reality realm martial artist would be poisoned. Huff! Suddenly, the sound from the Imperial Snake Flute was exceptionally loud. In the next moment, countless snake-type demonic beasts rushed towards Fang Chen. Hiss! Hiss! These snakes kept rolling in the air. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen activated his sword body and punched out. Bang! Fang Chen's fist directly hit the first snake's body, causing it to fly out. However, this snake only somersaulted a few times in the air and continued to attack Fang Chen. So tough! Seeing this scene, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and said in a low voice, "These snakes were very tough." The power of his punch was enough to kill an ordinary 9th-level condensing reality realm martial artist. However, it couldn't kill these snakes. Before these snakes could get close to Fang Chen, he quickly took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 6th level of the phantom sword art. Swoosh! The hallucinatory aura instantly filled the whole earth and shrouded these snake-type demonic beasts. Then, Fang Chen waved the hidden star sword in his hand. One after another, Sword Light, carrying the ultimate sword intent, instantly slashed the snake-type demonic beast. Crack! Wherever the hidden star sword passed, the snake-type demonic beasts' bodies were instantly cut in two. When the hallucinatory aura filled the air, the snake-type demonic beasts' eyes actually had an illusion. They fell into an illusion. Damn it! Seeing these snake-type demonic beasts fall into the illusion, the Snake King suddenly blew his flute and a high-pitched sound came out. After these snake-type demonic beasts heard it, they immediately began to struggle. In the blink of an eye, they struggled out of the illusion and continued to attack Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen created the illusion just to buy himself some time. Even if the snake-type demonic beasts rushed out of the illusion, the time was enough. Crash! Fang Chen displayed the 6th level of the Phantom Sword art, constantly reaping the lives of the snake-type demonic beasts. So far, the snake-type demonic beasts were unable to get close to his body. Not far away, Xianyuan Feng and the others saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Phantom Sword art martial artists are too terrifying. This was before Fang Chen matured. Xianyuan Feng felt that if Fang Chen condensed the 4th layer of true qi, even he wouldn't be able to defeat Fang Chen. Fang Chen's Phantom Sword art was completely activated. A powerful hallucinatory aura surrounded Fang Chen. Every snake-type demonic beast that wanted to attack Fang Chen had to enter the hallucinatory aura. When they broke free from the hallucinatory aura, they were greeted by a sword light. For a moment, the Snake King's snake-taming flute couldn't do anything to Fang Chen. Fang Chen's actions shocked everyone. There was actually someone in the younger generation who could resist the snake-taming flute's attack. It was too terrifying and unheard of. The snake-taming flute was considered a supreme treasure in the 4 great ridges that would make any martial artist's expression change. At this moment, Fang Chen was using his own strength to resist the snake-taming flute's attack. Chapter 555. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you! Snake roared. Seeing that Fang Chen had blocked the attack of the snake-taming flute, he roared furiously. In the next moment, Snake King channeled all the spiritual qi in his body and poured it into the snake-taming flute. Then, an even stranger sound came from the snake-taming flute. Following that, a large number of snake-type demonic beasts appeared. These demonic beasts were much stronger than the ones that had appeared before. The bodies of these demonic beasts were bright red, and there was a Xiao Hei dot on their heads. Red Magic Snake. Xianyuan Feng recognized the red magic snake at first glance. This type of snake was considered one of the top subclans of the snake clan. The snake-taming flute had been accumulated by the Valley Master of the 100 Snake Valley for many generations. Countless demonic beasts were suppressed inside. Some were strong and some were weak. Of course, there was a seal inside the snake-taming flute. Weak martial artists could not open the seal at all. Even someone as strong as Snake King could only open the second seal at most. Previously, when he opened the first seal, the demonic beasts that appeared were no match for Fang Chen. Therefore, he channeled all his strength to open the second seal. When these red magic snakes appeared in the sky, the Little Medicine King and the others' faces changed drastically. They all looked at Fang Chen with worry. Crash! At this moment, Fang Chen slashed out with the hidden star sword in his hand, killing the last demonic beast. Then, he raised his eyes and looked at the bright red magic snakes in the sky. What other tricks do you have? Go ahead and use them. Fang Chen's voice entered everyone's ears. He was not afraid of the snake-taming flute, nor was he afraid of the red magic snakes. Beep, beep. A high-spirited sound came from the imperial snake flute. Hordes of red demon snakes surged toward Fang Chen like a tidal wave. Hissing sounds came from their mouths as they flicked their tongues. It was a very intimidating sight. Facing the attack of these red magic snakes, Fang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of a sneer. Just as the red devil snake was about to reach him, Fang Chen waved his hand and formed a seal. Then, with a wave of his hand, countless supreme-grade spirit stones flew out and landed on the ground. While a gray aura instantly appeared around Fang Chen as the formation took shape. Illusion Array. Seeing Fang Chen's formation, Xianyuan Feng's heart was filled with shock. Not only did Fang Chen have great accomplishments in the soul and physical body, he even had such talent in the Tao of formations. The illusion array was a supreme-grade spiritual array. Only an array grandmaster could set up such an array. The formation had no offensive power at all. Its only function was to create illusions. The combination of the illusory sword Tao and the illusion formation was an illusion that even the red magic snake would fall for. At this moment, Xianyuan Feng finally understood why Fang Chen was so confident to fight the snake monarch. Fang Chen's strength was no weaker than a martial artist with 5 strands of true qi. If it weren't for the snake monarch's snake-taming flute, Fang Chen would have killed him long ago. This was an exciting battle. Fang Chen's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. While after the illusion array was set up, the red magic snakes instantly rushed into the illusion array and lost their sense of direction. Fang Chen was an illusory sword Tao martial artist. In addition, he controlled the illusion array. Even a martial artist with 5 or 6 strands of true qi would be unable to extricate themselves after entering the array. Not to mention a mere red magic snake. The red magic snakes were like a tidal wave, carrying powerful attacks. After entering the illusion array, they still lost their sense of direction and flew around randomly. They couldn't find their target, but Fang Chen could easily see them. The beheading began. Every time Fang Chen's hidden star sword was swung, a large number of red magic snakes would die. Every time a red magic snake died, the snake monarch could feel the bloodlust in his eyes as a large number of red magic snakes died. How can this be? The snake monarch had done his best to unseal the red magic snake. He had thought that he could kill Fang Chen, but he hadn't expected that even the red magic snakes would fall into the illusion. I don't believe it. The snake monarch roared and hurriedly blew the snake-taming flute. A large number of red magic snakes rushed into the illusion array, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Poochie. As time passed, Fang Chen killed a large number of red magic snakes. At this time, the snake monarch spat out a mouthful of blood. If this continued, the snake monarch would suffer a backlash from the snake-taming flute. No, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to fight back. Countless martial artists in the surroundings looked at this scene in shock. The snake monarch had gone completely crazy. If he didn't fight back, he would be seriously injured by the backlash from the snake-taming flute. Whoosh! Whoosh! The snake monarch suddenly blew the snake-taming flute. Suddenly, all the red magic snakes rushed out of the snake-taming flute and entered the illusion array. However, these red magic snakes were still cannon fodder. They were easily dealt with by Fang Chen. Just as everyone thought that the snake monarch had no way to deal with Fang Chen, a red magic snake as thick as an arm suddenly appeared from the snake-taming flute. This was the red magic snake monarch. The red magic snake monarch's strength was countless times stronger than the red magic snakes. Most importantly, the red magic snake monarch's venom could cause a martial artist's body to fester. As long as the venom came into contact with it, death was certain. Moreover, the red magic snake monarch possessed an illusory aura. Although it wasn't strong enough, it should still be able to resist the illusion within the illusion array. The moment the red magic snake monarch appeared, the snake monarch spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably pale, but he still held the snake-taming flute in his hand and kept blowing it. The powerful red magic snake monarch could only be controlled by the snake-taming flute. The price of releasing the red magic snake monarch was that the snake monarch would be seriously injured by the backlash. Even if he managed to kill Fang Chen now, he would also be seriously injured. He couldn't allow himself to fail. Once he failed, Fang Chen would definitely take his life. Whoosh! 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 As the sound from the snake-taming flute came out, the red magic snake monarch opened its eyes. It stuck out its tongue and instantly entered the illusion array. When Fang Chen saw the red magic snake monarch, his expression changed greatly. Then, Fang Chen pushed the sixth stage of the illusion god sword art to its limit. Immediately after, he pushed the power of his sword body to its limit. The soul of a late-stage orange level instantly permeated the air. After the red magic snake monarch entered the illusion array, it emitted a bit of illusory aura and resisted a small portion of the illusion within the illusion array. Its eyes turned and discovered Fang Chen. It quickly arrived in front of Fang Chen and opened its mouth, wanting to bite Fang Chen. Scram! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly swung out and pierced towards the red magic snake monarch. At the same time, Fang Chen's great Luo soul slaughter flame transformed into a soul flame and landed on the red magic snake monarch's body. Poochie! Fang Chen's other fist fiercely smashed onto the red magic snake monarch's body. 3 consecutive powerful attacks instantly bombarded the red magic snake monarch's body, causing it to continuously retreat. This was Fang Chen's strongest attack. Even the snake monarch wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, after the red magic snake monarch suffered from Fang Chen's heavy attack, it became even more enraged. Its eyes flashed and it let out an angry roar. A red aura emerged from its body. Hiss! 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 The red magic snake monarch spat out its tongue, carrying an extremely wild aura as it attacked Fang Chen. Too strong. The red magic snake monarch's attack is too strong. The red magic snake monarch's attack was too powerful. Fang Chen was simply unable to block it. Seeing this scene, the snake monarch's eyes were filled with a crazy smile. As long as he could kill Fang Chen, so what if he was injured? At this time, Xianyuan Feng and the others also shook their heads. Even I wouldn't dare to exchange blows with the red magic snake monarch. I'm afraid Fang Chen won't be able to block its attack. Big brother, is there any way? Asked Xianyuan Qin anxiously. Xianyuan Feng shook his head. There's no way. Even if I were to attack, I wouldn't be able to defeat it. Xianyuan Feng didn't have any confidence in facing the red magic snake monarch, so he didn't dare to rashly attack. As for the little medicine king, Zhou Yan, and the others, they were all incomparably anxious. They wanted to help Fang Chen, but the red magic snake monarch's attack was too strong. If they approached, they would definitely die. Fang Chen, you have to hold on, said Zhou Yan inwardly. Fang Chen, you still won't die this time. The snake monarch wildly laughed. Within the illusion formation, Fang Chen revealed a trace of helplessness in the face of the red magic snake monarch's powerful attack. Then a wooden doll suddenly appeared in his hand. I didn't expect to use it here. Fang Chen had only just finished speaking when he took out a spirit stone and placed it into the wooden doll. It immediately began to emit a brilliant light. At this time, the red magic snake monarch arrived in front of Fang Chen. It opened its mouth and bit at Fang Chen. Crack! The red devil snake king bit down on the puppet. Suddenly, a powerful attack bombarded the puppet's body. All of the venom was sprayed onto the puppet's body. At the same time, Fang Chen fiercely swung his hidden star sword, cutting off the snake's vital point. Fang Chen's star-concealing sword changed its angle countless times. Before the red devil snake king could react, it ruthlessly stabbed into the red devil snake king's vital point. Roar! A miserable cry rang out. Blood continuously flowed out of the red magic snake monarch's vital point. Its mouth was wide open, and the doll fell to the ground. Its body was constantly writhing, and in the end it fell to the ground. The crowd, who were initially worried about Fang Chen, was completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Just what had happened? Why had the red magic snake monarch miserably fallen to the ground with blood flowing out of its vital point? Poochie! Taking advantage of the red magic snake monarch's writhing body, Fang Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed its vital point several times. Only after ensuring that the red magic snake monarch didn't have any more strength to fight did Fang Chen stop. Roar. The red magic snake monarch's body writhed. It had suffered heavy injuries, and its life force was fading. It was unwilling to accept this. In the distance, the snake monarch did his best to blow the snake-taming flute. But to no avail. In the end, the red magic snake monarch died at Fang Chen's hands. Poochie. With the red magic snake monarch dead, the snake monarch suffered a backlash and vomited blood. Chapter 556. What are you going to use to fight me? Fang Chen's voice spread throughout the entire mansion. The surrounding cultivators were completely shocked. Fang Chen's strength had actually reached such a level. Not only had he killed the Red Devil Snake King, but he had also caused the Snake Monarch to suffer a backlash. Now, he was on the verge of death. The Snake Monarch, who was lying on the ground, held the Snake Monarch's flute. He did his best to suppress his injuries, wanting to blow the Snake Monarch's flute at all costs. However, Fang Chen didn't give him the chance. The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly swung, and a sword light flashed. The Snake Monarch let out a miserable cry. His arm had been instantly cut off by Fang Chen. Blood continuously spurted out, and the Snake Monarch's flute fell to the ground. Fang Chen. The Snake Monarch's heart was filled with fear. He gravely looked at Fang Chen. You can't kill me. Even now, the Snake Monarch didn't want to die. He wanted Fang Chen to let him off. Give me a reason. Fang Chen walked over to the Snake Monarch and picked up the Snake Monarch's flute. He fiddled with it as he smiled. The Snake Monarch's voice was hoarse. I'm from the Eastern Mountains 100 Snake Valley. If you kill me, my father will definitely kill you. The Snake Monarch was threatening Fang Chen. A trace of ridicule appeared on the latter's face. He then said, Sorry, but your reason won't convince me. After saying that, Fang Chen's wrist shook and the hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into the Snake Monarch's head. The Snake Monarch's eyes were wide open. He was unwilling to accept this. He had originally wanted to kill Fang Chen, but in the end, he had been killed instead. Bang! The Snake Monarch's body fell to the ground, completely devoid of life. Fang Chen waved his hand and took the Snake Monarch's spatial ring. Fang Chen glanced at the Red Devil Snake King, who had long since died. He then glanced at the puppet that had fallen to the ground and turned into a piece of trash. He shook his head slightly. If it weren't for this puppet, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Red Devil Snake King. This puppet could withstand the full blow of an elite below the Spirit Vortex realm. It could easily withstand a mere Red Devil Snake King. However, it was a one-time use item. Once it was used, it could not be used again. Snake Monarch had condensed 4 strands of true Qi, so his true strength was equivalent to an expert with 5 strands of true Qi. Such a powerful young expert had been killed by Fang Chen. The commotion caused by Fang Chen had thoroughly shocked everyone in the periphery. Zhou Yan and the others were flabbergasted. The Little Medicine King was also incredibly shocked. Even Xianyuan Feng had a whole new level of respect for Fang Chen. As for the disciples of the 100 Snake Valley, when they saw that the Snake Monarch had been killed by Fang Chen, their hearts were filled with fear and they had already fled. These disciples were all ordinary flutes, so Fang Chen ignored them. Brother Fang, you've really hidden yourself well. Zhou Yan was the first to walk towards Fang Chen with a grin. Yeah, you were even able to kill the Snake Monarch, who had condensed 4 strands of true Qi. Your strength is too strong. Zhou Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she smiled. Hearing this, Fang Chen smiled slightly. The Little Medicine King, Qin Yao, Xianyuan Feng, and his sister all went forward to talk to Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen had received the approval of all the younger generation. In their hearts, Fang Chen's strength was already comparable to Xianyuan Feng's. After chatting with everyone, Fang Chen left with Qin Yao. The outer mansion had almost been completely explored by everyone. The Qi cores had also been collected. The younger generation of disciples were preparing to go into seclusion to cultivate. Once their cultivation broke through, they would enter the inner circle. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck and was temporarily unable to break through. As for Qin Yao, she felt that she was about to break through. Fang Chen found a secluded place for Qin Yao to cultivate while he guarded her. Half a month later, the younger generation of cultivators all entered the inner area of the mansion, leaving the outer area empty. At this time, Qin Yao's seclusion ended. After that, Fang Chen and Qin Yao also entered the inner area of the mansion. As soon as he entered the inner area of the mansion, Fang Chen discovered that there was a space of its own. The spiritual qi in the inner circle was much denser than the outer circle. Within the inner circle, Fang Chen saw countless buildings. Under each building, there were cultivators searching. "Let's go," said Fang Chen. Just like this, Fang Chen and Qin Yao searched for opportunities in the inner circle. After walking for about 6 hours, Qin Yao's face suddenly changed slightly, and she immediately stopped. "How is that possible?" asked Fang Chen. "I feel like there's a voice calling me," said Qin Yao gravely. "Oh, where is it?" Fang Chen's eyes brightened. Qin Yao pointed at a building in front of them. "I feel like that voice is coming from here." "Let's go take a look," said Fang Chen. The two of them quickly arrived in front of the building. At this time, Qin Yao felt the spiritual qi within her body constantly revolve. It was as if there was an attractive force pulling her into the building. "Qin Yao, perhaps this is your opportunity." Fang Chen didn't stop her and allowed her to enter the building. When Qin Yao completely disappeared from the building, a dense multicolored light appeared around the building. This multicolored light contained a scorching aura. "It seems Qin Yao has found her opportunity," said Fang Chen inwardly. Just as Fang Chen was about to turn and leave, a furious roar rang out. 2 old men appeared in front of Fang Chen. "Thief, you're the one who killed our 100 Snake Valley's Junior Valley Master, the Snake Lord," roared one of the brown-haired old men. His face was filled with malevolence. "Brat, you dare kill our Junior Valley Master? You're courting death." The other old man was filled with killing intent. The two of them were elders of the 100 Snake Valley. Recently, a disciple of the 100 Snake Valley had entered their mansion and informed them of the Snake Lord's death. They had immediately been infuriated and vowed to get revenge for their Junior Valley Master. The two of them had been searching for opportunities while also searching for Fang Chen. Today, they had just happened to arrive here and discovered Fang Chen. A bloody storm was about to begin. "Kill the young one," and the old one came out to shout, said Fang Chen coldly. "Thief, you even dared to kill our 100 Snake Valley's Junior Valley Master? There's no place for you in this world." As soon as he said that, the brown-haired old man's figure flashed and he fiercely punched out. At the same time, many illusory snake images appeared around him. Those illusory snakes instantly attacked Fang Chen. At the same time, 5 strands of true qi appeared on the brown-haired old man's body. 5 strands of true qi? Fang Chen looked at the 5 strands of true qi on the brown-haired old man's body and sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, Fang Chen used the 6th level of the Phantom God Sword art. An illusory aura instantly filled the air as he stabbed out with the hidden star sword. When the brown-haired old man approached Fang Chen, he suddenly sensed something strange. By the time he reacted, a long sword had already stabbed into his body. He had no way to dodge. "Damn it!" The brown-haired old man roared and immediately punched out. Bang! His fist collided with Fang Chen's fist and directly exploded. The brown-haired old man's body flew back. He did his best to stabilize himself. His eyes were filled with shock. "This brat's strength is strange," said the brown-haired old man in a low voice. In Fang Chen's opinion, although the brown-haired old man had condensed 5 strands of true qi, his threat was not as high as the snake monarch's. Therefore, in the face of the brown-haired old man's attack, Fang Chen gave a strong counterattack. Moreover, a trace of killing intent appeared in Fong Chen's heart. "Attack together and kill him!" the brown-haired old man roared. Suddenly, two figures joined forces to attack Fong Chen. At this moment, Fong Chen did not hesitate to set up an illusion array. Then, he used the illusory sword principle and the 6th level of the Phantom God sword art. The hidden star sword was constantly brandished. On the other hand, the two elders were unable to find Fong Chen after entering the illusion array. "Damn it!" the brown-haired old man roared. He used all his strength to attack Fong Chen. Pucci suddenly, a sword light appeared in a dark place and ruthlessly pierced the brown-haired old man's body. This time, Fong Chen did not give the brown-haired old man a chance. With a Pucci sound, the hidden star sword was pulled out of the brown-haired old man's body. The brown-haired old man's heart was shattered by the hidden star sword. He unwillingly fell to the ground. "Next, it's your turn." Fong Chen looked at the other elder and said sinisterly. After a minute, Fong Chen removed the illusion array and saw two corpses lying quietly on the ground. Two martial artists who had condensed 5 strands of true qi had died at the hands of Fong Chen. If Xianyuan Feng saw this, he would be shocked. Even if he personally took action, he would not be able to do it. After Fong Chen killed the 2 elders of the 100 Snake Valley, he quickly left this place. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of other elders of the 100 Snake Valley. This time, there were still many elders of the 100 Snake Valley who had entered the mansion. Some of them had tyrannical strength. At least, Fong Chen was still not their opponent. "If I can cultivate the Imperial Snake Flute, I will not be afraid of the elders of the 100 Snake Valley," Fong Chen secretly said in his heart. The Imperial Snake Flute was the unique skill of the 100 Snake Valley. Even if an elder learned the Imperial Snake Flute, they would not be able to control a real snake-type monster beast. However, a martial artist who had the Imperial Snake Flute could control a real snake-type monster beast as he wished. If his strength was tyrannical, he could unlock the seal within the Imperial Snake Flute and release an even more terrifying monster beast. For example, the Red Devil Snake King. The Snake Monarch used all his strength to unlock the seal and release the Red Devil Snake King. If it were not for the puppet that he had previously obtained, Fong Chen would have died. When he had obtained the Snake Monarch's interspatial ring, Fong Chen had checked it. In the interspatial ring, there was a complete Imperial Snake Flute. However, at that time, Fong Chen did not have the time to read it. Now, it seemed that he needed to make time to cultivate it. Fong Chen found a relatively secluded place and began to cultivate the Imperial Snake Flute. Chapter 557. Simply put, the snake taming technique was to use the snake taming flute to control snake-type beasts. By blowing the snake taming flute, it would emit sound waves of a certain frequency to stimulate the mind of the snake-type beast. The snake taming flute had been passed down in the 100 Snake Valley for thousands of years. Only the current 100 Snake Valley master was qualified to possess the snake taming flute. Others were not qualified to use the snake taming flute. Even a young master like the Snake King was not qualified. If not for the fact that the 100 Snake Valley master was the Snake King's father, the Snake King would not have been able to obtain the snake taming flute. And now, the snake taming flute, the most valuable treasure of the 100 Snake Valley, had been obtained by Fong Chen. If the 100 Snake Valley master knew about this, he would be furious. However, Fong Chen did not have time to think about this. He only wanted to increase his strength. In front of Fong Chen there was a book. This book was full of information about the snake taming technique. After a long time, Fong Chen read through the entire snake taming technique. In general, he had a clear understanding of it. The snake taming technique had a total of 3 realms. The first realm was snake taming, the second realm was king taming, and the third realm was myriad taming. This book also introduced it in detail. The snake taming technique was easy to understand. As long as one could master it, they would be able to control ordinary snake-type beasts. The second realm, king taming, was to control snake-type kings, such as the Red Devil Snake King. As for the third realm, myriad taming was an exaggeration. According to the snake taming technique, once one reached the third realm, they would at most be able to control non-snake-type beasts. It was impossible to achieve myriad taming. However, even so, it was still very terrifying. Until now, no one in the 100 Snake Valley had been able to cultivate the snake taming technique to the third realm. At most, it was the second realm. Previously, when the Snake King fought with Fang Chen, he used all his strength to break the Red Devil Snake King's seal. He forced it to enter the second realm. If he did that, he would suffer a backlash. This snake taming technique is not simple, Fang Chen thought to himself. After that, Fang Chen began to practice the snake taming technique. Simply put, to cultivate the imperial snake technique, one needed a martial artist with a strong enough soul. Fang Chen's soul had reached the later stages of the orange level, which was enough. The next step was to control the snake and the sound waves emitted by the snake taming flute. Fang Chen began to slowly cultivate according to the music score on the scroll. In the beginning, when Fang Chen played the snake taming flute, he was unable to produce any sound. However, Fang Chen was not discouraged. He continued to explore diligently. Finally, after failing several hundred times, Fang Chen was finally able to make the snake taming flute sound. At this moment, Fang Chen held the imperial snake flute in his hand and placed it by his mouth. In an instant, Fang Chen's soul force revolved around the imperial snake flute. Then, Fang Chen blew the snake riding flute, and intermittent sounds came out from the flute. That's great! Fang Chen was ecstatic. This was a huge improvement. He was not a member of the 100 Snake Valley. It was very difficult to cultivate the snake taming technique. It was not easy to reach this level by self-study. As long as the snake taming flute could produce sound, Fang Chen was confident that he could control it. In the following time, Fang Chen continued to cultivate the snake taming technique. According to the records on the scroll, the first stage of the snake taming technique was very easy to cultivate. The second and third stages were the hardest to cultivate. While Fang Chen was cultivating in seclusion, the elders of the 100 Snake Valley in the inner circle of the mansion were clamoring to find Fang Chen and kill him. Of course, there was a tremor in the inner circle of the mansion. An underground palace appeared, and all the martial artists who had condensed 7 strands of true qi and above entered it. Then, the palace sank into the ground again. All the martial artists believed that this palace was the most precious place in the mansion. Some of the weaker martial artists could not even enter it. At this point, the strongest martial artists in the inner circle of the mansion had only condensed 6 strands of true qi. Even so, the younger generation could not compare to them. However, while Fang Chen was cultivating, Xianyuan Feng successfully condensed 6 strands of true qi, shocking all the martial artists. Xianyuan Feng was still so strong, firmly suppressing all the martial artists of the younger generation of the 4 Great Ridges. After Xianyuan Feng broke through, he disappeared from the inner circle of the mansion. It was said that he went to explore a hidden building. As for the other younger generation, they were all looking for their own opportunities. Only the elders of the 100 Snake Valley kept clamoring to cut off Fang Chen's head as a sacrifice to the dead Snake Lord, the young Valley Master of the 100 Snake Valley. Where is Fang Chen? Get out here! How dare you kill the people of the 100 Snake Valley? Fang Chen, you piece of trash! Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't have a burial place. Fang Chen must be scared. He's hiding in the dark and doesn't dare to come out. Many of the elders of the 100 Snake Valley were cursing Fang Chen. Their hearts were filled with resentment. When they came to the West Ridge this time, the 100 Snake Valley Master had personally warned them to protect the Snake Lord. Now that the Snake Lord was dead, they would definitely be punished by the 100 Snake Valley Master when they returned. Therefore, they hated Fang Chen even more. Fang Chen did not appear in the face of the clamoring of all the elders of the 100-Snake Valley. This puzzled many martial artists. Little did they know that Fang Chen was in a hidden place, practicing the 100-Snake Valley's lost technique, the Imperial Snake Technique. In just 3 days, Fang Chen had mastered some of the Imperial Snake Flute's trick. The current Fang Chen could blow the Imperial Snake Flute as he pleased, releasing a certain frequency of sound wave. However, he was still unable to summon a snake-type demon beast. That puzzled Fang Chen. In the end, Fang Chen had no choice but to ask the Bronze Ancestor. "Ancestor, what method do you have?" Fang Chen asked the Bronze Ancestor. The Bronze Ancestor's mind entered the Imperial Snake Flute to examine it. He said, "This Imperial Snake Flute's craftsmanship is very exquisite. There are many snake-type demon beasts sealed inside. Only by unsealing them can you summon them." The Bronze Ancestor told Fang Chen a few methods, but he wasn't sure if they would succeed. Fang Chen began to experiment. Since there were snake-type demon beasts sealed inside, the most important thing was to unseal them. The Imperial Snake Art wasn't just a secret technique for controlling snake-type demon beasts, it was also the key to unsealing the Imperial Snake Flute. Fang Chen placed the Imperial Snake Flute near his mouth and blew it once more. Dong dong dong. Sound waves came out of the Imperial Snake Flute one after another. At this time, Fang Chen used the Imperial Snake Art's incantation with all his might. Suddenly, the shadow of a snake-type demonic beast appeared in his body. Fang Chen tried his best to control this snake-type demonic beast shadow and enter the snake-taming flute. Boom! When the demon beast phantom entered the Imperial Snake Flute, a rumbling sound came from the Imperial Snake Flute. Fang Chen discovered that the sound waves coming from the Imperial Snake Flute were even louder than before. Hoo-hoo! When Fang Chen blew the Imperial Snake Flute, he discovered that the frequency of the sound waves coming from the Imperial Snake Flute was exactly the same as the Snake Monarch. "Unsealing is a success," said Fang Chen with an excited smile. In the next moment, Fang Chen blew the Imperial Snake Flute once more. At this time, snake-type demon beasts appeared out of thin air one after another. They wriggled their bodies in the air, as if waiting for the order to attack. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He then used the Imperial Snake Flute to give the snake-type demon beasts the order to attack. Hiss hiss hiss. The snake-type demon beasts flicked their tongues and instantly attacked a distant building. Bang bang bang. Under the control of the Imperial Snake Flute, these snake-type demon beasts successfully crashed into the distant building, instantly damaging it. Seeing this, Fang Chen was very excited. "Have I successfully cultivated the first realm of the Imperial Snake Art?" Fang Chen thought to himself. However, Fang Chen quickly discovered that he had only cultivated the Imperial Snake Art to a small success. There was still a long way to go before he could completely cultivate the first realm. The most obvious difference was that he could only summon ordinary snake-type demon beasts, while the Snake Monarch could summon Red Magic Snake. "This is just the beginning," Fang Chen said confidently. In the following time, Fang Chen repeatedly practiced the Imperial Snake Art. As time passed, he became more proficient in the Imperial Snake Art. At the same time, his control of the Imperial Snake Flute became more and more perfect. At this time, Fang Chen was even more aware that the Imperial Snake Flute was really a treasure. He wondered if the Snake Valley would be heartbroken if they lost this treasure. Of course, Fang Chen didn't care so much. What was in his hands was his. The current me can easily kill a martial artist who has condensed 5 strands of true qi, Fang Chen thought to himself. Using the Imperial Snake Flute to display the Imperial Snake Art, coupled with his own crazy attacks, killing a martial artist who has condensed 5 strands of true qi was very easy. However, Fang Chen wasn't very confident that he could defeat a martial artist who has condensed 6 strands of true qi. However, Fang Chen knew that his strength still had room for improvement. Once he condensed 4 strands of true qi, his strength would greatly increase. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Let's stop cultivating for now, Fang Chen said. He left the seclusion area and prepared to look for opportunities in the inner area of the mansion. As soon as he left the seclusion area and appeared in the inner area of the mansion, Fang Chen heard the clamoring of some elders of the Snake Valley. These elders of the Snake Valley have been looking for Fang Chen. They insult Fang Chen every day in order to force Fang Chen to show himself. Yeah, I don't know where Fang Chen went. Since he dared to kill the Snake Lord, I'm afraid he isn't an ordinary person. A bunch of old farts bullying a young man. What's so great about that? Do you guys think that Fang Chen is secretly hiding and doesn't dare to come out? Fang Chen walked to the end of a wide alley and heard a few disciples talking. The people of the Snake Valley are looking for me. Through the discussion of these few cultivators, Fang Chen learned that the 100 Snake Valley elder had been mocking him during this period of time. Chapter 558. In a certain plaza, several elders of the 100 Snake Valley were hooting and cursing Fang Chen. There were many disciples in the surroundings, including the Little Medicine King and the others. Where is Fang Chen? Hurry up and come out to die. A piece of trash dares to oppose our 100 Snake Valley? A few elders of the 100 Snake Valley shouted arrogantly. It's just a small Fang Chen. As long as he comes out, I can crush him with one hand, an elder said disdainfully. In the crowd, the Little Medicine King heard this and said, Humph, if Fang Chen really does appear, I'm afraid he'll directly kill you all. The Little Medicine King was very clear about Fang Chen's strength. The few elders of the 100 Snake Valley present were all martial artists who had condensed 5 strands of true qi. Fang Chen was more than enough to deal with them. What did you say? That bastard Fang Chen still doesn't dare to appear. He has merely condensed 3 strands of true qi, yet he dares to be so arrogant. He's really courting death. That's right. If Fang Chen appears, we'll kill him in a minute. In the entire plaza, the ones who were shouting the most fiercely were the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. The Little Medicine King didn't say anything after hearing this. He also wanted to see if Fang Chen would appear. After waiting for about 2 hours, the elders of the 100 Snake Valley finally lost their patience. They had cursed Fang Chen for 2 hours, but Fang Chen still hadn't appeared. Fang Chen, that bastard, doesn't dare to appear. It's best if our 100 Snake Valley doesn't see him. Otherwise, we'll tear him to pieces. Use all our strength to search for Fang Chen. We must find him at all costs. At this time, the elders finally stopped waiting and began to take action. It was also at this time that a figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the plaza. This figure's face revealed a trace of a resplendent smile. Fang Chen. The Little Medicine King was the first to see Fang Chen. He was overjoyed as he called out. Upon hearing the Little Medicine King's words, the few elders of the 100 Snake Valley also discovered Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fang Chen, you finally dare to come out? Are you no longer a coward? Fang Chen, I will kill you with my own hands. I will make sure you die without a grave. Several 100 Snake Valley elders sneered when they saw Fang Chen appear. Fang Chen walked over step by step. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. Then, he said, Weren't you looking for me? I'm here now. Fang Chen said coldly as he stared at the elder who had just said that he would kill him as soon as he appeared. Fang Chen, you're courting death. When the elder heard this, he was infuriated. He immediately attacked. A thunderous attack shot out from the elder's body. Petty tricks. Fang Chen sneered when he saw this. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. The 6th level of the Illusion God sword art combined with the Illusion sword Dao was incomparably powerful. A minute later, the elder died at Fang Chen's hands, shocking everyone. How is this possible? He has only condensed 3 strands of true qi. How can he kill an expert with 5 strands of true qi? The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Even the few elders of the 100 Snake Valley had a serious look in their eyes. Fang Chen, Not only did you kill my 100 Snake Valley's young master, but you also killed an elder of my 100 Snake Valley. No one in this world can save you," the goateed elder roared furiously. At this moment, Fang Chun took out the snake-taming flute and said, "Do you recognize this?" The elders' expressions changed when they saw the snake-taming flute. After the Snake Lord was killed by Fang Chun, even the snake-taming flute had been obtained by him? The snake-taming flute. "Kid, hurry up and hand over the snake-taming flute and kill yourself. Otherwise, you'll die miserably," the goateed elder growled. "The snake-taming flute isn't something you can touch. Kid, don't regret it." The elders of the 100 Snake Valley all stared at the snake-taming flute. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. "Do you people of the 100 Snake Valley always use the snake-taming art to kill your enemies?" Fang Chun suddenly asked. The elders of the 100 Snake Valley were stunned. They immediately looked at Fang Chun sinisterly, but didn't say anything. "If I use the snake-taming art to kill you, I'm afraid you won't be satisfied." As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, he suddenly used the snake-taming art and blew the snake-taming flute. Sound waves came out of the snake-taming flute and a large number of snake-type demonic beasts appeared. Seeing this scene, the elders of the 100 Snake Valley turned pale with fright. How is this possible? How does he know the snake-taming art? Damn it, he actually used the snake-taming flute. Let's attack together and kill this kid. Clearly, the elder with the goatee had also discovered the threat that Fang Chun posed. With a furious roar, his body flashed and he instantly attacked Fang Chun. On the square, there were a total of 5 elders of the 100 Snake Valley. Aside from the one that Fang Chun had just killed, there were 4 more. At this moment, the 4 of them joined forces and launched a fierce attack towards Fang Chun. Looking at the 4 menacing people, Fang Chun waved his hand and made a seal. In an instant, he set up an illusion array. In the next moment, the 4 of them were trapped in the illusion array. At this moment, the snake-taming art also showed its power. With the help of the snake-taming flute, a large number of snake-type demonic beasts rushed towards the 4 of them. Poochie, the snake-type demonic beasts directly entangled the 4 of them and constantly bit them. The 4 of them were trapped in the illusion array and couldn't resist. Bang bang bang, the 4 of them tried their best to resist, but the attacks of the snake-type demonic beasts were too fierce. At first, the 4 of them were able to resist a little, but later they were completely at a disadvantage. "We can't go on like this," the goateed elder roared in a low voice. He didn't expect that Fang Chun had actually mastered the snake-taming art. With the snake-taming flute and the snake-taming art, even the 4 of them might not be able to resist. Therefore, they had to find a way to break the illusion array. Ignore the snake-type demonic beast. Let's join forces and break the illusion array. The goateed elder roared loudly. Suddenly, the 4 of them launched an attack together and directly bombarded the array foundation of the illusion array. Rumble after the illusion array was attacked by the 4 experts, it was on the verge of collapse. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed into the void. At this moment, the 4 of them were in a sorry state. The snake-type demonic beasts were constantly biting their bodies. Of course, there were also snake-type demonic beasts' corpses on the ground. "Fang Chun, I want you dead," the goateed elder roared in a low voice. A cold aura surged from his body. In the next moment, countless illusory snake shadows appeared in the sky. These illusory snake shadows instantly joined the battle and fought against the snake-type demonic beast. At the same time, the goateed elder attacked Fang Chun. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. He wanted to kill Fang Chun first and take back the snake-taming flute. "You're courting death." Fang Chun blew the snake-taming flute as he used the 6th level of the illusion sword technique. A powerful sword light pierced directly towards the goateed elder. Bang bang bang, after a fierce battle, 3 of the elders of the Snake Valley had died. Only the goateed elder and another elder were left. "Elder, this kid has the snake-taming flute. We can't defeat him," the elder asked in a low voice. The snake-taming flute is in his hands. We can't do anything about it. Let's escape from here first and wait for the elders of the Six Paths True Chi to kill him." The goateed elder pondered for a moment before speaking. In the next moment, the two elders' figures flashed and they quickly fled. At this moment, Fang Chen used the snake-taming flute again. Complex sound waves came from the snake-taming flute. In an instant, a large number of snake-type demonic beasts appeared in the void. These snake-type demonic beasts chased after the two elders under Fang Chen's control. Although the two elders were very fast, they couldn't outrun the snake-type demonic beasts. In an instant, the two elders were surrounded by the snake-type demonic beasts. Damn it! The goateed elder was furious. He used all his strength to try and break free from the snake-type demonic beast's attack. However, Fang Chen's figure had already appeared in front of him. The people of the Snake Valley died under their own secret technique. How ironic! Fang Chen had just finished speaking when the hidden star sword in his hand suddenly pierced the goateed elder's head. The latter's head instantly exploded. After the goateed elder died, the remaining elder simply couldn't withstand the attacks of the snake-type demonic beast. In a short while, he was bitten to death by the snake-type demonic beast. In less than half an hour, Fang Chen had single-handedly killed 5 martial artists of the Snake Valley with 5 strands of true qi. This action shocked everyone. What powerful strength! The little medicine king was very shocked. He was the clearest about Fang Chen's progress. The more it was like this, the more he realized that Fang Chen's potential was too heaven-defying. At this moment, many of the surrounding martial artists were discussing Fang Chen. They even believed that Fang Chen's strength had already surpassed Xianyuan Feng, and he had become the undisputed number 1 person of the younger generation. Fang Chen glanced at the corpses of the 5 dead elders of the Snake Valley and then put away the snake-taming flute with a smile on his face. If he didn't have the snake-taming flute, he could at most resist 1 or 2 martial artists of 5 strands of true qi. However, with the assistance of the snake-taming flute and the snake-taming technique, he could easily kill martial artists of 5 strands of true qi. Chapter 559. This time, the 100 Snake Valley had suffered a great loss. They had lost 5 elders with 5 true qi. After this great battle, everyone had a whole new level of respect for Fang Chen. Access now, in everyone's hearts, Fang Chen had surpassed Xianyuan Feng and became the strongest person among the younger generation. No wonder he could kill the Snake King. With such strength, not to mention the Snake King, even Xianyuan Feng would not be a match for him. That's right. With this kind of strength, he can even fight against a martial artist with 6 true qis. If only I had half of his strength, it would be great. What a pity! This kind of heaven-defying monster can be counted on one hand in the 4 great ridges. Many martial artists were discussing one after another. Their words were full of praise for Fang Chen. Zhou Yan and the others also came to Fang Chen's side and praised Fang Chen one after another. Xianyuan Feng shook his head slightly and turned to leave. Fang Chen's strength had already given him a faint sense of danger, so he had to work hard to break through. Only by condensing 7 true qi would he have the confidence to suppress Fang Chen. The news of Fang Chen killing the elders of the 100 Snake Valley instantly spread throughout the entire mansion. When this news reached the ears of the 6 true qi elders of the 100 Snake Valley, many of the elders were furious. They let out angry roars. Those who provide clues about Fang Chen will be rewarded with a set of peak Tier 5 cultivation technique. This was the news spread by one of the 6 true qi elders of the 100 Snake Valley. This time, the 100 Snake Valley was determined to kill Fang Chen. Damn this guy, he actually killed so many elders of our 100 Snake Valley. I will tear him to pieces. Another 6 true qi elder of the 100 Snake Valley roared angrily. To be able to condense 5 true qi, one could be considered a top expert in the condensing reality realm. If there were no accidents, one would be able to condense 9 true qi in the future. As for whether one could reach the spirit vortex realm, this was still uncertain. However, an expert with 9 strands of true qi had fallen at the hands of Fang Chen. How could the elder of the 100 Snake Valley not be furious? In particular, the young master of the 100 Snake Valley had been killed by Fang Chen. Even the 100 Snake Valley's most valuable inheritance, the Imperial Snake Flute, had been snatched away by Fang Chen. Most importantly, Fang Chen had used the Imperial Snake technique to kill the 5 true Qi elders of the Snake Valley. This made the Snake Valley feel even more ashamed. Therefore, when the elders of the 100 Snake Valley received the news, they issued countless orders. As long as they could provide clues about Fang Chen, they would receive a level 5 cultivation technique. As for those who could kill Fang Chen and bring his head back, they would be given the position of 100 Snake Valley Consecrator. Within the 100 Snake Valley, they would be second only to the 100 Snake Valley Master. This temptation made countless martialists greedy. Of course, even more martialists chose to watch from the sidelines. Martialists with more than 7 strands of true qi had entered the mysterious palace and were unable to come out. In the entire mansion, the strongest person was only a martial artist with 6 strands of true qi. Fang Chen's strength could easily kill a martial artist with 5 strands of true qi. Even if he faced a martial artist with 6 strands of true qi, he would not be afraid. With this kind of strength, almost no one in the mansion could kill him. Therefore, many people were unwilling to provoke Fang Chen. Of course, there were also a small number of martialists who had their eyes on Fang Chen. Most of them were loose cultivators. At a certain moment, Fang Chen was advancing rapidly when he was suddenly blocked by 2 martial artists. These 2 martial artists were both martial artists who had condensed 5 flashes of true qi. He brothers. When Fang Chen saw the 2 people blocking his way, he raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Fang Chen, your head is very valuable now, big brother," he sneered. "Yes, we want to borrow your head, big brother," he said. Fang Chen grinned and said, "With the strength of the 2 of you, can you kill me?" The He brothers were a pair of famous loose cultivator brothers in the eastern ridgeland. The 2 brothers were inseparable and their strength was not to be underestimated. Although the 2 of them were martial artists who had condensed 5 strands of true qi, the power of their combined attack array was comparable to that of a martial artist with 6 strands of true qi. When Fang Chen killed the elder with 5 strands of true qi from the 100 Snake Valley, they were not present. Therefore, they did not know Fang Chen's strength. They only heard that Fang Chen could kill a martial artist with 5 strands of true qi. Therefore, when they heard about the reward from the 100 Snake Valley's elder, the 2 brothers immediately went to find Fang Chen. "Brat, don't bluff in front of us 2 brothers. We have investigated. Your strength is comparable to a martial artist with 5 strands of true qi. If it was anyone else, they might not be your opponent. However, if we 2 brothers work together, you will definitely die, big brother," he sneered. When Fang Chen heard this, he sneered. These 2 brothers were really stupid. However, since someone wanted to kill him, how could he sit back and do nothing? Fang Chen raised his head and stared at the He brothers. He said, "It seems that you 2 don't know that not long ago, I killed 5 elders with 5 strands of true qi from the 100 Snake Valley by myself." Yes. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Big Brother He's eyes flashed and was a little puzzled. "Big Brother, he is just putting on an act. Attack together and kill him, Big Brother," he said in a low voice. Suddenly, the He brothers sneered. Their faces were full of sinister smiles. Then, the 2 brothers exuded a wild aura. 5 strands of true qi surrounded their bodies. Then, the 2 brothers worked together to display a combined attack array. Suddenly, Fang Chen was trapped in the combined attack array. "Brat, your time of death has come." In these years, the He brothers had been alone in the eastern ridgeland. They had killed many martial artists and offended many forces. In recent years, they had also felt the pressure from the various forces in the eastern ridgeland. Therefore, they wanted to find a backer to protect themselves. This time, the 100 Snake Valley's reward was exactly what they wanted. Once they killed Fang Chen, the two brothers could become the consecrators of the 100 Snake Valley. Their status was second only to the Valley Master of the 100 Snake Valley. At that time, in the entire eastern ridgeland, no force would dare to touch them. Therefore, the two brothers were eager to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, the two brothers saw Fang Chen trapped in the combined attack array. Their faces were full of sinister smiles. It was as if they could already see Fang Chen's head being cut off by them. It's too early to be happy. Suddenly, Fang Chen let out a low shout. Immediately after, 3 streaks of true qi appeared around his body. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. The 6th level of the Phantom Sword art was fully activated. Crash! Countless illusory swords appeared in the combined attack array. These illusory swords constantly attacked the combined attack array. In an instant, the combined attack array was on the verge of collapse. How is this possible? Hilaur exclaimed. How could Fang Chen's attack be so strong? Even a martial artist with 6 streaks of true qi would need some time to break the combined attack array of the two brothers. Rumble! Just as Hilaur exclaimed, Fang Chen's hidden star sword had already pierced through the combined attack array. With a crash, the combined attack array instantly shattered. The He brothers' figures appeared in front of Fang Chen. Without the combined attack array, the He brothers' strength was at most an ordinary martial artist with 5 streaks of true qi. Fang Chen's phantom sword art was enough to deal with them. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen continuously used the 6th level of the phantom sword art. Soon, the He brothers' bodies were covered with injuries. Big brother, this kid is too strong. At this time, Hilaur finally realized this point and roared loudly. Hilaur was also suffering. He originally thought that he could easily kill Fang Chen, but he didn't expect the latter's strength to be so tyrannical. It was beyond their imagination. Damn it! Hilaur cursed. Then, the scimitar in his hand directly slashed towards Fang Chen. The 6th level of the phantom sword art. This time, Fang Chen integrated 6 streaks of true qi into the hidden star sword. The power of the phantom sword art reached an unprecedented level. Puchi! The hidden star sword slashed on the scimitar, instantly shattering it. Then, the hidden star sword carried a powerful sword intent and directly pierced into Hilaur's body. No! Hilaur saw this and shouted angrily. He desperately attacked Fang Chen, trying to save his big brother, but it was too late. Puchi! Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword. Hilaur's eyes widened as he slowly fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Then, Fang Chen turned around and looked at Hilaur with bloodthirsty eyes. Now, it's your turn. Fang Chen, I'll kill you. Hilaur had already fallen into a state of madness. He desperately held onto his scimitar and rushed towards Fang Chen. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to avenge his big brother. The He brothers were orphans since childhood. When they were young, Hilaur had always been taken care of by Hilaur. Now that he saw his big brother die, Hilaur was devastated. He was already prepared to die. But even if he died, he would drag Fang Chen down with him. Go to hell! Hilaur roared. The scimitar in his hand collided with Fang Chen's hidden star sword. As expected, the scimitar shattered. The moment the scimitar shattered, Hilaur chose to self-destruct. The spiritual energy in his qi rapidly surged and his qi expanded. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Hilaur's body exploded. The powerful energy in his qi instantly swept through the entire space. Fang Chen was also affected by this energy. But fortunately, he was very fast. When he saw that the situation was not right, he hurriedly retreated. However, even so, Fang Chen's clothes were a little tattered. The self-destruction of a powerhouse with 5 strands of true energy is too powerful. Fang Chen looked at the ruins in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. If a warrior with 6 or even 7 strands of true energy was hit by the self-destruction, he would be seriously injured. Lao was in a frenzy and didn't think so much. If he had fought with Fang Chun and self-destructed, the effect would be completely opposite. Looking at the messy battlefield, Fang Chun shook his head slightly and turned to leave. The He brothers could have lived well and continued to look for opportunities, but they shouldn't have been driven by interests to kill Fang Chun. Lao's self-destruction caused a huge commotion. Soon, it attracted many warriors. Even the elders of the 100 Snake Valley came. There was a big battle here, an elder of the 100 Snake Valley said in a deep voice. Someone self-destructed here, another elder said. At this moment, an elder said, the person who self-destructed should be one of the He brothers. Chapter 560. It must be Fang Chun. This net is worthy of your collection. At this moment, an elder from the 100 Snake Valley said coldly. When he mentioned Fang Chun's name, there was clearly a certain amount of anger in his eyes. It's that piece of trash again. Damn it, as long as I catch him, I'll definitely tear him to pieces. Another elder from the 6 Paths of True Energy roared furiously. The few elders of the 100 Snake Valley carefully observed the wretched ruins and then sunk into silence. Before entering the mansion of the spiritual vortex realm powerhouse, Fang Chun couldn't even withstand the Snake Lord's attack. However, after entering the mansion, Fang Chun's strength had increased to such a level in such a short period of time. This kid's potential is too great. He's a great threat. We can't let him grow, an elder said softly. The other elders nodded in agreement. The 5 Paths of True Energy elders of the 100 Snake Valley had all died at the hands of Fang Chun. Even the He brothers had been forced to self-destruct by Fang Chun. This kind of strength couldn't be underestimated. After a long while, the elders of the 100 Snake Valley made a decision. They would do their best to search for Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun had already left that area and appeared on the other side of the inner area of the mansion. The entire mansion of the spiritual vortex realm powerhouse was very spacious. Fang Chun found a few chi cores in the inner area. Now, the number of chi cores Fang Chun had already reached 5,000. Of course, this was because the number of chi cores in the inner area was too small. Otherwise, he would have been able to obtain even more. Fang Chun freely shuttled through the spacious mansion. From time to time, he would see some weak martialists. When these martialists saw Fang Chun, their first reaction was to hurriedly hide. They were afraid that Fang Chun would kill them in a fit of anger. After about 15 minutes, Fang Chun stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Fang Chun appeared in a garden. This garden was very hidden. Fang Chun had walked around randomly and unintentionally came to this garden. The garden was very big. In the garden, there were green flowers and plants everywhere. These flowers and plants were full of vitality. In the middle of the garden, there was a pond. There was a clear stream in the pond, and some goldfish were playing in the stream. In the middle of the pond, there was a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there were stone tables and stone benches. However, Fang Chun saw that the pavilion was covered with dust. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. This garden should be the resting place for spirit vortex realm experts. Fang Chun glanced at his surroundings and said softly. Then, Fang Chun stepped into it. After entering the garden, Fang Chun felt an obscure aura. His eyes turned serious as he looked around, but he didn't find anything. Then, Fang Chun walked up to the pavilion. Fang Chun saw a chessboard on the stone table in the pavilion. There were white and black chess pieces on the chessboard. It was obvious that spiritual vortex realm experts liked to play chess here. The chessboard was covered with dust. Fang Chun gently touched the chessboard. What's in this garden? Fang Chun thought to himself. There were treasures everywhere in the residence of a spiritual vortex realm expert. Some treasures were even hidden in more obvious places. As long as one was careful, they would be able to find something. After Fang Chun discovered this garden, He hurriedly ran in to check it out. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the chessboard. There were very few white chess pieces on the chessboard. There were only 2 or 3 black chess pieces, and the entire chessboard was filled with black chess pieces. Although Fang Chen didn't understand, he knew that the white chess pieces had probably already lost. There were only 2 or 3 left. He didn't know how long they could last. I wonder which side's chess pieces belong to the spiritual vortex realm expert, Fang Chen thought to himself. At that moment, an invisible aura was emitted from the chessboard and enveloped Fang Chen. Fang Chen's expression instantly turned wooden. Then he saw a shocking scene. Within the pavilion, there was an immortal-like white-robed elder and a fat black-robed elder. The immortal-like white-robed elder held a white chess piece, while the fat black-robed elder held a black chess piece. The two of them were currently playing chess. Han Tian, you've lost. The fat black-robed elder placed a black chess piece on the chessboard and laughed. The immortal-like white-robed elder was called Han Tian. There wasn't the slightest trace of panic on his face. He held the shirako between his fingers and didn't place it down. Instead, he looked at the fat black-robed elder with shining eyes. Take a closer look. Han Tian smiled. Han Tian, a loss is a loss. The Grand Jinren Han Tian can't accept a loss. If this were to spread, he would be ridiculed by everyone, laughed the fat black-robed elder. In his opinion, Jinren Han Tian had lost and he had won. I don't think so. Until the end, who knows who will win? Jinren Han Tian softly said and placed the shirako down. The fat black-clothed old man was just about to speak when suddenly, his face slightly changed. Seeing the white piece that Taoist Master Han Tian had placed down, a hint of confusion appeared between his brows. How can this be? Just now, he had already forced Jinren Han Tian into a dead end. Why was he able to so easily break that dead end? The fat black-robed elder didn't understand. As for Fang Chen, who was standing in the pavilion, he sank into deep thought. He looked at the chess pieces on the chessboard and sank into a state of confusion. His mind was filled with the appearance of the chess pieces on the chessboard. Even Fang Chen didn't notice that 3 streams of true qi had silently appeared around him and were constantly revolving. Fang Chen was lost in thought while the two of them continued to play chess. After a while, the fat black-robed elder shook his head, his face filled with helplessness. Han Tian, you really are a monster. Originally, Jinren Han Tian had already fallen into a dead end. But Jinren Han Tian had forcibly turned defeat into victory. The fat black-robed elder was a bit displeased. Every time he played chess with Jinren Han Tian, he would always lose. After finishing the game, the fat black-robed elder turned and left. Jinren Han Tian was left behind. He raised his head to look at the blue sky, a trace of worry on his face. The heavens are about to change. At this moment, Fang Chen's soul trembled. Spiritual strength revolved around his body, and the orange color of his soul became even deeper. Crash! Fang Chen opened his eyes and stared at the chess pieces on the chessboard. His face was filled with doubt. This chessboard. At this moment, Fang Chen was very puzzled. This chessboard was clearly left behind by the spirit vortex realm expert Jinren Han Tian a long time ago. However, when Fang Chen looked at the chessboard, he actually saw a trace of an illusion. He saw Jinren Han Tian playing chess with a fat black-robed elder. Most importantly, after watching the two play chess, Fang Chen's soul trembled and silently broke through. My soul has reached the peak of the orange level. Fang Chen was very excited. His soul reaching the peak of the orange level was a good thing for him. Just what is the origin of this chessboard? Fang Chen did his best to suppress his excitement as he asked doubtfully. After the dream, Fang Chen pondered over the chessboard. The more he looked at it, the more he realized that this chessboard looked like a map of a spirit vortex realm expert's residence. Could this chessboard really be a map? Fang Chen was extremely shocked. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like a map. At this moment, Fang Chen recalled everything he had seen in the dream. After Zhenren Hantian and the fat black-robed elder finished playing chess, Zhenren Hantian raised his head to look at the sky and said that the sky was about to change. Could it be that Zhenren Hantian foretold that he would be in danger? Fang Chen racked his brains as he pondered. Fang Chen's mind was a mess. He was pondering what Zhenren Hantian's words meant. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the positions of the chess pieces on the chessboard silently changed. The sky is about to change. Suddenly, a shocking voice entered Fang Chen's ears. This voice seemed to have passed through countless years and reached Fang Chen's ears. That's Zhenren Hantian's voice. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Just what was going on? Could it be that the scene just now wasn't an illusion or a dream? Was it real? Was it an illusion, a dream, or was it real? If it was a hallucination, why would there be such a shocking sound just now? Fang Chen couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He placed his hand on the chessboard once more. He gathered his thoughts and looked at the chessboard with a burning gaze. The positions of the chess pieces on the chessboard had already changed, but Fang Chen hadn't noticed it. Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly. He wanted to see the scene of Zhenren Hantian and the fat black-robed elder playing chess again. However, this scene didn't appear. Instead, another scene appeared. On the chessboard, the Shirako emitted a bright light, while the black pieces remained motionless. The bright light emitted by the Shirako all flowed into Fang Chen's palm. Then, Fang Chen saw another scene. Reverend Hantian was sitting on a stone stool, looking at the chess pieces on the chessboard. He had a lonely expression on his face. What's meant to come will come sooner or later. Zhenren Hantian shook his head slightly and sighed. He picked up a Shirako and placed it on the chessboard in an inconspicuous position. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard. Zhenren Hantian's expression changed drastically, as if he was facing a great enemy. Fang Chen was incredibly nervous. He wanted to see just what was going on that made Taoist Hantian act like he was facing a great enemy. However, at this moment the scene was suddenly cut off. Fang Chen opened his eyes. What's meant to come will come sooner or later. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with shock. What happened back then? Why did he see everything that happened just now? What was Zhenren Hantian talking about? What on earth was that deafening sound about? Was it his enemy that caused Taoist Hantian's expression to change, as if he were facing a great enemy? All of this made Fang Chen feel that it was too strange. However, the scene was cut off at the most critical moment. It was as if it was deliberately not letting Fang Chen see it. Chapter 561. After a long time, Fang Chen looked away from the chessboard. He thought for a long time and figured out a lot of things, but there were also a lot of things that he couldn't figure out. He didn't know who the fat old man in black was, nor did he know why Zhenren Hantian was acting like he was facing a great enemy, nor did he know what that deafening sound was. Everything made Fang Chen feel a little incredulous. Why did he see a scene from a long time ago before he came to the chessboard? Was this Zhenren Hantian's doing? Suddenly, Fang Chen shook his head and left the chessboard. Even if he was given a few more days, he still wouldn't be able to figure it out. Instead of that, he might as well explore it himself. The chessboard, which was that chessboard, was placed motionlessly on the stone table. Fang Chen had already left the pavilion and came to the edge of the pond. Just as Fang Chen was about to continue exploring the garden, his face suddenly froze. He immediately looked at the grass in front of him in disbelief. If I remember correctly, shouldn't there be a small tree trunk here? Fang Chen said in a low voice. In an instant, he was once again immersed in the scene just now. He could clearly see that when he was watching Zhenren Hantian and the fat old man in black play chess, there was a living tree trunk behind them in the grass that Fang Chen was pointing at. However, at this moment, Fang Chen found that the entire garden hadn't changed at all. Only the tree trunk here had disappeared. What's going on? Fang Chen realized that something was wrong. He went to the grass and carefully observed it. Fang Chen pushed the grass aside and found that there were some signs of soil loosening in the grass. Then, he dug up the soil and found that there really seemed to be a tree trunk here. However, for some reason, the tree trunk had disappeared. The tree trunk looked very ordinary, but if Zhenren Hantian could plant it here, it was probably not simple. In the entire garden, other than the tree trunk, nothing else had been moved for so long. The tree trunk. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he searched the garden. The garden wasn't too big. The flowers and plants here absorbed the rich spiritual energy and maintained their green and lush state. Fang Chen searched the entire garden, but he could not find the tree trunk in the picture. In the end, he stopped in front of a thick, towering tree. Why can't I find it? Fang Chen was puzzled. Suddenly, the Banxianshu appeared. The Banxianshu had more or less recovered, but it had given all of its life fluid to the little mouse to save the little mouse. It was severely injured and needed to recuperate. What did you find? Fang Chen asked when he saw the Banxianshu. I seem to have sensed the aura of the immortal tree, Banxianshu said in a deep voice. Immortal tree. Hearing this, Fang Chen immediately thought of the tree trunk in the picture. Then, he hurriedly asked, where did the aura of the immortal tree come from? The Banxianshu did not explain to Fang Chen. It moved its flexible body directly to the towering tree in front of Fang Chen and quickly climbed up the tree. There's the aura of the immortal tree on the towering tree? Fang Chen was puzzled. After a while, the Banxianshu climbed to the top of the towering tree. At this time, Fang Chen could not see the Banxianshu's position anymore. Just then, something fell from the towering tree. Fang Chen habitually dodged it. Then, he fixed his eyes on it. It was a withered tree trunk. This tree trunk was very withered and had long lost its vitality. However, when Fang Chen took a closer look, he suddenly realized that this tree trunk was the same tree trunk as the one in the picture. This tree trunk. Fang Chen looked at the Banxianshu coming down from the towering tree and hurriedly asked. This tree trunk is a leaf from the immortal tree. It was transplanted here by a human expert using heaven-defying method. But once it leaves the immortal tree's trunk, the leaf is destined to wither. This tree trunk climbed onto the towering tree and wanted to absorb its vitality, but it still withered in the end, said the Banxianshu. Fang Chen was startled. He was even more shocked. This tree trunk was actually a leaf from the immortal tree. No wonder it was transplanted here. Fang Chen understood. Zhenren Hantian was a spirit vortex realm expert. To be able to be transplanted here by him, it was definitely extraordinary. It seemed that Zhenren Hantian also wanted to let the immortal tree's leaf transform again and regain its vitality. Unfortunately, after he died, no one took care of the immortal tree's leaf. In the end, the leaf withered. The Banxianshu looked at the withered immortal tree's leaf and said helplessly, if the immortal tree's leaf had vitality, it would be very important to me. But the withered immortal tree's leaf can at most nourish my body, continued the Banxianshu. Fang Chen did not think too much about it. Since the withered immortal tree's leaf was also useful to the Banxianshu, then he would just give it to the Banxianshu. Take it with you, said Fang Chen. The Banxianshu nodded, then took the withered leaf and entered the special space ring. Fang Chen glanced at the towering tree and then once again went to the place where Zhenren Hantian had planted the immortal tree's leaf. Because he knew that the tree trunk was the immortal tree's leaf, Fang Chen inspected it very carefully. He dug up the soil and examined it carefully. Finally, he found something strange. Although the soil was exactly the same as ordinary soil, Fang Chen still felt that something was wrong. Fang Chen held the soil in his hand and then brought it close to his nose. He sniffed it carefully and discovered that besides a trace of the immortal tree's aura, there was also a complicated aura in the soil. Could it be that there's another world underground? Fang Chen was very puzzled. In the end, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and began to dig at the soil vigorously. He wanted to see what exactly was below. In a short while, Fang Chun had dug a few meters deep. At this time, the complicated aura in the soil became even stronger. This made Fang Chun even more certain that there was another world underground. He continued to dig with the hidden star sword. After a full hour, Fang Chun stopped digging. At this time, some stones appeared before Fang Chun. Stones! Fang Chun looked at the rocks with a puzzled look on his face. He continued to expand the area and dig around. Before long, a larger range of stones appeared before his eyes. After careful examination by Fang Chun, he came to the conclusion that these stones were the top of a palace. "There's a palace underground," Fang Chun said in a low voice. Fang Chun was even more shocked. He recalled the second image he had seen. In the image, the place where the deafening sound had come from was in this direction. When Zhenren Hantian had turned his head to look in this direction, he had looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Perhaps this palace is related to Zhenren Hantian's fall, Fang Chun thought to himself. What kind of existence could make Zhenren Hantian look like he was facing a great enemy? At this moment, Fang Chun felt a trace of fear in his heart. He was thinking about whether to enter this palace or not. After thinking about it for a while, Fang Chun decided to go in and take a look. Perhaps Zhenren Hantian had left some inheritance here. "Let's give it a try," Fang Chun said solemnly as he nodded. Fang Chun gently knocked on the stone and found that it was hollow underneath. According to his judgment, the thickness of these stones should be able to be cut by the sharpness of the hidden star sword. However, Fang Chun did not act rashly. Why was the Banxianshu planted here, and why was there a mysterious palace underground? What did all of this have to do with Zhenren Hantian's fall? Zhenren Hantian was the owner of this mansion. According to Fang Chun's speculation, Zhenren Hantian was at least an expert at the advanced level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. An expert at the advanced level of the spiritual whirlpool realm was an expert at the 7th to 9th level. Even in the entire five-element state they were top experts. Until now, Fang Chun had only seen the Dark Lord, who was at the first level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He had never seen an expert at the spiritual whirlpool realm who was stronger than that. Dong! Just as Fang Chun was thinking, Fang Chun felt the ground tremble. Traces of a strange aura seeped out from the stone. Just as the strange aura was about to seep into Fang Chun's body, the stone suddenly emitted a bright light and blocked the strange aura. Restriction! Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. There was a restriction on the stone. It seemed that this restriction was left behind by Zhenren Hantian. Thinking of this, Fang Chun broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not act rashly. Otherwise, he would have been treated as an enemy by the restriction and killed immediately. Soon after, Fang Chun came out of the pit. He had to make sure that there was no danger before entering. However, at this moment, Fang Chun saw that the chessboard in the pavilion was emitting a bright light that shone in all directions. Fang Chun was shocked. He immediately leaped into the pavilion. At this moment, the black pieces and Shirako were moving around on the chessboard. Rays of bright light shot out from the chessboard. Fang Chun was shocked. Why were the chess pieces moving? Just as Fang Chun was shocked, the chess pieces on the chessboard suddenly stopped moving. Fang Chun looked down and saw that the black pieces and Shirako had formed a strange map on the chessboard. This map was exactly the map of the garden he was in. A map of the garden! Fang Chun cried out involuntarily when he saw this scene. On the chessboard, there were only a few Shirako scattered around the periphery of the chessboard. All the black pieces surrounded the Shirako in the center of the chessboard. Fang Chun's finger fell on the Shirako. This Shirako represented the place where the branches and leaves of the Immortal tree were planted. It was also the place where he had just dug the soil. Chapter 562. What exactly was in the palace? Why would Zhenren Hantian use such a special method to leave these clues on the chessboard? Fang Chun was very puzzled. His finger touched the Scirocco, which was surrounded by many black pieces. Suddenly, a gentle light emitted from the Scirocco. This gentle light was filled with an ancient aura. Fang Qin was stunned and subconsciously looked at the large hole he had dug. The ancient aura from the Scirocco was suspended in the sky and then poured into the large hole. Finally, it merged with the palace's restriction. At this moment, Fang Qin was shocked to discover that a gap had appeared in the restriction. At the gap, the stone suddenly loosened. Fang Qin was completely shocked. Could all of this have been part of Zhenren Hantian's plan? How could this have happened? Could he have predicted that someone would come here? Fang Qin was shocked. He hurriedly left the pavilion and came to the large hole. After glancing at the gap in the palace, Fang Qin pondered for a moment and finally decided to enter the gap. Old Ancestor, what exactly is inside? Fang Qin asked. Old Ancestor Bronze was a powerhouse from ancient times. He was very experienced and knowledgeable, so he might know what was inside the palace. Old Ancestor Bronze was silent for a while when he heard this. Then, he said, Zhenren Hantian has some tricks up his sleeve. He was able to design such a strange scene with the strength of the spiritual vortex realm. Not bad. Who was Old Ancestor Bronze? When he was still alive, he was one of the most powerful existences on the ancient Sword Continent. When he stomped his foot, the ancient Sword Continent would tremble. Such a powerhouse's strength definitely surpassed the spiritual vortex realm. However, he was actually praising a spiritual vortex realm martialist. This was enough to show how amazing Zhenren Hantian was. There should be something sealed in this palace. I don't know what it is exactly. Everything you just saw was a trap set up by Zhenren Hantian before he died. He was waiting for his descendants to arrive, Ancestor Bronze said. Upon hearing this, Fang Qin nodded. He sighed inwardly. Zhenren Hantian was truly resourceful. Based on Old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Qin could tell that Zhenren Hantian's methods had earned Old Ancestor Bronze's praise. Then, is there any danger in this palace? Fang Qin continued to ask. Ancestor Bronze said, there will definitely be danger, but with danger comes opportunity. You can try. Upon hearing Old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Qin nodded and jumped into the gap. After he entered the palace, the gap disappeared instantly. Then, the mound above the garden instantly filled up the big hole. At this time, on the chessboard in the pavilion, the black and white pieces changed their positions again and returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened. As for Fang Qin, after entering the gap, he realized that his body was falling. Before long, his body landed on the ground. He looked around and saw that it was pitch black. Then, he unleashed the fire-intent realm and lit up the entire palace. At this time, Fang Qin realized that he was in a small corner of the palace. There was a huge door in front of him. What a strange feeling, Fang Qin thought to himself. Then, he walked up to the door and gently pushed it open. Suddenly, a cold aura hit him in the face. When Fang Qin sensed this aura, his face changed. This is the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Qin's eyes were filled with shock. This place was filled with the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. What was going on? Roar. When Fang Qin opened the door, countless screams entered Fang Qin's ears. Fang Qin looked carefully and was shocked to discover that there were a large number of remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect imprisoned in this palace. When these remnant souls discovered that human cultivators had entered, they let out angry roars. Could it be that Zhenren Hantian's death has something to do with the remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Qin thought to himself. He quickly retreated and closed the door, returning to the room he had been in. Roar. Countless remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect let out deafening screams. They had been trapped here for many years, unable to leave. It seems that Zhenren Hantian's death really does have something to do with the remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Qin thought to himself. Just as Fang Qin was thinking, a remnant soul suddenly floated in through the gap in the door and attacked Fang Qin. You're courting death, Fang Chen roared. Then, he executed the 6th level of the Phantom Sword technique. With a slash of his sword, he slashed at the remnant soul. The remnant soul was directly hacked to death by Fang Chen's sword, and its soul scattered. After all, they were remnant souls. After being trapped in this palace for so many years, they were already extremely weak. They posed no threat to Fang Chen. Then, one remnant soul after another rushed towards Fang Chen. They seemed to want to possess Fang Chen. As long as they could do so, they would have a chance of leaving. Countless remnant souls attacked Fang Chen continuously. As for the latter, he was also crazily using the illusionary god sword art. The wild sword intent filled the entire room. After an hour, Fang Chen finally stopped killing. During this period of time, he had killed more than 100 remnant souls. At this moment, Fang Chen was a little out of breath. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. This was because he realized that his understanding of the Phantom Sword technique had deepened as he crazily killed the remnant souls. Just nice, I can practice my Phantom Sword technique. Since the remnant souls posed no threat to him, he could use them to practice his Phantom Sword technique. Thinking of this, Fang Chen opened the door and appeared in the palace. The palace was filled with the remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect. On the ground there were piles of corpses. These corpses had been piled up for so long that they had already rotted. At this moment, the Banxianshu suddenly appeared and took root on the corpses, crazily absorbing the deathly aura in the corpses. This feels so good. The Banxianshu screamed crazily as it absorbed the deathly aura. Both the aura of life and the deathly aura could cause the Banxianshu to transform. The Banxianshu had just absorbed the withered leaves of the Immortal tree and was in the process of transforming. Now that it discovered such a majestic deathly aura in the outside world, it naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The Banxianshu wasn't afraid of the resentful remnant souls at all. It was crazily absorbing the deathly aura in the corpses. On the other hand, Fang Chen was crazily using the 6th level of the Phantom Sword technique, constantly killing the remnant souls. Damned human. If our Lord hadn't perished with that old bastard Jinren Hantian back then, we wouldn't have fallen to this state, a resentful remnant soul said coldly. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. According to them, Jinren Hantian had perished with their Lord back then. A member of the Yellow Spring sect, who could perish with a spiritual vortex realm expert, was definitely not a protector. Could it be a monarch? Fang Chen was stunned. A terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. In the Yellow Spring sect, other than the 108 captains, 72 hall masters, and 36 protectors, there were also the 8 great kings and the 3 great honorables. Above them was the elusive Yellow Spring sect master. A long time ago, Fang Chen had obtained a finger from the Yellow Spring sect master. He had wanted to ask a spiritual vortex realm expert to seal it, but it had been swallowed by the little mouse. The 8 great kings of the Yellow Spring sect were all experts at the peak of the spiritual vortex realm. They were very powerful. Thinking about it this way, the person who killed Jinren Hantian back then was indeed one of the great kings of the Yellow Spring sect. However, according to the remnant souls, it seemed that the great king had also perished. "We'll be free if we kill you," the remnant soul said angrily. "I'm afraid you won't be able to do it." Fang Chen sneered. The hidden star sword in his hand danced continuously. Time passed by slowly. Fang Chen had been fighting in the palace. After fighting for half a day, Fang Chen had finally killed almost all the remnant souls in the palace. The remaining remnant souls hid behind a wooden box in the depths of the palace out of fear. At this time, Fang Chen's Phantom Sword technique had successfully reached the 7th level. Its power was even more tyrannical. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he quickly walked forward. The Banxianshu was still absorbing the deathly aura from the corpses. These corpses had accumulated for a long time and were filled with an endless amount of deathly aura. It was enough for the Banxianshu to absorb. This feels great. The Banxianshu laughed heartily. Fang Chen went around the Banxianshu and came to the wooden box in the depths of the palace. Human, you deserve to die. The remnant soul hiding behind the wooden box roared angrily. Fang Chen waved his hand and stabbed the tip of the hidden star sword into the wooden box. With a little force, the wooden lid opened. Suddenly, a fierce light rushed out. Fang Chen saw that there was a heart in the wooden box. Furthermore, the heart was still moving slowly. When Fang Chen saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. Damn it, stop him. At this time, the remaining remnant souls of the Yellow Spring sect couldn't help but roar loudly. They rushed toward Fang Chen, as if to protect the heart in the wooden box. Phantom Sword Technique, 7th level. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen unleashed the 7th level of the Phantom God Sword skill. The powerful sword light instantly shattered the remnant souls of these Yellow Spring sect remnants. When the last remnant soul was shattered, Fang Chen found that the heart in the wooden box was beating much faster. Moreover, it was absorbing the aura of the Yellow Spring sect in the palace. When Fang Chen saw this scene, his heart was filled with shock. He finally understood. This beating heart should be the 8 great kings of the Yellow Spring sect who perished together with Zhenren Hantian. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was shocked. The heart of one of the 8 great kings, an expert at the peak of the spiritual vortex realm, was still beating after so many years. Chapter 563. Thinking back to what had happened, Fang Chen was even more convinced that Zhenren Hantian had left behind those scenes for the sake of letting future generations see the king's heart. Oh dear! Could it be that Zhenren Hantian had predicted that the king's heart would gradually gain vitality and come back to life after a few years? Why hadn't anyone else discovered this garden? Why was he the only one who had entered? Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. However, the most important thing right now was how to deal with this heart. The heart in the box was beating rapidly. Fang Chen could even sense that this king's heart seemed to be coming back to life. Fang Chen looked at the king's heart in the wooden box nervously. At this moment, the king's heart beat even faster. A strong aura of the Yellow Springs sect emanated from the heart. Fang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back as he stared at the king's heart. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the palace. Immediately after, an illusory figure gradually appeared above the king's heart. As soon as this illusory figure appeared, it immediately suppressed the restless king's heart. The king's heart in the wooden box instantly quieted down and stopped beating. However, Fang Chen could sense that the king's heart was only temporarily suppressed. It still had vitality. Fang Chen looked up at the illusory figure above the wooden box and was instantly stunned. Wasn't this Zhenren Hantian? He was dressed in white and had the demeanor of an immortal. He still looked the same as before. He hadn't changed at all. Zhenren Hantian! Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. In front of the chessboard, Fang Chen saw a scene from the past. In that scene, Zhenren Hantian was dressed in white and had the demeanor of an immortal. He was playing chess with a fat old man dressed in black. Was this Zhenren Hantian's remnant consciousness? Fang Chen was filled with doubts. Just as Fang Chen was wondering, Zhenren Hantian spoke. This is the scene I left behind before I died. My soul has long been scattered. Hearing Zhenren Hantian's words, Fang Chen was startled, but immediately understood. Back then, Zhenren Hantian had completely fallen, and even his soul had been shattered. The phantom before him was only left behind before his death. Back then, I built a mansion here and killed a large number of Yellow Springs sect members. In the end, I attracted a king of the Yellow Springs sect. He fought with me for 3 days and 3 nights, but in the end, he perished together with me, Zhenren Hantian said. When you saw my shadow, it meant that you had seen everything on the chessboard. That's right. I intentionally left that chessboard behind, because I knew that I didn't have the slightest chance of winning against the king of the Yellow Spring sect. So, I had to leave something behind. However, what I didn't expect was that the fat black-clothed old man who was playing chess with me, who had always been close to me, was actually the king of the Yellow Springs sect when the king appeared. At that time, my heart was like dead ashes. After the battle with the king, he finally chose to perish together with him. His entire body was destroyed, and even his soul was shattered, leaving only the king's heart. I was lucky not to die on the spot. I used my remaining life to seal the king's heart in this palace, and then tampered with the chessboard. The king of the Yellow Springs sect was abnormally capable. I didn't completely destroy him and let him leave the heart behind. I was worried that he would take the opportunity to revive in the future, so I left behind all kinds of clues, waiting for the fated person to come here. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. No wonder when he first saw the fat old man in black, there was a hint of a complicated expression in the latter's eyes. It turned out that he was one of the kings of the Yellow Springs sect. Fang Chen could imagine how Taoist Master Han Tian felt when he found out about this. His heart must have been like dead ashes. His close friend was actually the king of the Yellow Springs sect. At this time, Fang Chen thought of the second scene he saw. Not long after the fat old man in black left, there was suddenly a trembling sound. Then, Zhenren Hantian turned his head, and his expression changed drastically, as if he was facing a great enemy. At this time, the king should be saving the remnant souls suppressed by Zhenren Hantian. When Zhenren Hantian saw this, he was shocked. Fang Chen's deep eyes looked at the phantom and continued to listen. When you see the king's heart, I hope you can think of all the warriors of the ancient sword continent and take it away, then find a way to destroy it. Otherwise, when it completely revives, it will be a disaster for the ancient sword continent, Zhenren Hantian continued. Fang Chen glanced at the king's heart and didn't say anything. Fated one, if you can destroy the king's heart, you will obtain my life's work, said Zhenren Hantian. What really attracted Fang Chen was Zhenren Hantian's last sentence. But he also knew that destroying the king's heart was too difficult. Senior, I will do my best. Fang Chen cupped his hands. At this time, Zhenren Hantian's phantom disappeared, and the suppressed king's heart began to beat once more. Without Zhenren Hantian's suppression, the king's heart became abnormally active. Fang Chen looked at the king's heart and clicked his tongue. He didn't know what to do with it. At this time, he could only ask Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor, what should I do with this king's heart? Asked Fang Chen. Ancestor Bronze said, with your current cultivation base, you can't completely destroy it. But what? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. If you can bring the king's heart out, perhaps the little mouse will be able to eat it. Fang Chen was startled. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Why did he not think of this? Back then, the little mouse had been able to crush the Yellow Spring sect master's finger. What was a mere king's heart? The difference between the king of the Yellow Spring sect and the sect master was simply too great. The difference was like heaven and earth. Thinking of that, Fang Chen smiled. It seems that if I want to completely destroy the king's heart, I'll have to wait until I leave this place. But once I leave, even if I destroy the king's heart, I won't be able to obtain Zhenren Hantian's life's work. Fang Chen suddenly thought of something. The life's work of a high-level spirit vortex realm expert was extremely attractive to Fang Chen. Zhenren Hantian, I have a way to destroy the king's heart, but I'll have to wait until I leave this place. Can you give me your life's work in advance? Fang Chen didn't know if Zhenren Hantian could hear him, so he shouted directly. But no one responded. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. What a pity! If only the little mouse was here, I could have dealt with it directly, Fang Chen said helplessly. In the end, Fang Chen could only put the king's heart into his interspatial ring. Then, Fang Chen called the Banxianshu and prepared to leave. Let's go, Fang Chen said. The Banxianshu reluctantly walked down from the pile of bones and entered the special interspatial ring. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly froze. His face was filled with shock, and he immediately took out the king's heart. Dong! The king's heart was beating rapidly. It had just been absorbing the spirit stones in Fang Chen's interspatial ring. It's actually absorbing the energy in the spirit stones, Fang Chen said in a low voice. If the king's heart absorbed enough spirit stones, it might be able to revive. Fang Chen couldn't take this risk. After thinking for a while, he put the king's heart into the special interspatial ring and let the Banxianshu watch over it. Dong, the king's heart kept beating, but with the Banxianshu watching over it, Fang Chen was no longer worried. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and find the life's work that Jinren Hantian had mentioned. While all of a sudden, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body started beating faster. What's wrong with the golden heart? Fang Chen was puzzled. The golden heart had been silent for a long time, but now it was beating rapidly. Every time the golden heart beat rapidly, it was accompanied by some opportunity. Was it the same this time? Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He observed the golden heart while looking around. Dong, the golden heart released a powerful suction force that came out of Fang Chen's body and entered the special interspatial ring. While in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the king's heart disappeared. Next, Fang Chen discovered that the king's heart had silently entered his body. Could it be that the golden heart wants to devour the king's heart? Fang Chen was shocked. From what Fang Chen knew, the golden heart would only devour the energy in spirit stones. How could it be interested in the king's heart? Under Fang Chen's gaze, the king's heart was slowly being devoured by the golden heart. Roar! As the king's heart was devoured, a deafening roar filled the air. Fang Chen guessed that it was the king's heart. But in the face of the golden heart, a mere king's heart was nothing. In the blink of an eye, the king's heart disappeared, and the golden heart's beating became much slower. Fang Chen examined it and didn't find any changes. However, the moment the king's heart disappeared, the entire palace changed. Chapter 564. The moment the golden heart devoured the king's heart, a majestic light instantly penetrated the entire mansion and drilled into the palace where Fang Chen was. It then appeared in front of Fang Chen. Crash! At that moment, the majestic light released a dazzling light that made Fang Chen unconsciously close his eyes. Suddenly, the entire palace was filled with a rich sword Dao aura. Fang Chen's sword body instantly activated spontaneously. The majestic sword intent continuously absorbed the sword Dao aura in the palace. In Fang Chen's mind, the third level of sword Dao suddenly appeared and instantly enveloped Fang Chen. Fang Chen struggled to open his eyes. Sword intent surged in his eyes. What is this? Fang Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the light floating in front of him. Then, Fang Chen stretched out his hand. Suddenly, the dazzling light disappeared. Then, a book fell into Fang Chen's hand. This is Fang Chen saw the words, Sword Dao Quintessence, written on the book. Sword Dao Quintessence. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Although he did not know what this so-called Sword Dao Quintessence was, his intuition told him that this book must be extremely precious. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Fang Chen's mind. Then, an excited smile appeared on his face. Could this be Jinren Hantian's life's work? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was reasonable. The golden heart had just devoured the king's heart, and this book had appeared in front of him. This was definitely Jinren Hantian's life's work. Fang Chen was extremely excited. Jinren Hantian's life's work? Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. Fang Chen's hand trembled as he flipped open the Sword Dao Quintessence. The first page was the preface. Fang Chen quickly skimmed through the preface. According to the introduction, the sword quintessence in Fang Chen's hands was only the elementary sword quintessence, the most basic of sword quintessences. Beginner scroll, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Following which, Fang Chen flipped open the sword Dao Quintessence. In an instant, Fang Chen was attracted by the contents of the book. His eyes flickered with excitement. However, after reading a few pages, He was unable to continue reading. This was because if he wanted to continue reading, he would need to have a strong cultivation base. If one's cultivation was too weak, they would suffer a backlash if they tried to force their way through. Sword Tao Quintessence, as expected of the Sword Tao Quintessence. Fang Qin felt that his luck was too good. He had actually obtained such a treasure in Zhenren Hantian's residence. According to Zhenren Hantian, the Book of Sword Truth had been passed down to the ancient Sword Continent from the extraterritorial realm. This book introduced everything about Sword Truth in a very comprehensive and detailed manner. To a Sword Tao cultivator, this book was definitely a treasure. It seems that the lifelong effort that Zhenren Hantian mentioned was not his own. It was something that he accidentally obtained back then, Fang Qin thought to himself. Fang Qin did not know exactly how many scrolls there were in the Sword Tao Quintessence. He only knew that the book in his hand was the elementary scroll. According to the records in the Sword Tao Quintessence, the elementary scroll was enough to support a cultivator to cultivate to the peak of the ancient Sword Continent. For the current Fang Qin, the elementary scroll was very useful to him. All along, Fang Qin's talent in Sword Tao was very strong. However, he did not have a master and did not have a systematic cultivation. All of his knowledge was accumulated by himself. With this Sword Tao Quintessence, Fang Qin would be able to go further in Sword Tao. This is really good stuff. Fang Qin held the Sword Tao Quintessence in his hand and grinned. With this elementary Sword Tao Quintessence, Fang Qin was confident that he would be able to reach a higher level in Sword Tao in a very short time. The Sword Tao Quintessence described countless types of Sword Tao cultivation from ancient times to the present. There were even various cases and mental cultivation methods of Sword Tao. Fang Qin tried hard to control the excitement in his heart and put away the elementary Sword Tao Quintessence. He was still in Zhenren Hantian's mansion, so he did not have time to read the Sword Tao Quintessence in detail. He would wait until he got out. After putting away the Sword Tao Quintessence, Fang Qin left the palace and appeared in the garden. During this time, many battles broke out in the inner circle of the mansion. The cultivators who were trapped in the mysterious palace with 7 strands of Zhen Qi or higher all came out. However, the number of people who went in was very large, but when they came out, the number of people who came out was very small. Most of the cultivators died in the mysterious palace. From this, it was enough to see how fierce the competition in the palace was. In the mysterious palace, there were some supreme treasures of Zhenren Hantian and some simple inheritances. Many condensing reality realm cultivators fought over them. Finally, after a round of fighting, the battle came to an end and everyone came out. They thought that this trip to the Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's mansion was over, but when the elders of the 100 Snake Valley came out and heard the news, they were instantly furious. Fang Qin not only killed the young master of the 100 Snake Valley, Snake Monarch, but also killed the other elders and even stole the Imperial Snake Flute. Find Fang Qin at all costs. This was the roar of the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. They were furious and swore to tear Fang Qin into pieces. After the elders of the other sect heard the news, they also shook their heads slightly. Many elders of the 100 Snake Valley were frantically searching for Fang Qin, while Fang Qin was in a hidden garden. At a certain moment, the Little Medicine King found Qin Yao and the others and said, "The 100 Snake Valley is frantically searching for Fang Qin. I think Brother Fang should be hiding. If the people of the 100 Snake Valley can't find Brother Fang, they will definitely vent their anger on us." After the Little Medicine King finished speaking, Zhou Yin also nodded and said, "That's right. Now that the trip to the Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's mansion is over, let's leave this place first." "What about Fang Qin?" Qin Yao was a little worried about Fang Qin and asked. The Little Medicine King, Zhou Yin and the others looked at Qin Yao and said, "If the people of the 100 Snake Valley hold us hostage to threaten Brother Fang, it will bring disaster to Brother Fang. If we leave the Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's mansion now, we won't be a threat to Brother Fong. The people of the 100 Snake Valley will also leave if they can't find him." Hearing the Little Medicine King's explanation, Qin Yao nodded and turned to leave with the others. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. After the trip to the Spirit Vortex Realm Expert's mansion was over, many of the sect's elders left one after another. Some even left the West Mountain Range. As for the elders of the 100 Snake Valley, they were still searching for Fong Qin. However, after searching for 3 days, they still couldn't find him. At this moment, Fong Qin was sitting cross-legged in the mysterious garden, condensing his fourth true qi. Fong Qin's foundation was very solid, and he had enough qi cores. Condensing the fourth true qi was nothing to Fong Qin. Fong Qin swallowed the remaining 1,300 qi cores in one go. When the fourth true qi was condensed, Fong Qin thought it was over. However, he was shocked to find that the moment the fourth true qi was condensed, the fifth true qi was automatically condensing in his qi si. When Fong Qin saw this, a smile appeared on his face. Just like this, Fong Qin easily condensed the fifth true qi. Voila! Fong Qin opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by the fifth true qi. He felt that his body was filled with power, and his strength had increased by a lot. This trip to Jinren Hantian's mansion was very rewarding. Fong Qin grinned. Not only had his cultivation increased to such a level, but he had also obtained the beginner's scroll of the Huai Bao Sword Dao Quintessence. "It's time to leave," said Fong Qin. Then, Fong Qin stood up and walked towards the garden's exit. Bang! Fong Qin had just reached the garden's exit when his body was sent flying. Fong Qin quickly stood up. His body was covered in mud, and his face was filled with confusion. "What's going on? Why can't I go out?" Just as Fong Qin was feeling confused, an illusory figure appeared. "Fated person, when you see me, it means that you've obtained the beginner's scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence. I have to say that you're very lucky," said Jinren Hantian. Fong Qin was stunned. He immediately looked at Jinren Hantian. "Back then, when I obtained the beginner's scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence, I almost died. At that time, I was cultivating on a plain when a thunderstorm suddenly appeared. Then, a spatial crack appeared. A majestic aura surged out of this spatial crack and almost swept me away. Fortunately, I avoided that calamity. After that, I discovered that a book fell out of the spatial crack. That should be a blessing in disguise," said Jinren Hantian. Fong Qin was stunned, but he soon understood. Jinren Hantian said that the beginner's scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence was spread to the ancient Sword Continent from the Outer Realm. Thinking about it, when 2 Outer Realm experts were fighting, the void was torn apart, and the Sword Dao Quintessence fell into the ancient Sword Continent. Jinren Hantian was lucky enough to obtain it. Being able to obtain the beginner's scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence means that your Sword Dao Quintessence has reached the 3rd realm. "You have a certain talent in the Sword Dao," said Jinren Hantian. Fong Qin was a little confused. Why was Jinren Hantian so sure that his Sword Dao Quintessence had reached the 3rd minor realm? Could it be? A thought flashed through Fong Qin's mind, and he immediately understood. Previously, Fong Qin was still wondering why he was the only one who discovered the garden and came here out of all the people who had entered the mansion. Now, he finally understood. Only cultivators whose Sword Dao Quintessence had reached the 3rd minor realm could discover the garden and enter it. It turned out that all of this had been planned by Jinren Hantian. Back then, although I obtained the beginner's scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence, I didn't major in the Sword Dao. Although I later changed to the Sword Dao, I still couldn't reach the realm mentioned in the scroll. I feel very regretful about this," said Jinren Hantian. "Since you obtained the beginner's scroll of the Sword Dao Quintessence, it means that we are fated. I hope that you can go further on the Sword Dao." Jinren Hantian said, "So, before I died I set a test. If you want to leave this garden, You have to comprehend the Sword Tao quintessence to the minor accomplishment stage within half a year. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. Chapter 565. There were 5 steps in Sword Tao. The first step was sword momentum, the second step was sword intent, the third step was sword soul, the fourth step was sword soul, and the fifth step was sword heart. The net is worth your collection. The ancient sword continent was a continent that advocated sword Tao cultivation. It was said that there was a mysterious province on the ancient sword continent that only sword Tao cultivators could enter. In that large province there were countless amazing sword cultivators. The sword Tao quintessence that Fang Chen had obtained at this moment mentioned the 5 steps of sword Tao. Every sword Tao cultivator should know about the 5 steps of sword Tao. One had to climb step by step. Only when one reached the peak would one be qualified to compete for the title of Sword Tao Genius. The 5 steps of Sword Tao was actually a cultivator's understanding of Sword Tao. After comprehending the first step, one would be able to comprehend sword momentum. After comprehending the second step, one would be able to comprehend sword intent, and so on. At this moment, Fang Chen was told that he had to comprehend the first step of Sword Tao quintessence before he could leave the garden. Of course, he had to do it within half a year. Otherwise, he would never be able to leave. I have already comprehended the first step of Sword Tao, sword momentum. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. His sword intent had already reached the 3rd minor realm and was about to reach perfection. It should be known that sword intent was transformed from sword momentum when it reached a certain level. I know that you must have a lot of doubts in your heart, but all of these are in the Sword Tao quintessence. I can only tell you that your so-called 3rd realm of sword intent is actually inferior to sword momentum in front of Sword Tao quintessence. Zhenren Hantian's illusory figure said these words and disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen was even more puzzled. Since I can't leave, I'll work hard to comprehend Sword Tao quintessence, Fang Chen thought to himself. After that, Fang Chen went to the pavilion and sat down cross-legged. The chessboard in the pavilion was still there, but the black pieces and shirako on the chessboard had completely disappeared. It seemed to be saying that the fat black-clad old man and Zhenren Hantian were completely dead. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the pavilion as he took out the Sword Tao Quintessence Beginner's Scroll and began to read it. Flipping to the first page, Zhang Xian arrived at the main text of the second page. This was what the Sword Quintessence said. The first step of the Sword Tao is Sword Force. To be able to comprehend the first step of the Sword Tao means that a sword cultivator already possesses Sword Force. On the other hand, with Sword Force, one would be able to control the heaven and earth power in the surrounding air. When Fang Chen saw this sentence, his face was full of surprise. With sword momentum, he could actually control the power of heaven and earth around him. Wasn't this something only a spirit vortex realm expert could do? Could a martial artist who could control sword force really do it? Fang Chen was full of doubts. If this was the real sword momentum, then what was the sword intent surging around him? Fang Chen continued to look at the beginner's book of sword truth. After a while, he found the answer in the book. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw the answer. Fake Sword Tao. What he had cultivated before was actually a fake Sword Tao. Could not be called a Sword Tao at all. Some sword cultivators can easily comprehend sword force and even sword intent during cultivation. However, those are all fake Sword Taos. They can't be called a real Sword Tao at all. A real Sword Tao is a peak existence that surpasses some. Only by truly comprehending the first step of the Sword Tao can one have a deep understanding of it. The Sword Truth had completely subverted Fang Chen's understanding of the Sword Tao. At this moment, his heart was in a mess. Fake Sword Tao. A hint of helplessness appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. As he continued to read the beginner's book of Sword Truth, Fang Chen was soon engrossed in it. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Fang Chen did not think about anything else. He read the beginner's book of sword truth attentively. After a month, Fang Chen finally had a new understanding of the sword Dao. The sword Dao that he had cultivated before could not be called a sword Dao at all. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood what the 5 steps of the sword Dao were and what sword force was. At a certain moment, Fang Chen made a decision, and that was to comprehend the sword Dao truth with all his might. In the following period of time, Fang Chen wholeheartedly immersed himself in the sword Dao truth. During this period of time, his sword intent was completely devoured by the golden heart. After the golden heart devoured Fang Chen's sword intent, it seemed to be very excited and it was beating rapidly. After another month, the sword intent around Fang Chen completely disappeared. Now, Fang Chen was like a beginner in the sword Dao. He did not even come into contact with sword force. It was as if he had returned to nature and became very ordinary. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been comprehending the sword Dao truth. After 4 months of continuous comprehension, Fang Chen still could not comprehend the first step of the sword Dao. This made him more or less anxious. However, whenever Fang Chen felt anxious, the golden heart would emit a cold aura that calmed Fang Chen down instantly. What is the sword Dao? What is sword force? Fang Chen constantly muttered in his heart. His mind was filled with the information in the sword Dao truth. He was comprehending the sword Dao all the time. This comprehension lasted for half a year. When the half-year deadline came, Fang Chen finally opened his eyes. At this moment, a great force of heaven and earth emerged around Fang Chen's body. Within this great force of heaven and earth, there was an incomparably sharp aura. Sword force. A hint of joy appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. After half a year of comprehension, he had finally taken the first step of the sword Dao and comprehended sword force. Is this the sword force of the first step of the sword Dao? Fang Chen muttered to himself as he circulated the sword force around his body and immersed himself in it. At this moment, the sword force around Fang Chen merged with the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Fang Chen felt that he could actually control the power of heaven and earth around him. This is the true sword force. After a long time, Fang Chen said in a deep voice, the sword force condensed from the first step of the sword Dao was countless times stronger than the sword force that he had comprehended before. The current sword force was much stronger than the sword intent. This is the true sword Dao. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. Just as Fang Chen comprehended the first step of the sword Dao, the golden heart was beating rapidly. At the same time, the golden heart was also undergoing a transformation. Fang Chen felt that the golden heart seemed to be transmitting some kind of message to him. The golden heart started beating rapidly at first, but it slowed down a lot later. When the golden heart completely calmed down, Fang Chen suddenly felt that his control over the golden heart had increased a lot. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. Fang Chen was shocked. Was it because he had taken the first step of the sword Dao? Fang Chen knew that the golden heart was related to the sword Dao. But now, Fang Chen had a new understanding of the golden heart. It seemed that the golden heart also knew that he had taken the first step of the sword Dao, so it had completely recognized him. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 7th level of the phantom sword technique. Swoosh! With a light stab of the sword, a deep sword mark appeared on the wall at the gate of the garden. Fang Chen could clearly feel that with the powerful sword force, he could use the sword force to change the trajectory of the sword light in the sky when it shot out. It is indeed the first step of the sword Dao. Fang Chen was shocked. Although his cultivation level had not increased, his understanding of the sword Dao was more thorough than before. From today onwards, he had truly become a qualified sword cultivator. The power of the sword strike just now was so strong that Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Now, he could even easily deal with a martial artist who had condensed 8 strands of genuine qi. It feels so good to control the world. Fang Chen opened his hands and felt the power of the world around him. The sword force of the first step of the sword Dao could control the power of the world around him, while the sword intent of the second step could control the power of the world to a large extent. If he could reach the sword soul realm, it was completely possible to control the power of the world in the entire Nanling land with a wave of his hand. Sword Dao Quintessence. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the book of Sword Dao Quintessence. It was this book that had put him on the right track of the Sword Dao. It was also this book that had led him forward on the path of the Sword Dao. After a long time, Fang Chen put away the Sword Dao Quintessence. The half-year period was over, and it was time for Fang Chen to leave. Fang Chen cupped his hands toward the garden and then turned to leave. When Fang Chen left the garden, his figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he found himself outside Jinren Hantian's residence. Boom! Jinren Hantian's residence slowly disappeared from Fang Chen's sight. Perhaps this was the last time Jinren Hantian's residence appeared in the eyes of the world. In any case, Fang Chen had obtained the Sword Dao Quintessence from Jinren Hantian's residence. This was a chance to change his fate. After watching Jinren Hantian's residence disappear, Fang Chen turned to leave. Little Mouse was still in the Medicine King Valley. Adding the half a year he had spent in the garden, it had been almost a year. He wondered how Little Mouse was doing. As early as half a year ago, the people of the Valley of 100 Snakes returned to the Medicine King Valley and reported everything to the Valley Master of 100 Snakes. The latter was furious when he heard this. When he learned that the Snake Lord was dead and that the snake-taming flute had been taken away by Fang Chen, he was filled with anger. Then, he directly ordered to search for Fang Chen in the 4 Great Ridge at all costs. He wanted to see him if he was alive or dead. During this time, the Valley Master of 100 Snakes was ready to vent his anger on Little Mouse. However, Little Mouse had quietly left the Medicine King Valley at some point in time. Although the Valley Master of 100 Snakes was furious, there was nothing he could do. However, not long ago, the Elder of the Valley of 100 Snakes sent back news that they had found traces of Little Mouse in front of a bottomless abyss in the West Ridge. He did not act rashly and alerted the enemy. Instead, he quickly sent back the news. When this news was transmitted back, the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master immediately gave the order for the third Elder to lead a team to eliminate the Little Mouse. Chapter 566. In front of a bottomless abyss in Xiling, there was a patch of spirit grass. These spirit grass were wild. It was said that under this bottomless abyss, there had once been an almighty being buried. After the baptism of time, the almighty being's corpse had decayed. Spirit qi flowed out and spread to the top of the abyss. This small area was filled with rich spirit qi. The spiritual qi shrouded this small area. Over time, the land here became much more fertile, and many spiritual grasses grew. After the Little Mouse had left Medicine King Valley, it had been preparing to go find Fang Chen. But when it passed by this place, it had discovered such a large patch of spirit grass. Its eyes turned, and in the end, it had directly entered the spirit grass patch and continuously devoured the spirit grass. The Little Mouse had already been eating here for 2 days. It hadn't noticed that it was being watched by the elders of 100 Snake Valley. Gotcha! The Little Mouse's teeth were hard and could crush anything. The speed at which it devoured the spirit grass was very fast. But at this time, in a secluded place not far away, the elders of 100 Snake Valley had already arrived. "It's still here, right?" the third elder asked in a low voice. The third elder was a warrior who had condensed 8 flashes of true qi. His strength was extraordinary. This time, he was leading the team. The 100 Snake Valley Lord trusted him greatly. The moment the third elder arrived, he was confirming whether or not the Little Mouse was still here. The elder who had sent the news back nodded heavily and said, "Third elder, that mouse has been eating spirit grass in the spirit grass patch up ahead." The third elder poked his head out to take a look. When he saw the little mouse eating, a sinister smile appeared in his eyes. This time, we must capture the little mouse alive and use it to lure Fang Chen, the third elder said coldly. Then, the third elder led the other elders forward and directly surrounded the little mouse in front of the spirit grass patch. In front of the bottomless abyss, there was an independent mountain peak. This mountain peak towered into the clouds. Under normal circumstances, no warrior would come here. But now, there was a large number of warriors on this mountain peak. They were all elders of 100 Snake Valley. Third elder, do you think Fang Chen will come? Asked an elder. They had spent a lot of effort to catch the little mouse, and this was because the little mouse had not recovered from its injuries. Even so, they still lost 5 elders. Catching a little mouse caused their Snake Valley to pay such a heavy price. This made the third elder hate Fang Chen even more. Fortunately, the little mouse had been caught. The third elder set up a formation and trapped the little mouse in it. This formation was a great confinement formation. As long as one was inside it, no matter if it was a human or a demonic beast, they would be confined and unable to attack. At that moment, the little mouse blinked its eyes as it looked at the 100 Snake Valley's elder outside the ceiling formation. Although it was unable to speak, it was able to hear the conversation between the 100 Snake Valley's elder. These elders wanted to use it as a bait to lure Fang Chen here. For it, Fang Chen was willing to travel thousands of miles from the southern mountain range to the western mountain range to seek an audience with the Medicine King and treat its injuries. This is enough to show their feelings. The news has already been released. As long as Fang Chen hears it, he will definitely appear. The third elder vowed. At that moment, on a certain plain in the western mountain range, Fang Chen was rushing with all his might. It's been half a year. I wonder how the little mouse is doing. Fang Chen thought to himself. What he was most worried about was that the 100 Snake Valley would make a move on the little mouse. However, with the Medicine King present, even the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master would be somewhat afraid. Not long after, Fang Chen caught sight of a city. He then entered the city and prepared to take a rest. Fang Chen went to a restaurant and sat near the window. He ordered some food and a jug of wine. The restaurant's service was very good. It didn't take long for the food and wine to arrive. Fang Chen ate as he drank. In the past half a year, he had been immersed in comprehending the true meaning of the sword, unable to extricate himself. Although he had gained a lot, he was also very tired. Now, Fang Chen wanted to relax. There was a table of cultivators beside Fang Chen. They were drinking and chatting. "Brother Hu, have you heard about the recent events?" asked a thin-faced man softly. At the same time, he raised his wine cup and offered Brother Hu a toast. Brother Hu finished it in one gulp. His face was full of smiles as he said, "You asked the right person. Oh, Brother Hu, something big really did happen in the western mountain range recently," said the thin-faced man curiously. Brother Tiger chuckled and said, "Something big really happened. Not long ago, a piece of news came out from the mouth of the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. They caught a rat, and it is currently on the mountain peak in front of the bottomless abyss. It is said that they are waiting for someone to appear. If that person doesn't appear within 3 days, they will kill that rat Rees." "The 100 Snake Valley used a rat to lure their enemy?" asked the thin-faced man. "What do you know? That rat isn't ordinary. It's Fang Chen's companion," said Brother Hu proudly. "Do you know Fang Chen?" "I don't." The thin-faced man shook his head. Fang Chen is a peak expert of the southern mountain range's younger generation. Before entering the Spirit Vortex Realm's mansion, his strength was extremely ordinary. But after entering the mansion, his strength rapidly increased. In the end, in an intense battle, he killed the 100 Snake Valley's young master, the Snake Monarch, said Brother Hu. "What? Killed the Snake Monarch?" the thin-faced man exclaimed. Among the younger generation, even Xianyuan Feng didn't have complete confidence in killing the Snake Monarch. "Just who is this Fang Chen?" asked the thin-faced man curiously. Brother Hu carefully explained to the thin-faced man. Beside them, Fang Chen's face instantly darkened after hearing Brother Hu's words. They still made a move against the little mouse in the end? The fury in Fang Chen's heart soared to the heavens. The 100 Snake Valley's people had kidnapped the little mouse and purposely released the news in order to lure him to the mountain peak in front of the abyss. This was a scam. They wanted to lure him to go there and then kill him. If it was any other time, Fang Chen would definitely be careful and investigate carefully before going there. But the little mouse had been captured. He wouldn't joke around with the little mouse's life. He abruptly stood up, picked up the wine jug, and drank all the strong wine in one gulp. Then he wiped the wine from his mouth and turned to leave the restaurant. 100 Snake Valley, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with anger. Fang Chen left the city and quickly headed to the mountain peak in front of the abyss. This trip was destined to be a bloody one. But Fang Chen wasn't afraid. If anything happened to the little mouse, he would definitely turn the 100 Snake Valley into ashes. 100 Snake Valley, since you've done such a thing, you should be prepared to bear the consequences. Fang Chen left the city in a hurry, his figure disappearing into the wasteland. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. On the mountain peak in front of the abyss, the third elder led the 100 Snake Valley's elders to quietly stand. They were waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. Chirping. The little mouse was inside the imprisonment formation, chirping non-stop. The third elder, who was already very annoyed, became even more annoyed after hearing the little mouse's chirping. He directly waved his hand, and a stream of spirit energy struck the little mouse's body. Stop chirping. The third elder roared, Rees! Third elder, it's been so long. Will Fang Chen come? An elder asked in a low voice. As long as he's in West Ridge, he will definitely receive the news. If he doesn't come, I'll kill the little mouse. The third elder said in a deep voice. In the beginning, he had vowed that Fang Chen would definitely come. However, as time passed, he no longer dared to be certain whether or not Fang Chen would come. The spiritual whirlpool realm expert's mansion has already disappeared. Fang Chen must have already come out. The other elders whispered. Although they hadn't found any traces of Fang Chen, they believed that Fang Chen must be in West Ridge and didn't die in the spiritual whirlpool realm expert's mansion. He must have realized that this is a scam. Maybe he'll be a coward. The fourth elder said. When people are in danger, they will definitely take care of themselves first. This little mouse probably won't be able to lure Fang Chen. The fifth elder said. When the third elder heard this, there was a hint of displeasure between his brows. His face was filled with anger. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a figure appear at the foot of the mountain. Someone's approaching, the third elder said. Immediately, all of the elders looked toward the bottomless abyss. They saw a figure approaching. The figure was very fast. In a short while, he had swept from the bottomless abyss to the foot of the mountain and quickly climbed up. At this moment, the elders finally saw the face of the person clearly. Ha ha ha, I told you that he would definitely come. At this moment, the third elder was the happiest. Being able to lure Fang Chen meant that their plan had succeeded. Now, as long as they killed Fang Chen, their mission would be completed. Fang Chen really dares to come, the fourth elder said coldly. This time we'll make sure he doesn't return. The fifth elder said. For a moment, the atmosphere on the mountain peak became heavy. When Fang Chen stepped on the top of the mountain, he saw the elders of the 100 Snake Valley and then saw the little mouse inside the imprisonment formation. The latter also saw Fang Chen and gestured to Fang Chen. How can I abandon you? Fang Chen looked at the little mouse and whispered. Then, he turned to look at the third elder, his eyes filled with anger. Your methods are really despicable, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. If we didn't do this, how could we lure you here? The third elder sneered. Seeing the little mouse being imprisoned by the elders of the 100-Snake Valley using the imprisonment formation, Fang Chen's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He swore that he would definitely avenge the little mouse. You shouldn't have used such a despicable method. Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet. A strong killing intent emerged from his body as he said coldly. Chapter 567. When the 100-Snake Valley elders saw Fang Chen's appearance, their eyes were filled with ridicule. In their eyes, Fang Chen's strength was at most comparable to a cultivator with 6 paths of true qi. Among them, there was no lack of elders with 7 paths of true qi, and there was even a third elder with 8 paths of true qi. So when Fang Chen had come here, his fate had already been sealed. In front of so many 100-Snake Valley experts, he would definitely die. You killed the 100-Snake Valley's young master, the Snake Lord, stole the Imperial Snake Flute, and killed countless elders. Fang Chen, just these crimes alone are enough for you to die 100 times, said the third elder sinisterly. The Snake Lord was too weak. He died at my hands. Who else can he blame? Said Fang Chen. Fang Chen, even now you're still so stubborn, sneered the third elder. Today, all of you will die. Fang Chen's voice was filled with fury. If the 100-Snake Valley's master was here, he wouldn't have any confidence. But since she wasn't here, the strongest expert was only the third elder. With his current strength, killing the third elder was completely possible. As soon as Fang Chen said this, an incomparably dense sword aura appeared around him. As soon as this sword aura appeared, Fang Chen discovered that the energy of heaven and earth above the mountain was already under his control. Seeing the sword aura around Fang Chen, the third elder's face broke into a wild laugh. They had never seen Fang Chen before. Although they knew that Fang Chen was very strong, they hadn't expected that Fang Chen hadn't even comprehended sword intent. Ha ha, a martial artist who hasn't even comprehended sword intent dares to call himself a sword cultivator? Laughed the third elder. Fang Chen, you wouldn't be thinking of using your sword aura to kill us, would you? Laughed the fourth elder sinisterly. At this moment, all the elders on the mountain were laughing at Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head slightly, the hidden star sword in his hand. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Fang Chen's words completely infuriated the 100-Snake Valley's elder. The third elder's expression was gloomy as he said, "Who is willing to kill Fang Chen? Let me do it." An elder of the 6 paths of true qi took a step forward and said loudly, "Fang Chen, your life ends here." After the elder of 6 Dao Jin Qi finished speaking, a powerful aura emerged from his body, and he was ready to launch a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Trash like him dares to come here and make a fool of himself? When Fang Chen saw the 6 Dao Jin Qi elder make a move, he shouted in a low voice. The sword momentum around his body surged, and the hidden star sword in his hand suddenly waved. A beam of sword light shot out and pierced into the elder of the 6 paths true qi's heart, causing it to explode. The body of the elder of the 6 paths true qi was instantly shattered. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. When the third elder came back to his senses, Fang Chen's star-concealing sword had already returned to his hand. Seeing Fang Chen quietly standing on the mountain peak, the third elder's eyes emitted a terrifying golden light. If it wasn't for the bloody mist remaining on the mountain peak, no one would have dared to imagine that Fang Chen had just killed an elder of the 100-Snake Valley. Could it be that the 100-Snake Valley only has this kind of trash? Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, his body overflowing with battle intent as he roared loudly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the third elder's face was incomparably gloomy. He was about to make a move, but was stopped by a 7 paths true qi elder. Third elder, this kid is too arrogant. He looks down on our 100-Snake Valley. This is an unforgivable sin. Let me deal with him. The 7 paths true qi elder said in a low voice. All right, use your full strength and directly kill this kid. The third elder nodded and said. The Seven Paths True Qi elder took a step forward, looked at Fang Chen, and said coldly, Fang Chen, you can easily kill a Six Paths True Qi elder, but it doesn't mean that you can defeat me. I will let you know the difference between Six Paths True Qi and Seven Paths True Qi. Fang Chen glanced at the Seven Paths True Qi elder and sneered, Are you here to die? Fang Chen, you are courting death. The Seven Paths True Qi elder was furious when he heard this. He directly urged his Seven Paths True Qi to launch a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Foolish beyond compare. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, 5 Paths True Qi surrounded his body, and a powerful sword force directly penetrated the hidden star sword. The 7th level of the Phantom Sword technique was displayed. Puchi the light sword directly pierced the 7 Paths True Qi elder's head. Trash! Fang Chen waved his hand, and the hidden star sword was pulled out of the 7 Paths True Qi elder's head. The latter slowly fell to the ground. Killing 7 true energy elders with a single strike, this scene finally shocked all the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? An elder cried out involuntarily. Could it be that he obtained an opportunity in the mansion of a spirit vortex realm expert? That must be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. He has only condensed 5 Paths True Qi. Third elder, this kid is too strange. Please kill him, said the 4th elder. He had killed 2 of the 100 Snake Valley's great elders in a row, and had finally attracted the attention of the 3rd elder. The 3rd elder's eyes contained a complicated expression. He stared at Fang Chen, his body emitting a terrifying aura. 8 Paths True Qi instantly surrounded his body, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. Fang Chen, your strength has truly shocked me. The 3rd elder slowly said, but you still have to die. Fang Chen's potential was too strong. How long had it been, and he was actually able to easily kill 7 Paths True Qi elders? If he was given a little more time, even the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master wouldn't be his match. Thinking of this, the 3rd elder's heart was filled with killing intent. No matter what, he had to kill this kid today. He couldn't let a tiger return to the mountain. The 3rd elder released 8 Paths True Qi, preparing to go all out and kill Fang Chen with a thunderous strike. Seeing the 8 Paths True Qi around the 3rd elder, Fang Chen's face still didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He looked at the 3rd elder and coldly said, when you captured the little mouse, you should have been prepared to die. Fang Chen, you seem to think too highly of yourself. I can also kill 7 Paths True Qi cultivators in one strike, and I can do it better than you. The 3rd elder said coldly, the difference between 7 Paths True Qi and 8 Paths True Qi is much greater than you think. You still have a chance to kill yourself before I make my move. The 3rd elder's aura rose sharply. He was using his aura to suppress Fang Chen. Fang Chen heard this and said, is that so? That trash also said that the difference between 7 Paths True Qi and 6 Paths True Qi is huge. But in the end, he died and I survived. Fang Chen had condensed 5 flashes of Jinqi, taken the first step in the path of the sword, and recondensed his sword stance. At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely powerful. Facing the 3rd elder, who had 8 flashes of Jinqi, he did not fear him at all. Chirping. At this moment, the little mouse, who was inside the imprisonment formation, was gesturing at Fang Chen with a smile on its face. Fang Chen saw this and smiled slightly. Don't worry. None of them will be able to leave alive today. When Fang Chen came here, he had already decided that he would kill all of them to avenge the little mouse. Fang Chen, you're courting death. The 3rd elder heard Fang Chen's bold words and his eyes turned cold. 8 Paths True Qi floated in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. They directly pressed down on Fang Chen. You're the one courting death. Anyone who dared to touch the little mouse should be prepared to die. Under Fang Chen's control, the sword force around him instantly merged with the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Then, Fang Chun quietly controlled the power of heaven and earth to quietly surround the 8 paths true Qi in the sky. Sky Snake Hand. The third elder roared and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless illusory snake shadows appeared in the sky. After these illusory snake shadows appeared, the third elder shook his wrist and called back the 8 paths true Qi, merging them with the illusory snake shadows. Crack! The moment the 8 paths true Qi merged with the illusory snake shadows instantly exploded. What's going on? The third elder exclaimed. He didn't know why the illusory snake shadows would suddenly explode, but when he saw the sinister smile on Fang Chen's face, his face instantly turned gloomy. Fang Chen, you deserve to die. Needless to say, this was Fang Chen's doing. The third elder launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen controlled the sword force and merged it into the hidden star sword. Above his head, a giant golden sword instantly appeared. Phantom Sword Technique, Level 7. Facing an expert with 8 paths true Qi, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He directly attacked with all his strength. Puchi. The hidden star sword carried a powerful sword force and directly pierced the third elder's palm. Suddenly, a miserable scream was heard. The third elder's figure constantly retreated. When he stabilized his body, he looked at Fang Chen with scarlet eyes. There was a sword mark on his palm and it was bleeding. You! Fang Chen's strength was beyond the third elder's expectations. The third elder looked at his palm, his eyes cold. 8 paths true Qi merged into his palm and launched a fierce attack again. Go to hell. Fang Chen's mind was filled with the contents of the Sword Truth. After taking the first step in the Sword Truth, Fang Chen's every movement was surrounded by a powerful sword force. Sword force could draw the power of heaven and earth. It could imperceptibly change the third elder's attack rules. On the mountain peak, the eyes of many elders were filled with worry. How can Fang Chen be so strong? Can the third elder kill him? In the battle just now, Fang Chen actually stabbed the third elder. It's too shocking. The third elder must win. Otherwise, we will all die at his hands. Several elders said nervously. At the same time, they also prepared to attack. If the third elder couldn't defeat Fang Chen, they would attack together and encircle Fang Chen. Rumble. Fang Chen used the Phantom Sword technique with all his strength. The hidden star sword appeared in front of the third elder like a peerless divine weapon. In the sky, countless figures of Fang Chen appeared in an instant. The hidden star sword pierced the third elder's body while he was in a trance. 8 paths true Qi is just SOSO. Fang Chen looked at the third elder and said coldly. Crash. Fang Chen's palm exerted force, and the hidden star sword fiercely pierced the third elder's back from the front. Puchi. The third elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Your sword force. At the last moment, the third elder finally realized that the sword force they had ridiculed Fang Chen was the main reason for his death. Chapter 568. Bang! Before anyone could react, third elder's body had already fallen limply to the ground. Third elder. An elder called out, "Let's attack together and kill this kid." The fourth elder loudly shouted. Immediately, the remaining elders all rushed forward, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. Seeing everyone rushing forward, his face revealed a trace of a strange smile. Good timing. Suddenly, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and activated his sword aura. He directly charged into the crowd and wildly waved the hidden star sword in his hand. Puchi, one elder after another fell into a pool of blood. The battle continued in a one-sided manner. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. Apart from the third elder, the strongest person was only an elder with 7 strands of true Qi. Although they joined forces, they were still no match for Fang Chen. 3 minutes later, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. His body was covered in blood as he stood on the ground. And around him were corpses. These were the corpses of the elders of the 100 Snake Valley. They never dreamed that this would happen. Setting up a trap to lure Fong Chen here would actually end their lives here. If they had predicted this would happen, the third elder would not have been willing to go against Fong Chen. Fong Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. After this battle, many elders of the 100 Snake Valley were killed by Fong Chen. Even an elder with 8 strands of true qi like the third elder was killed. If the 100 Snake Valley's master knew about this, he would definitely feel pain. Fong Chen withdrew his sword aura and walked in front of the Great Confinement Formation. He skillfully broke the Great Confinement Formation. The Great Confinement Formation was nothing to a formation grandmaster like Fong Chen. It was very simple to break it. After the Great Confinement Formation was broken, the little mouse instantly rushed out and stood on Fong Chen's shoulder, chirping non-stop. "Little guy, are you all right?" Fong Chen asked. The little mouse shook its head and gestured with its paws, indicating that it was fine. The little mouse was also very curious about Fong Chen's combat strength. It carefully observed Fong Chen. It was very excited that the latter had come to save it. While Fong Chen was massacring the elders of the 100 Snake Valley, in a secluded place near the southwest mountain range of the southern mountain land, there were 4 figures discussing an important matter. "Protector Yuming, what do you think of this matter?" The first to speak was the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master. He stared at Protector Yuming and asked softly. Protector Netherworld was one of the stronger protectors of the Yellow Spring sect. He had been hiding in the southern mountain land and secretly manipulating things. Back then, the rebellion of the Yellow Springs sect in the Golden Crown Nation was also planned by him. Unfortunately, it failed. He placed his focus on the southern mountain land. As time passed, his strength had completely recovered. Just as he was preparing to fight Xiongfeng, he suddenly discovered that the southern mountain land had undergone a huge change. The Black Devil Palace had unified the southern mountain land and become the absolute ruler of the southern mountain land. This news made Protector Yuming feel helpless. The Dark Lord was a spirit vortex realm expert. He didn't dare to challenge him. Just as Protector Yuming was thinking about how to act, the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master arrived. He brought the first and second elders with him. 100 Snake Valley Master, are you serious? Protector Yuming asked in a deep voice. Protector Yuming, you want to rebuild the Yellow Springs sect, while I want to unify the 4 mountain ranges. Our goals coincide. Joining hands is the best method right now. The 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master grinned. I want to hear the specifics, said Protector Yuming. The 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master nodded and began to explain his plan to Protector Yuming in detail. On the mountain peak in front of the bottomless abyss, Little Mouse had just been rescued when the Banxianshu appeared. Brother Mouse, long time no see. I've missed you so much, the Banxianshu flattered. Fong Chen was already used to the Banxianshu's behavior and directly ignored it. Little Mouse jumped onto the Banxianshu's branches and leaves with a whoosh. It then cut its little paw and dripped a drop of blood. The Banxianshu was very excited after receiving Little Mouse's blood. Brother Mouse, I knew you were the best. You don't know, but in order to save you, I gave you all the life liquid I produced. I was seriously injured and almost died. Fong Chen had already experienced the Banxianshu's shamelessness. Let's go, said Fong Chen. The Banxianshu and Little Mouse entered the special space ring, while Fong Chen quickly headed for the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King had saved Little Mouse's life, so Fong Chen wanted to thank him in person. When Fong Chen arrived at the Medicine King Valley, the Medicine King and the Little Medicine King's faces were full of surprise. Brother Fong, are you all right? Asked the Little Medicine King as he carefully observed Fong Chen. Fong Chen shook his head and said, I'm fine. I came to the Medicine King Valley this time to thank the Medicine King for saving Little Mouse's life. Fong Chen, this is a small matter. It's not worth mentioning, said the Medicine King as he waved his hand. Fong Chen stayed in the Medicine King Valley for 2 hours before leaving. The Medicine King also knew that the 100 Snake Valley had been looking for Fang Chen, so he wanted Fang Chen to quickly return to the Nanling continent. As long as he returned to the Nanling continent, he would have the protection of the Dark Lord. Even the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master wouldn't dare to attack him. After Fang Chen left the Medicine King Valley, he headed towards the southwest mountain range. On the way, he met a pair of martial artists and stopped. Fang Chen. Xianyuan Feng was very surprised to see Fang Chen. Xianyuan Qin's beautiful eyes twinkled as she smiled at Fang Chen. "Hello," said Fang Chen as he cupped his hands. Back when he wasn't very strong, Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin had saved his life. "Fang Chen, the 100 Snake Valley's people are looking for you. You have to be careful," reminded Xianyuan Feng. "I know," said Fang Chen as he nodded. Xianyuan Feng felt that Fang Chen had changed a lot, especially his temperament. It was completely different from before. Xianyuan Feng's heart skipped a beat as he said, "Fang Chen, my sister and I are about to leave the Nanling continent and head to the magnificent Five Elements state. Before we leave, I want to challenge you." When Fang Chen killed the Snake Monarch, Xianyuan Feng knew that Fang Chen's strength was about the same as his. But later on, Xianyuan Feng had a fortuitous encounter in the mansion and condensed his 6th true qi. After returning to the sect, he condensed his 7th true qi in one go. Now, Xianyuan Feng's strength had increased a lot. With 7 true qi, he was considered a top expert among the younger generation. He didn't know how strong Fang Chen was, but before he left, he wanted to challenge him. Hearing this, Xianyuan Qin blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the two of them with a smile. Fang Chen saw the seriousness in Xianyuan Feng's eyes and nodded. "Okay, I accept your challenge." Xianyuan Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. Then, 7 true qi revolved around his body as he unleashed his fiercest attack. "Fang Chen, be careful," warned Xianyuan Feng. Xianyuan Feng reminded. In the next moment, his fierce attack instantly rushed towards Yi Futian. Fang Chen didn't take out the hidden star sword, nor did he use the phantom sword technique. He only activated the sword aura and merged it into his fist before punching out. Bang! Fang Chen's fist collided with Xianyuan Feng's attack, and a deafening sound immediately erupted. Crash! Xianyuan Feng instantly felt a strong impact from Fang Chen's fist drilling into his body. Deng deng deng! Xianyuan Feng's body couldn't help but retreat. "Big brother!" Seeing this, Xianyuan Qin called out worriedly. Xianyuan Feng waved his hand, indicating for Xianyuan Qin not to be rash. He steadied himself and stared at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. He didn't speak for a long time. Fang Chen didn't continue to attack. He withdrew his sword aura and looked at Xianyuan Feng with a smile. After a long while, Xianyuan Feng spoke. "I admit defeat." Hearing Xianyuan Feng's words, Xianyuan Qin was shocked. They were clearly evenly matched, so why did her brother admit defeat? In her impression, her big brother would never admit defeat so easily. "Brother?" Xianyuan Qin asked, puzzled. Her brother was very proud. He had always thought that he was the best among the younger generation in the 4 Great Ridges. Xianyuan Qin knew very well what admitting defeat meant. "Little sister, I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Xianyuan Feng turned to look at Xianyuan Qin with a smile on his face. At this moment, he had let go of all his burdens. His mind was open and he had thought through many things. "Fang Chen, Xianyuan Feng, have never admired anyone in the younger generation. You are the first." Xianyuan Feng stared at Fang Chen and said, "Xianyuan Feng, you are also very strong. After letting go of your burdens, you will be even stronger." Fang Chen said. Xianyuan Feng nodded and left with Xianyuan Qin. Chapter 569. After bidding farewell to Fang Chen, Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin left the West Mountain Land and headed towards the Five Elements province. Xianyuan Feng believed that with Fang Chen's potential, he would be able to meet him in the Five Elements province in the near future. However, Fang Chen did not think too much about it. What he wanted to do now was to increase his strength. The Five Elements province was filled with experts and geniuses. Although he was considered one of the top experts among the younger generation in the four great mountain ranges, he was still nothing in the Five Elements province. Therefore, Fang Chen wanted to return to the South Mountain Land to deal with the aftermath. Then, he would focus on his cultivation and head to the Five Elements province. On the way back, Fang Chen was very fast. He entered the southwest mountain range with ease. At the same time, the 100 Snake Valley Master and Netherworld Enforcer were moving forward in the southwest mountain range. Suddenly, they heard an angry roar. After being persuaded by the 100 Snake Valley Master, Netherworld Enforcer finally agreed to cooperate with the 100 Snake Valley. However, the 100 Snake Valley Master had a condition. That was to go to the West Mountain Land and kill Fang Chen. Then, they would act according to the plan. Therefore, they entered the southwest mountain range to enter the West Mountain Land and kill Fang Chen. Hearing the roar, Netherworld Enforcer's eyes flickered. His body emitted a terrifying aura. The 100 Snake Valley Master smiled faintly. Roar! Suddenly, an iron-brown bear appeared in front of them. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, attacking the two. Iron-brown bear king. This iron-brown bear was not an ordinary iron-brown bear. It was the iron-brown bear king. It was very powerful and had reached the peak of the condensing reality realm. However, in the eyes of Netherworld Enforcer and the 100 Snake Valley Master, it was not a threat. Noisy. Netherworld Enforcer saw the iron-brown bear king attacking him. He sneered and clenched his fist. Then, he threw a punch at the iron-brown bear king's body. Bang! The iron-brown bear king's body was instantly sent flying by Netherworld Enforcer. Netherworld Enforcer was considered above average among the 36 enforcers of the Yellow Spring sect. He was very powerful. Even though it was also an expert who had condensed 9 strands of qi, its strength was many times stronger than the Bear King. Too weak. Underworld Protector sent Iron Brown Bear King flying and grinned. From the very beginning, the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master had not done anything. He looked at Protector Netherworld with a smile in his eyes. Fang Chen was moving forward in the southwest mountain range when he suddenly heard the roar of a demonic beast. His expression changed slightly. That was because he was very sensitive to this kind of sound. When he came to West Ridge, he encountered the Iron Brown Bear King and almost died at its hands. In the end, it was Xianyuan Feng who helped him escape. Therefore, he remembered the Iron Brown Bear's voice very clearly. Could it be that the Iron Brown Bear King has appeared? Fang Chen immediately became alert and looked around, afraid of encountering the Iron Brown Bear. Although Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot, against the Iron Brown Bear King, Fang Chen had no power to resist. Just as Fang Chen was slowly moving forward, several figures appeared in front of him. Fang Chen's pupils shrank when he saw these figures. His figure flashed as he turned and fled. Yes, it's Fang Chen. The 100 Snake Valley Master's face was filled with anger when he saw Fang Chen's face. He then coldly said, Fang Chen. Following the 100 Snake Valley's Valley Master's furious roar, the Great Elder and the Second Elder moved out in unison. Even Netherworld Enforcer grinned and said, He's Fang Chen. With that, Netherworld Enforcer's figure flashed, and the 4 experts went all out to chase after Fang Chen. Fang Chen's speed was very fast, but it was not on the same level as the 4 experts. He felt helpless when he sensed the 4 people chasing after him. Damn it, why did I meet them here? Fang Chen couldn't help cursing in his heart. Not long after, Fang Chen sensed that someone was approaching him. He turned his head and saw that the one approaching him was the 100 Snake Valley Master. Fang Chen, you killed my son and stole my 100 Snake Valley's Imperial Snake Flute. I'll tear you to pieces. The 100 Snake Valley Master flew through the air, his speed extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Fang Chen. Rumble, the 100-Snake Valley Master punched out. His fist contained boundless power, and it instantly slammed into Fang Chen's back. Bang! Fang Chen did his best to block, but the 100-Snake Valley Master was too strong. Fang Chen was simply unable to block. With a bang, Fang Chen's body was sent flying like a kite. Fang Chen knew that he couldn't fight the 100-Snake Valley Master head-on. He quickly stood up, ignoring his injuries. With a flick of his wrist, an illusion formation was set up. Crash! In front of the Valley Master of the 100-Snake Valley and the other three, an illusion array appeared, blocking their path. You want to stop us with a mere formation? The 100-Snake Valley Master sneered, and used a powerful punch to shatter the illusion formation. Fang Chen used the illusion formation to delay the four of them and quickly escape. However, the 100-Snake Valley Master's group was too fast. They quickly caught up to Fang Chen. I can't continue like this. Fang Chen's mind was quickly thinking of a way to escape. The 100-Snake Valley Master was a spirit whirlpool realm expert. Once he was caught, he would definitely die. Unless the Dark Lord came to save him. However, he simply couldn't wait until then. At this moment, the contents of the Sword Dao True explanation appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Then, he activated his sword body and a huge golden sword Dharma idol instantly appeared above his head. A wild sword intent instantly filled Fang Chen's body. Blood escape sword. In the next moment, Fang Chen let out a low roar and used the blood escape sword. Suddenly, with Fang Chen as the center, the area within 100 meters was filled with scarlet blood. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body instantly turned into a blood mist and disappeared into the southwest mountain range. When the 100-Snake Valley Master and Protector Yuming arrived, they didn't see Fang Chen's figure at all except for the blood mist. Valley Master, where's Fang Chen? The first elder came later and stared at the surrounding blood mist and asked in a low voice. The 100-Snake Valley Master's eyes were filled with coldness. He said coldly, "Damn it, this kid used a very strange blood escape technique and escaped." Blood escape technique? The second elder's eyes flickered when he heard this. Protector Yuming sniffed the blood mist in the air and said, "This kid used such a domineering blood escape technique. He must have suffered a backlash. He can't have escaped far. If we pursue him now, we might be able to catch up to him." The 100-Snake Valley Master nodded when he heard Protector Yuming's words. The group of four quickly chased in the direction of the southern mountain land. The 100-Snake Valley Master's heart was filled with anger. As a spiritual vortex realm expert, he actually let Fang Chen escape right under his nose. This was a humiliation. Of course, the reason Fang Chen could escape was because the 100-Snake Valley Master was too confident in his own strength. He thought that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength in the process of chasing Fang Chen. He enjoyed the process of chasing. When he saw the fear on Fang Chen's face, he was very pleased. The Blood Flight Sword was a forbidden technique in the Sword Quintessence. It was clearly stated in the Sword Quintessence primary scroll that one should never use the Blood Flight Sword under normal circumstances. This forbidden technique was simply too harmful to one's body. However, under such circumstances, Fang Chen had no other choice. He used the blood escape technique of the sword and finally escaped from the hands of the four people. A white light flashed and Fang Chen appeared at the edge of the southwest mountain range, his body covered in blood. This place was already close to the southern mountain land. Go to the Black Devil Palace. Although Fang Chen was very weak now, he still made the decision to go to the Black Devil Palace before he fainted. Only the Dark Lord could save him. After using the blood escape technique of the sword, Fang Chen's internal organs were already shattered. The spiritual energy in his qi was a little dried up and the sword concept around his body was incomparably weak. Now, Fang Chen's life was in danger. Not long after Fong Chen left the southwest mountain range, the 100 Snake Valley's 4 people appeared. There's the smell of blood here. He's definitely been here before. Chase him. The Netherworld Protector sniffed the air and whispered. The 4 of them flew forward at lightning speed. It didn't take long for Fong Chen to arrive at a city. If his guess wasn't wrong, this city should have a transportation array that could directly send him to the Black Devil Palace. Fong Chen desperately entered the city. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of all the martial artists on the street. They curiously looked at him. It didn't take long for some people to recognize Fong Chen. It's the heavenly genius Fong Chen. Just who was it that could injure him like this? Fong Chen. It really is Fong Chen. How could he be so heavily injured? Look at how desperately he's fleeing. Is there someone chasing after him? Heavens, his aura is so weak. He's in imminent danger. Where is he going? Fong Chen didn't pay attention to the discussions of the crowd. He rushed forward and finally arrived in front of the transportation array. Stop. The martial artist guarding the transportation array blocked Fong Chen. He saw that Fong Chen was covered in blood and felt that he was a bit suspicious. He wanted to question him. Get out of my way! Fong Chen angrily shouted. Brat, are you courting death? The guard coldly said. Up until now, no one had dared to cause trouble in front of the transportation array. Was this brat courting death? Bang! Just as the guard finished speaking, he was met with a powerful fist. Fong Chen was worried that the 100 Snake Valley's master would catch up to him. He sent the guard flying with a single punch and then entered the transportation array. Fong Chen immediately grabbed the martial artist controlling the transportation array and coldly said, "Hurry up and activate the transportation array." Fong Chen told the warrior where he wanted to go. Then, he threw out some spirit stones and handed them to the warrior. The martial artist was intimidated by Fong Chen and hastily activated the transportation array. After the transportation array finished activating, Fong Chen felt that his body was about to be transported out. However, at this moment, the Valley Master of the 100 Serpent Valley and the other 3 arrived. When they realized that Fong Chen was about to leave using the teleportation formation, they sneered coldly. The 4 of them joined forces and unleashed powerful attacks that bombarded the teleportation formation. Rumble! The transportation array that was about to finish suddenly exploded. Chapter 570. The teleportation formation was destroyed. The 100 Snake Valley Master and the other 3 rushed in and realized that Fong Chen was nowhere to be seen. Their faces were ashen and they were furious. What happened here shocked the entire city. Countless warriors looked at the scene in shock, not knowing what had happened. During the teleportation formation's teleportation process, the biggest taboo was to be interrupted. Once the teleportation was interrupted, the warrior would enter the spatial turbulence. It was a terrifying thing. Even a spiritual whirlpool realm expert would have a slim chance of survival after entering the spatial turbulence. Valley Master, although we didn't manage to stop Fong Chen, the teleportation formation was destroyed by us. His teleportation was interrupted by us. I'm sure he will be sucked into the spatial turbulence, Protector Yuming said eerily. That's right. As long as he is sucked into the spatial turbulence, he will definitely die, the Great Elder said. He did not think that with Fong Chen's strength, he could come out alive from the spatial turbulence. Even an expert who had surpassed the spiritual whirlpool realm would find it extremely difficult to come out from the spatial turbulence, let alone a spiritual whirlpool realm expert. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse, the 100 Snake Valley Master said softly. Hearing the 100 Snake Valley Master's words, the Great Elder and the Second Elder nodded and said, Valley Master, don't worry. We will do our best to find Fong Chen's corpse in the 4 Great Ridge. The 100 Snake Valley Master nodded when he heard that. At this moment, the 100 Snakes Valley Master discovered a powerful aura approaching. His eyes flickered. After that, he glanced at the underworld protector beside him and said, "The Black Demon Palace Master has arrived. You should hide first." Although the 100 Snake Valley Master was not afraid of the Dark Lord, if the Dark Lord saw him colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, it would affect his plan. Protector Yuming also knew the pros and cons of this. His figure flashed and he disappeared without a trace. At that moment the Dark Lord arrived. He was furious and his eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the 100 Snake Valley Master. 100 Snake Valley Master, the Dark Lord roared angrily. "Dark Lord, how have you been?" As a spirit vortex realm elite, the 100 Snake Valley Master was not afraid of the Dark Lord. "Fang Chen is my good friend. You actually dared to chase him all the way to Nanling?" roared the Dark Lord furiously. The Dark Lord was stationed in the southern mountain range. When he received the news, he immediately rushed over. However, he was still too late. Before reaching the city, the Dark Lord sensed the chaos in the world. His heart tightened, and in the next moment, he discovered that the teleportation array had been interrupted. At this moment the Dark Lord was furious. Fang Chen's teleportation had been interrupted, and he would definitely be sucked into the spatial turbulence. Even the Dark Lord had a headache when he thought about spatial turbulence. "Dark Lord, Fang Chen killed my son, Snake Monarch, and even stole my 100 Snake Valley's Imperial Snake Flute. How could I possibly let him off?" sneered the 100 Snake Valley Master. "Could it be that the Grand Dark Lord wants to go to war with my 100 Snake Valley over a dead genius?" The 100 Snake Valley Master's words were a reminder to the Dark Lord. Although Fang Chen was a monstrous genius, he was still dead. Monstrous geniuses would all turn into floating clouds after their death. Although the Dark Lord was furious, he still managed to endure it in the end. Fang Chen was already dead. Although he wanted to take revenge for Fang Chen with his strength, he was unable to defeat the 100 Snake Valley Master. 100 Snake Valley Master, scram from Nanling. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," said the Dark Lord coldly after a moment of thought. The Valley Master of the 100 Serpent Valley laughed coldly upon hearing this. Without saying anything, she left the southern mountain land with the first elder and the second elder. Before leaving, the 100 Snake Valley Master glanced at the Dark Lord and sneered inwardly. "Dark Lord, I'll let you be arrogant now. You'll have a good time in the future." After the 100 Snake Valley Master and the others left, the Dark Lord walked into the broken transmission array. After inspecting it, he finally shook his head helplessly. The degree of damage to the transmission array was much more serious than he had imagined. The chances of Fang Chen surviving in such a situation were very small. "Pass down my orders. Mobilize everyone in the Black Devil Palace to search the entire Nanling." The Dark Lord sent out such a message. No matter what, they had to search. Perhaps Fang Chen was lucky enough to fall in some corner of Nanling. The ancient Sword Continent was very vast. No one knew exactly how big it was. Until now, no one had been able to explore the entire ancient Sword Continent. Of course, even if there was an ancient expert who had completed the exploration, ordinary warriors would not know. In short, the vastness of the ancient Sword Continent was beyond the imagination of ordinary warriors. The ancient Sword Continent was divided into 3 provinces. The Nanling that Fang Chen had been in previously belonged to the 5 Elements province. The 5 Elements province was vast and occupied 1/3 of the ancient Sword Continent. Moreover, the 5 Elements province revered martial power. The combat power of warriors was much stronger than the 4 Great Ridges. The 4 Great Ridges occupied 90% of the area in the 5 Elements province. The remaining 20% was the core area of the 5 Elements province. That was also where the geniuses gathered. After Xianyuan Feng and Xianyuan Qin bade farewell to Fang Chen, they headed to the core area of the 5 Elements province. In an endless mountain range there were countless peaks. The peaks here were like a paradise on earth. If the warriors of the 4 great ridges were to see such a wondrous place, they would definitely exclaim in surprise and think that it was a mystic realm. However, such peaks were very common in the 5 Elements province. They were considered the most ordinary peak. This mountain range was called the Luoying Peak. No one knew how many peaks there were in the Luoying Peaks, and no one had counted them. In short, there were many peaks in the Luoying Peak. Usually, no one would come to the Luoying Peak. This was because the strength of the demonic beasts in the Luoying Peaks was too low. Warriors would not even bother to come here to train. On a certain peak in the Luoying Peaks, this peak was not tall or steep. There were lush weeds on the peak. At this moment, a warrior was lying on the peak. This warrior was battered and exhausted. His clothes were all torn and his body was covered in blood. His forehead was cracked as if he had been struck by lightning. His arms seemed to be charred. His entire body was like a skeleton that had been withered for 10,000 years as he lay quietly on the ground. This warrior did not seem to have any vitality, as if he was a dead person. He was Fong Chen. Fong Chen, who had been sucked into the spatial turbulence, finally fell on the Luoying Peak. Usually, no warriors could be seen at the Luoying Peaks. Today, a few warriors suddenly came. They were the young disciples of a small family clan not far from the Luoying Peaks. They had come here to train. Li Mingzhu, of all places to train, why did you have to come to the Luoying Peaks? A man in the group said with a depressed expression. Yeah, the strength of the demonic beasts in the Luoying Peaks is too weak. We can't do anything here. It's simply a waste of time, another man said. You two should stop talking. The Luoying Peaks is also very good, a ponytailed girl said with a smile. The woman called Li Mingzhu was wearing a purple dress. Her beautiful figure was perfectly outlined. Her beautiful eyes were moving, making her look like a fairy in the human world. Her red lips opened slightly and said coldly, "There is a flame leopard king in the Luoying Peaks." Li Mingzhu was the pearl of the Li family. She was also the #1 expert of the Li family's younger generation. She was the true pearl of the Li family. Of the 3 people who came with Li Mingzhu, the ponytailed girl was called Li Xiaoke. She was Li Mingzhu's cousin. The 2 men were also Li Mingzhu's cousins. One was called Li Xian, and the other was called Li Cheng. The Flame Leopard King is only a legendary existence. It hasn't appeared in dozens of years. How can we find it with just the few of us? Li Cheng curled his lips. The demonic beasts in the Luoying Peaks were all very weak. Only the Flame Leopard King was strong. The Flame Leopard King was a demonic beast at the peak of the condensing reality realm. It was extremely strong. Only a spirit vortex realm expert could kill it. Dozens of years ago, someone had encountered the Flame Leopard King in the Luoying Peak. Since then, all the warriors who wanted to kill the Flame Leopard King would come to the Luoying Peak. However, as time passed, no one encountered the Flame Leopard King again. In the end, the Luoying Peaks returned to peace. And this time, Li Mingzhu wanted to come to the Luoying Peaks to find the Flame Leopard King. Li Mingzhu had condensed 9 strands of Zhenqi. She was only 1 step away from the spirit vortex realm. She wanted to use this opportunity to break through her cultivation. Therefore, she chose the Luoying Peak. Li Mingzhu's entire body emitted a cold aura. It was as if there was a sign on her forehead that said strangers are not allowed to come near. The other 3 people seemed to be used to Li Mingzhu's coldness. Hearing Li Mingzhu's words, they all spread out their hands, expressing their helplessness. Sister Mingzhu, since you said that, did you find some clues? Li Xiaoke walked to Li Mingzhu's side and said with a smile. If Li Mingzhu was a proud rose in a world of ice and snow, then Li Xiaoke was a jasmine flower in a lush field of weeds. Li Mingzhu gave people a cold feeling, as if she was an ice goddess. On the other hand, Li Xiaoke was amiable and always had a smile on her face. Li Xiaoke's appearance was also the kind that could cause the downfall of a country. Although there was a bit of a difference when compared to Li Mingzhu, she was still one of the three great beauties of Kaiyang City. Hearing Li Xiaoke's words, the coldness on Li Mingzhu's face instantly faded. She revealed a rare smile. Then, she reached out and patted Li Xiaoke's little head, saying, "Little girl, you're quite smart." "Hee, Sister Mingzhu, I'm not young anymore," Li Xiaoke retorted. Li Xiaoke was already 18 years old. She wasn't young anymore. However, in Li Mingzhu's eyes, she was still a child. "I did find some clues. With these clues, the possibility of finding the Flame Leopard King is very high," Li Mingzhu said. Li Cheng and Li Xinyan nodded, indicating that they would listen to Li Mingzhu. In the end, the group of four quickly entered the Luoying Peak.